for this to be fun, we want it to be engaging. And by engaging, we really want you to use that chat box. So if you could do me a quick favor, let's get the day started by chatting your before we do that, hang on a second, hold off on that. If your name is guest, we have a number of people registered under either guest or Emily Humler. If your name is guest or Emily Humler, if you can send Aaron Smith a private chat with your name so we can rename you to the proper name. A lot of people used a general link to get in versus their unique guest registration. So looking your name, if it says guest, send a message to Aaron Smith. Or if it says Emily, send to Aaron Smith. Also, what I'd love to do is get this chat going and get it moving by putting in your market center name or what city you're from. Sending your market center name and what city you're from. Let's get the chat going. Let's get some energy happening. So if you can, there we go. Baskin Ridge, Stanford. Good morning, Pam Mudrick, KW Liberty. That's gonna make your job a little bit harder. So great to see everyone chiming in. We've got an exciting demo. I'm watching the numbers rise right now. The participant numbers are rising, up over 300 logged in and still more coming. So it's going to be super fun and exciting. We also see people throwing some things in the Q&A. So if you do have any questions, feel free to drop it in the question and answer box. And Stephen Gendel is going to be manning that. Stephen, how you doing this morning, bud?
I'm doing great, Michael. How are you?
There he is. Good morning, our area director slash regional tech trainer, Stephen Gendel. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone? Love to see the chat light up with all the people and where everyone's logging in from, which is just great. A lot of energy today. Looking forward to it today. Should be jam-packed content, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, let's talk about the content for a second, Stephen. I'd love to hear your thoughts on some of these things. So at right 9:45, we're going to start with our first panel by none other than the #1 agent in the region, Sue Adler, who's going to be moderating a panel of 3 amazing people on lead generating through your sphere of influence and client events. That's exciting, isn't it?
It's probably the #1 way Gary Keller would tell you to generate business. Your business is your database. Your database is your most powerful tool. If you're not feeding your database with 5 new people a day, you're setting yourself up for failure versus success. Sue is the master at setting her database up for success.
Yeah. Last time I checked, she's already sold 300 million so far this year, and she's still going. So right. That's exciting. So that's going to be 9:45 to 10:30. Each panel is about 45 minutes. At 10:30, Bill Boswell, one of the top teams in the region, the Boswell IOSA group, who is a very big luxury agent, will be doing a 15-minute presentation on what you need to do in order to succeed as a luxury agent. And then he's got 3 amazing people, including our very own Scott Schumann, on that panel, talking about how to build a luxury business. So that's going to be exciting too, especially in our market, right? Manhattan, the boroughs, the suburbs.
Yeah, with our average price point being where it is, luxury is pretty easy to hit with a couple transactions. You're not that far away from your next luxury deal. So don't think it's out of reach. Think that it's possible because you could stumble across $1 million listing tomorrow.
Yep, without a doubt. I see in the question answer box, someone that wrote, anonymous attendee, as a brand new agent, what should I do to start my career? I feel confused and stressed. The #1 thing you should do if you're brand new to the business is pull out your holiday list, your holiday card list, make a list of all your friends, family members, everyone you know, and just start spreading the word. Let them know you're in the real estate business and you're here to help them, service them, and support them. So the most important thing is spread the word. I would put them on an 8x8. 8 touches over 8 weeks, and make sure you're communicating to them, letting them know you're in the business. And
I would also add them, make sure they're in command on a monthly neighborhood nurture. If you have their home address, everyone wants to know what their house is worth. Putting them on that monthly neighborhood nurture constantly puts you in front of their face of local real estate information.
Without a doubt. This way. I got multiple screens up here, and this is Command Central. We got Aaron, Emily in here. We got 4 computers, 7 screens. It's chaos in here. It's gonna be exciting today. So after the luxury panel, what's that?
Good chaos.
Good chaos. At the luxury panel, we got Adam Hergenrother joining us from Vermont. Adam is the #2 team in Keller Williams in the world right now. And he's going to be coming on board and sharing with us how you can build a big business to fund a big life. The Adam Hergenrother companies are $1 billion organization. And he's going to share with you how he built that in about 10 short years. So again, very, very valid. From there at 12 to 12:45, we have Noah Ostroff coming on board. For those that know Noah, he is a big time Philly agent, phillyliving.com. He also owns multiple market centers, not only up in the Philadelphia area, but also he just bought 6 down in the Tampa Bay, Florida area. So Noah Ostroff's going to spend about a half hour with us talking about techniques you can use in building your wealth. And then from there, we got a special guest at 12:45 to 1:15. Mariano Rivera and Brandon Steiner will be joining us. Mariano is going to be talking about what you need to do to compete at a high level. And if I look at the real estate market right now over the last year and a half, it is the most competitive real estate market I've ever seen. Would you agree with that statement, Stephen?
This is probably one of the most difficult markets to compete in because of lack of inventory. And a lot of our towns still haven't recovered from the lack of inventory when COVID started.
Yep. And so because of that, there's a competitive environment between buyers and other buyers going for sellers. At one point, we had as many as 12 to 15 to 40. I think that biggest number I heard was 50 offers on one house. Was a large number. Hey, do us a favor. What's the most number of offers you've seen on one of your listings in the last year and a half? Throw it in the chat box. Throw it in the chat box. The most number of offers you've seen on one listing: 15, 26. Ryan McNish Doobie, 50, 47, 16s, 28, 29s. So Ariane Rodriguez, this is being live streamed through my personal Facebook page. We will throw my Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Michael J. Brand. But we'll throw that in the chat just so you have it. So not only are we on Zoom, but it's also going to be streamed through my Facebook page. So feel free to add me as a friend and connect to that there. So competitive between buyers and sellers, competitive between agents, because sellers are looking to see who can sell my home for the cheapest. And we've had more pressure on commissions than we've ever had before, because other folks who are struggling to get listings are willing to do it for almost free. So we've got to improve our game, improve our skills when it comes to overcoming the objection and taking a full price listing. And one thing to remember, and I love telling sellers, the most important skill you're hiring a real estate professional is their skill of negotiation. And if the agent can't negotiate the income that they use to feed their family, how good of a negotiator are they going to be for you and the largest asset you have? Any other tips you would have to getting a full commission, Stephen?
You have to have a unique value proposition. You have to do one thing, and I'm leveraging what's over your shoulder, Michael, one thing that gives the client so much confidence that you're the right realtor for them, that you can actually charge a different commission. And if you focus on the value proposition, that will, over time, enable people to hire you over and over again for what you feel you're worth.
Awesome. I'm glad to have you here, Stephen, for moments like that where my camera wire pulls out of my computer and I disappear from Zoom. Hopefully it doesn't happen too much, but this is live.
Yeah,
this is live. So the mistakes that might happen today are going to be gag reels, laugh reels for years to come. So that's exciting. So with the Mariano visit, he also has the ability to offer out 5 jerseys, autographed jerseys. So if you have a Yankee fan in your life for Christmas, or a client that you're looking to win over or have a great closing gift, Brandon's going to share with you how you can get a signed and personalized jersey or ball if you want it. And all the dollars they ask for those will 100% go to Mariano Rivera's charity. He's got a charity that he's using to build. And I don't know, Stephen, you actually sat with Mariano a few weeks ago and had the conversation about his charity. Anything you want to share with that? I know he's building communities in underserved communities to help the youth, correct?
Yeah, his goal is to build very large community centers with support services in underserved communities. And he's focusing on one in the greater New York area. His vision's pretty big and very powerful. So it's a pretty impressive conversation with Mariano, because you'll get to hear him talk about where his vision is, what he's trying to accomplish, and how he needs everyone's help to accomplish it. Because as the classic example, no one succeeds alone. He understands that, and he's looking to help so many people with what he can do.
And it was kind of fun for me sitting at that table at our New York City office a few weeks ago, where you were actually giving Mariano tips on how he can do it based on the success you had with helping build Lifetown. I was watching Mariano zoned into everything you were saying, because you've already done the things that he's attempting to do. So you were a good resource for him there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that I was called into that meeting, but I'm glad to help someone take his vision and show him that it's been built and how he can plus it to what he wants it to be.
So you can actually say you are one of Mariano Rivera's coaches. So how do you feel being a coach of Mariano Rivera?
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. I would say on the scale of 1 to 100, I don't make 0.01% of that, but it was definitely a nice idea sharing session.
Hey, I appreciated it. So after Mariano, we come back to a lead generation panel on social media hosted by Amanda Abdel Saeed. Amanda is nationally ranked with her social media visibility. I love that. Sabrina, Stephen G is the GOAT. Definitely. I agree with that. And Phyllis, I agree with you. Stephen is awesome. So a lot of love for you in the chat box right now, Mr. Gendel.
Oh, my video is about to go out. Okay. Sorry. Whoops.
And then after that, 2 to 3, and this, I gotta tell you, I am super excited for 2 to 3. If you're in and out on this all day because you have other things going on, do not miss 2 o'clock. Dan Clark will be here. We had a call with him last week. The guy's inspiring, energetic, motivating. He wrote the book, The Art of Significance, which talks about how to build a significant life and live a significant life, live the best version of yourself you can be. He also co-authored a number of Chicken Soup for the Soul books with Jack Canfield and that whole crew. And I asked him, where is the Chicken Soup for the Realtor Soul book? I've been waiting for a decade for someone to write a Chicken Soup for the Realtor Soul. They haven't done it yet, but I'm confident with the advice I gave Dan Clark, we'll see that this year. I also want to introduce my co-partners in crime here, Emily Homler and Aaron Smith. If you want to come on camera, say hello, or turn on your camera, Aaron, feel free.
Hi, everybody.
So for those that don't know, this is Aaron and Emily. Aaron is our regional operations manager, and Emily is our chief of staff, so to speak. So I will give Emily credit. This event today would not have happened with this gal right here to my left. She scheduled the panel, she organized the guests, sent out the registrations, even took care of modifying the videos, for goodness sakes, for the help of a family member.
So if you're named guest 1 through, I think 59 or 60 at this point, send us a private message. That's one flaw that we had, was I sent everybody a link with my name. So please just send us a message with what your name is if you're named that.
Now, what I'm hearing is you might not know what your name is. Some people might be having a hard time with that. So if we can't get those changed, we'll deal with it. But if you do see anywhere that you might be named guest, let us know.
We'll also be sending you a private message too. So just check the chat box for private messages from me and Aaron.
Yes, that's actually the easiest way to do it. Look for the private chat box. We will send you a message. Guest 53 was just found out who it was. So thank you, Edward, for letting us know you're guest 53. So again, we'll fix that throughout the day. We'll keep managing that. But thank you for being here. And you guys ready? Are we ready to get started? Who's excited?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Well, the first thing we're starting with is a panel on social media lead generation, hosted by our very own Sue Adler. So this way you can expect the 3 panel events are pre-recorded. So we're going to kind of jump right into them and fly through them. Everything else is live. So we're gonna have a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. And again, feel free to put any ahas you have into the chat box. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Sue Adler from Keller Williams Summit, and I'm so excited to be here today to moderate this panel of awesome people on client events and working our past client database. So, so let's get started. We've got, why don't you guys all introduce yourselves? Laura, why don't we start with you?
Hi, I'm Laura Jalot, and I am from Lebanon, Oregon. We serve here the Willamette Valley. Some of you guys might remember
Hi, I'm Sue Adler from Keller Williams Summit, and I'm so excited to be here today to moderate this panel of awesome people on client events and working our past client database. So let's get started. Why don't you guys all introduce yourselves? Laura, why don't we start with you?
Hi, I'm Laura Jalot, and I am from Lebanon, Oregon. We serve here the Willamette Valley. Some of you guys might remember Willamette Wine, that's us from there. And we serve about 500 to 600 clients a year. And I've been doing this since 1992 and with Keller Williams since 2011.
Okay, great. Thank you. And your production, what is it? You have a lot of production.
Yeah, so last year we did help 552 families.
That's amazing. What is your average price range?
So our average price range this year is about $350. Last year was like $280.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
All right, great. And Valerie, hi, nice to meet you.
Hi. So I'm Valerie King. I am with, I own VK Realty Group is my team that is more of a fledgling team compared to Laura's. And we're out of the New York Tri-State region in the Connecticut Trumbull Market Center. This last year we did just over 50 units. And this year we're hoping to do somewhere close to 90 units for about 23 to 25 million in volume.
That's great. Great. How long have you been in the business, Valerie?
This is 11 years for me in business as well.
Okay, great. Do you have a team?
I do. So last year, I was mostly individual, just starting off my team. And this year, we have 3 sales as well as 2 admins on the team.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Okay. Len, let's hear from you.
Hi, Len Schwartz here. I'm from Hawaii. No, I am from Connecticut, Stamford Market Center. And I've been in the business now for about 15 years, always with Keller Williams. So started out when we were little here in Connecticut. I have a very small team of myself, my team manager, Shelly, who runs the engine behind the team. And then we just brought on another agent who will be an apprentice agent. And we'll be 3 by the end of this year and probably 4. We'll close just over 50 transactions this year, about 30 million, a little more than $30 million.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So let's talk. We're going to start off talking about working our past client database. And so I guess the first question would be, what are you doing to stay in touch with your clients? How often, and what gets you the greatest response? So Laura, let's start with you.
Yeah, so on our database, we do just an email newsletter through Constant Contact with them monthly. And in that monthly newsletter, we put it, what are our events that are coming up, what kind of giveaways we're having, what kind of interaction we can have with them. And of course, that changed and pivoted during COVID, and we did more like reverse bolds and calling into the office to win different types of events and things that we had here. But now it's opening back up. And so now we're telling them,
wait, back up 1 second. When you say win different types of events, what do you mean by that?
Well, so we were like giving away different things. So anything from exercise equipment to Yeti coolers and to different things that we had. We couldn't really meet in person, but we could have them call in on a certain day. We could take their names and numbers. We could ask them if they had any referrals. We could ask them if they had any real estate needs, and then entering them into a drawing.
So it was a drawing for, okay, got it.
Yeah, it was a drawing. So different types of drawings. And then, so now that things have opened up a little bit, we still have our drawings going, but they can come to the office, they can enter in person, they can come to one of our events and enter, they can call in and enter. There's like 5 different ways they can send us a review and enter to still get that type of rolling kind of giveaway that we're still doing. So we still have kept that in. So it was an easy way to get.
How often do you do that?
Once a month. So we
oh,
have
wow.
a giveaway
Wow.
every month. Yeah. And so this month it's a Yeti cooler and some Yeti cups and a hat and some outdoor gear that we're giving away. But we've found that's a good way at least to stay in contact with people and to reach out to them. And then if they come to one of our events that we're hosting, then they also can enter in to win that Yeti cooler at those events. So they can enter in more than one time. So it's just a way to get in front of them and get their information. So you have these like sweepstakes or whatever it is.
you call around the database? Do you send out emails regarding it every month? How do you market for these?
Yeah,
events?
so it's basically all through our, so we have people opt in when they go to our different events that they want to receive our newsletter. And we basically put it out through our newsletter, and then we put it out through our Facebook page. So GilletteHomeTeam.com, anybody can go jump on there. You can R&D anything we do in our market. And so we let them know what the next prize is for the following month, and tell them how to enter in to win this month. And it's just able to help us continue building our database and providing value to our existing clients. So we gave away last month a fishing trip. So a couple of our clients got to go fishing. And so that was fun for them to do. So, and then then we just can use that. We take pictures of them and use it on our social media and that sort of things.
So all they have to do is give you a referral, and then they're entered into the drawing. Is that what, or they just have to sign up?
They just have to sign up. So
Okay.
In Oregon, we cannot give an additional entry if they give us a referral.
Okay, got
So
it.
check with your
I
state.
think it's like that in New Jersey too.
Yeah, check with your
Okay.
state, Steve. If we did ask to see if that would be possible, and they said no. So we just have different ways for them to enter in, and part of it's just showing up to our events that we're having now.
And that's like a really easy conversation to have when you're calling somebody to offer them, something of value to them. So it's a very easy phone call to make, because a lot of people are afraid to make phone calls to their database. So
yes, and they're calling us, which is great, and they're coming to us, which is great.
Yeah.
And then we can reach out to them also, but it's just easier when they're calling in.
All right, that's great. That's great. Okay, so Valerie, what about you? How are you staying in touch with your database?
Well, one of the hires that I made last year, the new hire that I made, a part-time agent. Well, she's not an agent, but she's a client care manager. So because I wanted to get really purposeful about how we touch and communicate with our past clients, our sphere, and all that. So we do the DTD2 calls. We keep it old school, and we communicate with the database that way, as well as we do pop-bys monthly. So we do anywhere from 8 to 15 pop-bys.
So when you're doing the pop-bys, do you drop off a gift to your clients, or is it just stopping by to say hello?
Yeah, it's something small, and it's not really expensive, $10 to $15 that has some type of a cute message or a note to it that will either drop off in person, and some months we do mailings. We'll mail the gift out to them instead. We also, last year during COVID, created a private Facebook group. So we call it the Inner Circle.
Oh, great.
So all of our past clients, raving fans, and our close vendors, we invite into the Inner Circle group, and we do special things for them, in addition to the things that we do already for our past clients. So
such as what? What do you do for them?
For instance, last year we had an instructor who did a workout Saturday mornings.
Oh, that's great.
Live inside the Inner Circle group. We do a raffle every month for the collective referrals. So, for those who have given us a referral, just as a thank you, we do a raffle that we're able to do. We've done, we do birthday shout outs for the month, right? And I have a director of operations and marketing. She does all the birthday shout outs every month, and we get engagement from that. Thank you. And, we encourage the Inner Circle members to promote their businesses as well within our.
That's really good. So you can all promote each other, and that's great. So it's not, so when you're in your Facebook group, it's not talking just about real estate.
No, I try not to do a whole lot of that. In fact, in the group, sometimes when we have something important to share, for sure, like, if you haven't looked at your interest rates, now might be a really great time to do that. Those kind of things we'll share, but we try not to keep it too real estate focused, because they're getting all these other things from us too, right? Yeah. They're getting the newsletters, emails from us through Market Leader, and they're getting other communications from us that are real estate focused and related. Plus, they're getting DTD2 calls, right? So we keep that kind of more broad, right? And we have contests as well, whether that we, for instance, this fall we'll do a front porch and a pumpkin carving contest, right? And so they'll submit photos for voting at the end of the month, right?
And then you post all those in your Facebook page and.
Right. That one is actually not just for the inner circle. That's on our main Facebook business page as well. So we'll promote that out. I mean, the first time we did it, we got submission from California, which was really cool.
Oh, really? That's
right. So
maybe they're relocating to New Jersey.
It went everywhere. So that was great. And we do, like I said, we do a lot of other things. Client events is big for us.
Thank you. Yeah. So Lynn, let's hear from you. Oh, she switched your glasses. You're a character, huh?
Well, here's the thing. Since everything became so online and so, Zoom in the last year and a half, I've amassed a collection of eyeglasses like this. So, because each time for each event, whatever we're doing, I try to keep it thematic. So, anyway, so we're very methodical about how we reach out and touch our database on a very consistent basis. We probably touch our database anywhere from 30 to 50 times a year in different ways.
30 to 50 times, wow.
30 to 50 times. And we break it out by, we sort of rank our database by the referrals that we've received. So those that have sent multiple referrals, we're obviously going to be in touch with more regularly than those who haven't sent a referral.
So how do you rank them? Do you have do you give them letters? Do you color code? How do you rank them?
So that's a great question. So it's simply A, B, and C, which is, to me, the analogy I make is your sort of first class passenger, your business class passenger, and then all other passengers. And the first class passengers we treat differently than, everyone else. And then we have the million milers, which are the AA or the A+, and they're way up here. So those are the people who are going to hear from us much more regularly. But regardless, if you're in our database, you are going to hear from us pretty consistently.
So when you're calling your database, right? You're calling them. So what do you say? I mean, I think a lot of people just have a real fear of just picking up the phone and calling their database. Yeah. So what has been working? What is your script?
We know that most of the calls we make are going to be warm calls in the sense that they're going to want to hear from us, or they like to hear from us. We try to make it always from a place of contribution. So depending on the time of year, if it is, for instance, spring and it's time for spring cleanup, the call will be, if you ever need someone to help with the yard cleanup, paint the house, whatever it is around your house, anything that needs to be done, please make us your first call, because we're going to send you somebody, or we're going to refer you to somebody that we've vetted and we know is good and trustworthy.
Right. So you want to become the resource for everything for your clients.
Exactly. So most of our calls are warm. We're also doing giveaways about 4 times a year. So we have one coming up actually next week. And that call, of course, is an easy call to make too. Don't forget to call us on October 14th between noon and 4 p.m. and you could win whatever it is. And, we're giving away one of these next week. We're giving away one of these Ring security systems along with one of those wonderful mixing.
So you're asking them to call you for?
Yeah, we ask them to call into us. And that way we get everyone calling between those 4 hours. And every time you call, you get an entry. Now, we also do give additional entries for a referral. So if you give us a referral between now and that time, we're going to throw in an extra referral or 2 or 3 or whatever it is. Now, I will confess to you that the next time I sit on a panel, it might be from prison, because I'm not sure at all.
Okay. So let me say what. So you call them and you ask them to call you, or do you leave like a voicemail drop, like one of those slide dial drops?
Great question. So we're going to reach out to them 3 times before the actual event. So the first time we use a slide dial. I think you might be familiar with slide dial. Basically, everyone gets that voicemail. We often get calls from the slide dial. The second time will be a bomb, a video email, which I am a very big fan of. I do that at least, I'd say, 15 times a year. So the video email goes to our database. And then the third time will be, we will call as many people as we can prior to the day that we're asking them to call us.
Okay. Got it. Got it. So it's all of that lead up time. So that's great. That's
Yeah.
great.
And the
And then-
event itself is important because that's the face-to-face, that's the voice-to-voice. But what we do is we try to plan them at least a month out, because all of that time during that month is when we could make those additional contacts, those additional connections.
Okay, so let's talk about the events that you're doing then.
Okay, so pre-COVID or COVID?
Well, what are you doing now? What are you doing now?
So right now, well, the call in to win. In November, we'll do the pie giveaway, which many people are familiar with. So we give away anywhere from 75 to 100 pies a year, and we're doing it now as a drive-by. Obviously, we used to do it, come into the office, we had coffee, we had apple cider and so forth. But now we're doing it as a drive-by. All you need to do is come by the office, pull into the parking lot, and you get a pie, pecan or apple. And we have a brief conversation, but we try to do it quickly. We did something this summer actually where we did an ice cream social, same thing, it was in the parking lot. We got an ice cream truck, we put up a tent and people could come by and just grab ice cream and go, or hang out, and we had a balloon guy and making balloons and things like that. But it's really up to the individuals whether they felt comfortable hanging out or they just wanted to do a drive-by.
Okay.
We also did on Pie Day 3.14, March 14th, we gave away free pie. We partnered with a pizza place. All they had to do was drive through the parking lot. We hand them a pizza through the window on a Sunday, and then they leave. So that's the COVID version of what we used to do. Pre-COVID, and hopefully pretty soon, we did at least 4 or 5 events a year where we would gather. Gather. So we did, for instance, Lens Luau in one of our parks. We had all kinds of events at the park. We gave away free carousel rides. We had food, of course, we served food, and we invited families, and we had a professional photographer there so that we took pictures of everybody with their face painted, the kids with face painting, and then we take the photographs, we frame them, and we bring them to the homes.
So they have giveaways to take home with them.
Yeah, exactly. Something to take home with them, and also it allows us to do a second visit a week or 2 later and drop off a framed photo of the
and market it on social media, like
yes, and put it on social media. Yes. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Len. All right. So Laura, let's hear about your events and how you market for your events.
Yeah. So I can tell you like what we've done this month. So last Friday, we gave away free popcorn at the home game of our high school home game. And so we just pop up our branded tent next to the Booster Club where they do the concession stands. We arrange for popcorn to be popped, and then we have branded bags, and then we put it out on social media and in our newsletter and to the school that we're going to give away free popcorn for the game. And then so we're able to do that. And we. So
wait, do you rotate schools? Is that what you're saying when you say?
Well, we don't. Remember, we're in a small area in Oregon. So
right.
Our town is like 17,000 people.
Okay, when you said which school, I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So we have one high school in our town.
Okay.
But we do serve neighboring schools or neighboring cities, and we have asked about doing some homecoming games for there, but that hit right during COVID, so they said no. But hopefully next year we'll do more than one school for their homecoming games. So we did that. And then from there on this coming Friday and Saturday, we have an old branded 1959 Ford 4-wheel drive truck that we fill up with pumpkins. And we have people schedule times to do photography with their kids and dogs and families around our truck and pumpkins. And we do that every year. So that, of course, fills up pretty fast. So we have that.
Yeah.
When we're done with that, then we bring the truck we do that at my house, and then we bring the truck back to the office and we set it up so people can stop by and do their own photos all the way to Thanksgiving. So
that's great.
We'll ask them to tag our July home team when they do their photos, but we get to see them all for 2 months. It works out wonderful.
Now you have a huge database. So how are you getting people to come to all of these? I know they're used to it because they come year after year.
Yeah. So our main thing is the newsletter. So if they miss out on the newsletter, they kind of missed the boat. So we call twice a year, and that's for pumpkin pie and apple pie. And then from there, then it's basically they need to follow the newsletter. And we do the same thing like with the people that send us referrals. We then invite them to a referral dinner. When COVID hit, we weren't able to do that. So we just started sending out brownies to those folks.
So your newsletter, is that snail mail or is that email?
It's email, and we do it through Constant Contact.
Okay, Hudson, you did say that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, through so that's all done through that. So that's kind of the coveted amount that how they get a hold of us on that. And even when every time we have an event, let's say like Pie Day, and we're up to now over 1,000 pies that we give away at our Pie Day.
That's
We'll
1,000 pies. That's
1,000
incredible.
pies, over 1,000, yeah. So we'll ask them when they're coming through the line or when they pre-sign up for their pie, because it's all pre-registered, if they're on our newsletter and if they're getting our newsletter. So we normally find about 20 people or more that do not or aren't getting the newsletter. So if they are not on it, they kind of fall off.
Yeah.
Because they just don't get what's going on. We don't have enough time when the database gets so big to call everyone.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So they
So
just
how do you, so that's you basically just have people follow. So do you have ISAs on your team, or is it the agents that are making the calls?
We have one person we call client care. And so she helps us call and follow through and follow up on our leads and things that come into that. But what we do for twice a year, we divide up all of our past clients and raving fans, people that have sent us referrals, and we divide it up amongst the agents in the office, and we all take a section and call like 150 people. And we take us about a month to do that. And we all pitch in and call everyone to register their pies.
Okay. Yeah.
So
and when you have a database that big, how do you organize, in terms of who are your most important clients, your A, B, C clients? How do you organize that so you're staying in touch with the most important people in your database?
So we do closed, we do what year they closed. And then if they're closed and they're out of area, or we're not going to market to them anymore, we just mark them out of area. Or if they're not going to be a raving fan, let's say a ball got dropped or they had some expectations that we didn't meet, then we not put them into that group of folks that we market to. And then anybody that gives us a referral is called a raving fan. And we treat basically all raving fans the same, but every time they give us a referral, they get a token of appreciation every time they send us a referral on that.
So what do you send out? What kind of token of appreciation?
So now they get through AM cards, they get a thank you card along with 2 of those really great brownies.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Those are good little brownies. So
they are.
We send those out. Prior to COVID, they would get an invite to the next quarterly referral dinner. And then we would meet once a quarter and we would have dinner with the folks that referred us from the previous quarter.
Okay.
So, and that worked out really good. And we'll probably end up going back to that. It's just, we just wanted something to fill in the gap until that time. So we were able to have I think it was the end of August, we did a baseball game and invited everyone who referred us for the last year and a half since COVID started, invited them all to come to a party deck and have dinner with us and watch the game.
Fun.
So we were able to pick up all those folks that had referred during that time that only got a brownie.
So how many people came to that?
I'm going to say around 200 folks.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Now, did you pay for that, or did you have vendors help you?
No, we do. We pay for all our own stuff. We don't ask for much help on anything. It's just easier for us just to do it that way. We have so many vendors that are our preferred vendors. It's hard to pick one. So, and we normally have multiples in each group. So we just pick up the bill and do it on our own. But it pays us back.
You really dominate your towns. What percentage of your sales are your past clients or from your database?
Yeah. So, and I could look at this part when I looked at it the last time, like 95% of all of our sales was warm leads. Yeah, that's really unusual. Clients, referral database, people that called in off a sign, and only 5% was outbound. So that is not healthy. I will let you know that. So when the market rolled back in 2019, our market rolled back a little bit. We rolled back with the market because we weren't outbound prospecting. So if the market falls 20% or market falls 10%, and that means 10% of your clients are going to call you, you're gonna fall with that. So do not. Yeah, it's really important to keep building that database all the time. Yeah. So we kind of learned our lesson with that we still need to be outbound. It's just so nice getting the inbound calls, so nice getting the list me calls. Yeah. It kind of makes you a little bit on the lazy side. Right. No, you make a really good point, because everything that we're talking about here is really important in keeping our clients, but it is so important also to do the outbound and keep growing our databases in order to grow a big business. Yep. So that was a great point. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, so Valerie, let's hear from you. Talk about your events. What are you doing this year?
So much like Glenn and Laura, we obviously had to pivot. right, with our events. And so we've done a lot of virtual events to kind of replace some of the ones that we used to do in person, right? So we actually just last Friday we did a bingo night, which was fun, right? And we had, I think, somewhere between maybe around 15, 20 clients that participated, and more
did
than
you do it in person or through
we
Zoom?
did that virtually. Yeah, we did it via Zoom. So they were able to have the kids on the Zoom, and
Oh,
you know, we were able to joke around back and forth, and it was great. And you know, we'll do social events, but we also do educational events too. So we like doing home buyer as well as investor seminars.
mhm.
You
So
know,
how do you market for those? How do you get people in the door?
so we market to our database, right? Because we have leads that come in from social media and online. So some of those newer leads, right, that are not considered past clients and or raving fans, those are in there. And the seminars tend to help capture them, right?
Mhm.
So we'll do Eventbrite and market into the database. We will do text messages, so using Twilio into the database as well, and on social media. We market a lot into social media.
So with your seminars, do you invite people outside of your database also, or is it just for your database?
Nope, we market on social media, Facebook and Instagram, and invite others outside to register for our events. And not everybody comes, right? There's always a fallout rate that we expect for the seminars, which is fine because you're going to get added to the database.
Exactly.
You're going to invite it to the next events, right? And
Mhm.
until they show up, or until we do follow-ups with them as well
Yeah.
after the events too. So we may not get them to the event, but we may be able to schedule them for consultation. So, you know, and we do.
And it shows you as the market expert. You're doing investor events, buyer events. It shows you as the expert.
Absolutely. And I enjoy the consultative part of my job, right? So we like to get them in for consultations, regardless of where they are in the process, to help move them along. Because for some, just, you know, the just knowledge is what they're looking for to be able to help move them forward, right? And
Yeah.
so, you know, we love interacting with our database and our past clients. So beyond the inner circle I talked to you about, like we used to do a movie night where we rented out a movie theater, and you know, we loved doing that, and we got a packed theater, right? And so we were like, what are we going to do to replace this? So like we did an ice cream truck during COVID. So they were able to come to the ice cream truck and still socially distance themselves. And so we like to do a mix of adult events, like we do cocktail hours, right, and happy hours, and as well as family friendly events like the movie night. Movie night was always a family friendly event that we did. So and again, we, you know, even moms, we did a spa day for moms. Like we mix it
That's
up.
great. So who pays for all the events?
So most of the time we have our vendors paying for the events. So especially for our top vendor partners, a lot of times at the beginning of the year, we have our marketing calendar set created, and we'll show that to them. And
Oh, that's great.
You know, are there any particular events that you would like to sponsor or be a part of, right? And so we'll have them pre-select.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Self-selected in advance
So you show them your marketing calendar in advance and where the events are going to be, and then they choose the ones they want, and I guess you tell them how much
we
you'll need.
We give them an idea of what the cost may look like in advance, because we have a good idea with each of our events. You know, we have smaller ones, we have bigger ones, so we have a general idea of what it could cost the vendors depending on how many sponsors we have, and we don't try and overwhelm. You know, we have 2-3 sponsors for most of our events. It's our bigger one, like our holiday one, where we had a photographer and
Right.
food. Those bigger ones, we may have a few more, right? Vendors try not to, like Laura, you know, if we've got a lender, we don't have a second lender, right? You get the spotlight for this event.
But you're doing enough events where you can really switch it up, which is so smart. Then you don't have to worry about, well, I can't give you this because I don't want to offend somebody else. I think that's maybe Laura just learned something here from that one, right? Exactly.
We try to spread the love.
Exactly. No, that's great. That's great. So, what do you think your return on investment is? Well, I guess, I mean, if you're not paying for any of your events, you're doing really well with it. You're doing very well with it.
We pay for some. So like, like our bingo night, I chose to pay for the prizes, and we had some nice prizes and because that was we ended up scheduling that in to just kind of give another event giveaway. So I do pay for some, and we put in money into other things that go to the clients, like the pop by, as I mentioned before. So that's money that we pay, right? Those are things that we pay for. We give gifts at the at closings that our clients love, and we have a long-term 5-year client touch plan that we also pay for. That includes, their envelope and their self-addressed, the labels, the address labels for their new house. And that's like one of the first things that they get. And I get responses all the time. Oh my gosh, this was great. Thank you. And that's a simple 5-year program that we pay into for that too. So we put money, into clients.
Great. Okay. So, question for all of you, with asking for referrals, when you're at your events, at what point or how are you asking for referrals? Let's start with you, Lynn.
So it depends on the event, but in particular, I do what we call our Attitude of Gratitude party in January every year. We used to do a holiday party, but of course, so many people have so many things going on. So we do it in January, and I'll get up and speak actually at the event. And the way I position it is, we're so grateful to be here because of you, because you've helped us grow our business and because of the referrals that you've given us. And then we take it a step further, and we started doing this a few years ago, where we actually give out trophies to our best referrers. So we have our referral champions, and we start with 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place, and we give them trophies. Now, what's cool about that is obviously the photo ops, and somebody receives a trophy, which of course they didn't expect. But you hear people saying all the time, I'm getting one of those trophies next year. So you get the buzz and the commentary about that. So I always do a talk at some point during the event where I thank everyone for their referrals and thank them for the fact that we're here because of the referrals that they've made and help us grow our business.
Okay, great. Thank you. What about you, Laura?
So I can give you a little tip that I got from my MAPS coach. So like every year we do our Pork and Tunes client event. That's where everyone comes and we have a barbecue and a band and everything. And she was like, well, what business are you getting directly from that event? And I was like, well, I don't know. We don't really ask for business there. We just go have a good time. And by osmosis, we get, people call us throughout the year and give us business. And, I get a few leads that day, but normally I forget who talked to me, and I kind of went on to that. She goes, well, why don't you do some type of giveaway at your Pork and Tunes event, so that way they can sign up for some things, and then you can give some door prizes. And I said, okay, I'll try that. So we put a little booth up there, and we have people sign up for like tickets, and then we do drawing during the break of the band. And I can let you know, because we take inventory time we have an event. So the last event we had 24 CMAs. People said they wanted CMAs. We had 17 buyer consultations, and we had 16 people say they wanted to be on our newsletter.
Wow. So what are the questions that you asked then? And
so on the entry form, it's the same entry form we use every time. We ask them if they would like a list of properties for sale. We ask them if they would like an updated market analysis on their home. And then we ask them if they would like to be on our newsletter. And now we're also asking if they want a market snapshot. So we sign them up for the market snapshot of what's going on in their neighborhood. So, but just asking those questions, having that on that form is people saying, yes, I want to raise my hand. I'd like a market analysis. I'm thinking of making a change, or yes, I would like a list of properties for sale. Please contact me. And that gives us immediate business to work with that next week.
Yeah.
We can call and set those appointments.
And you can also add something that says, do you know anybody else who wants to buy, or who do you know who wants to buy or sell?
Yes. Yep. And
Yeah.
then the other thing we do too is many times before an event that we do, let's say like movie night or anything we do that they sign up for the photos, that on that Google form, it's asking them, do they have a referral for us? Would they like an market analysis? Would they like a list of properties? So even before the event, we already know who needs business done before the event even happens.
Okay, very great. Valerie, what about you?
I love that. So we are not as purposeful as Laura is, and we always ensure.
You're all learning from each other. This is wonderful.
Yeah, no, I'm loving it. I'm taking lots of notes. And we always ensure during the event, sometime after everybody's kind of come in and relaxed into the event, we take the time to say thank you, right? Just as Len mentioned before, thank you for constantly supporting us and growing with us, right? And then we'll give an opportunity for, if our vendors or any of our sponsors are there, to also just say thank you, right? And to put a face to the name for our clients that are present. So.
Okay, all right, great. So I think we are about out of time, but why don't we end with, if you are, for agents who are looking to start doing events, what advice would you give them? Give a tip, something that you've learned along the way that that they could benefit from. So Len, why don't you start?
I would say that start small and invite the people that you know the best, that have treated you well, that have sent referrals, or they would. So your A's, so to speak, and do something small. Do something like a happy hour, and get a feel for what an event how it would work and how it would play out. Make the calls around it. Really, really important. Building up to the event, you need to make the calls and maybe do something for 20 people instead of 50 or 100 people. Mm-hmm. And that way you're starting to learn, a little bit slower, and then building up to something
more intimate. That's great.
Yeah, something more intimate. Yeah.
Valerie.
So like Len, start small, but make sure you give yourself enough time to market, right? And to communicate about the event in advance. Like Len, we do at least 3 to 4 weeks out for all of our events, as far as marketing and communication goes. So make sure you do that. And if you're able to, right, see if you can partner with one of your vendor partners, right? Whether it's a lender or attorney, one that you use often, because they get benefit as you grow, right? They're getting benefit from you. So it'll keep the cost, right, more manageable for you. Yeah. And it'll allow for them to also potentially market to their database too, depending on the type of event. Yeah. So
win-win.
Access to more.
Perfect, thank you. And Laura.
So my advice would be is to start a checklist. So start a checklist before your event. Write down everything that you're thinking of doing every step of the way. And then after your event, go back and look at your checklist and see what you forgot. So if you had to run the last minute and go get an extension cord, if you had a power strip, if there's anything you needed, write that down on your checklist, and then keep that for the following year. Because if you love events, you're going to keep building on those events, and there's no way you're going to be able to keep everything you need to do between your ears for each event. So it will make it go so much more smoothly if you have that checklist done, and then you can always delegate that stuff off to your staff and people on your team that can step in. So it's not all you doing it. So it's not running around chicken with your head cut off. And
I have one more thing to add to that, because you just reminded me of something. Name tags. Because as you grow, and especially, as your team grows and you can have buyer agents who have people there or people you haven't seen in 10 years, you're not going to remember their names. I mean, I totally don't remember people's names. And I just remember our pumpkin patch day last year, they forgot the name tags, and I started freaking out. All these people are showing up and they all know me. And I sent my husband out to get the name tags. So it's like, add name tags to your list.
Yes.
One thing I just thought of is we themed our parties, which makes them fun and makes people want to come. So one of our parties was a sunglass party. The future is so.
What a surprise.
Yeah, the future is so great. You got to wear shades. We also did a hat party once where you had to wear a hat of a different sort, and people wore the coolest, most fun hats. It makes it a little more interesting. So that's another.
So where could everybody reach you? So if anybody has questions about the hat parties and the sunglass parties, Len, where can they reach you?
You are always welcome to call at 203-912-5254 or Len Schwartz at kw.com. We are happy to help. We give advice and suggestions all the time. We love to.
Okay, thank you. And what about you,
And
Valerie?
of course, we love your referrals to the
Of course.
So for me, you can reach out to me at bking@kw.com, on social media, on Facebook, Valerie Ambrose King, and or my website, homesnct.net.
Okay, thank you. And Laura in Oregon.
Yeah, in Oregon. So definitely you can always email. It's laura@lauragelat.com. Gelat is 2 L's and 2 T's. And then we do have a Facebook group. It's called the Grit Crew. And just Google that. And then we put all of everything we do with our social media and our events. We try to put our checklist and everything on there. So, and it's just for KW agents to jump on
The
there.
Grit
And
Crew, GRIT.
Yep, GRIT, there's gritcrew.com. And then we just put our stuff on there so we can share it. And then hopefully you guys will upgrade it and reshare it back with us with what you did to make it
Oh, that's
better.
great.
And then we can all learn together. But look for
Thank
the Grit
you.
Crew. Yep, you jump on there and learn.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much and have a great day. Right.
Thank you.
Hey, so how was that? Was that some great ideas, some great thoughts there? Absolutely fantastic, right? Steven, what did you think of that? What was your big aha moment?
You know, we always talk about that business being your database. What fascinated me was Len, a 450 person database that he only does events out of, was 30 million in transactions, 30 million in GCI and 50 transactions. Or 30 million sales volume, I should say, in 50 transactions. Now that's a 450 person database. So everyone thinks you need to have like this massive 10,000 person database, and he's building a big business on 450 people. Most people have that many people in their iPhone phone book.
Wow. Yep. Incredible, right?
Yeah. So you don't need to have massive. You can have a $30 million in sales volume and 50 transactions from 450 people that you continually do events with. Like Len said, the sunglass party idea, just was blown away by the size of his database and how much he gets out of his database. That is what Gary Keller would call your country club. He treats them like a country club. He keeps them in his world, and they only use him and refer him.
That's awesome, Stephen. Thank you. Julie, I know you had said you had an aha. Try to turn on your camera and talk. We got you on here, we think.
Well, can you hear me? I can talk.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Share aha.
Okay, so I really liked how Valerie did her marketing, essentially her marketing plan for her client events and client touches throughout the year, and then went to her vendors and asked which ones that they wanted to sponsor. So she had it planned out for the whole year, and she knew who was sponsoring and what that looked like.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? Some great ideas in there. And Valerie, we have you able to talk too. If you want to unmute, Valerie, and Len, we have you, honey, are able to talk. Can you unmute and let us hear from you, Valerie? That was fantastic. Thank you so much for all those great ideas you had.
Hi.
Hey, Valerie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So thank you so much for doing that. I saw you engaging in the chat, answering a lot of questions. Of the questions you were asked, what do you think was one of the most important questions that you might want to repeat here for everybody?
Well, just to bring back the point of what Steve was just saying, you don't need a huge database, right? To be able to be purposeful about it. So while we have a large number, right? A lot of them are non-Mets, and online leads that we try and engage with some of our events, but the majority of our referrals in our business come from just under 350 people as well. So But pre-planning in advance is one of the biggest changes that we made for our events, and being able to know what we were going to do, what the costs look like for most of the year. That's been huge for us too. So people look forward to it now. So
awesome. Valerie King, thank you so much. Jennifer in the Q&A box. Her last name is King, K-I-N-G. And Len, thank you so much for your time. Well, come on and say a quick hello. We're going to jump into the next panel. We're running a little bit behind. Feel free to unmute if you're there, Len. I think everyone's kind of curious, Len, where to get those glasses from. So if you could put in the chat box the best place to get those glasses, I'm sure people would appreciate that.
Hi, Michael. It's Len's team manager, Shelly here. Len actually had to run to an appointment, but I think he just gets those glasses on Amazon. And if you have any other questions, I can help.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shelly. And tell Len we appreciate him and his time. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All righty. So a few folks have asked, is this being recorded? Yes, it's being recorded. We'll make it available perhaps during a private Facebook group. So we will let you know what that looks like toward the end of the day. So you got to be here in order to get it. So we're going to jump into the next panel. This panel is going to run about an hour. We got the first 15 minutes is Bill Boswell sharing his tips to build a luxury brand and a luxury business, and then a 45-minute panel. So we're going to jump right into that. And again, I love the chat box. You guys are doing a fantastic job. You're engaging, asking questions. So feel free to keep doing that. It's great to have you here. And let's get ready to learn about luxury.
How we doing, everybody? Welcome to the luxury portion of today's mega agent event. My name is Bill Boswell. I'm the co-owner of the Boswell Aosa Group, which is a real estate team that does operate a luxury division. I'm also the operating principal and owner of the Wayne Keller Williams, co-owner of the Wayne Keller Williams, along with my business partner, Ron Aosa. We're currently opening another office in the town of Sparta, New Jersey. I've been blessed to have this platform here today to talk to you guys a little bit about luxury real estate. And I wanted to make sure that this piece would be applicable to everybody. So we're going to break it down into a really easy, simple, tangible, three-step way to either get started in the luxury real estate realm or to increase the luxury real estate business that you already have. I had made for a portion of my career in my mid to late 20s, a career out of breaking into luxury real estate markets that I previously had no business being in. I was not blessed to grow up in an environment that I was surrounded by millionaires or really any millionaires at all. I associate a millionaire with the financial stability and wherewithal to be able to purchase these luxury properties. So I had to find a way to do this. And back then I did create a little process that over the years has really into a three-step, super simple way to get started in that luxury and high-end real estate business. And then following this little piece, we're going to jump into a panel where I am lucky enough today to have three very, very well-versed high-end agents out of Manhattan, Short Hills, New Jersey, and Miami, South Beach, Florida, who are going to share with us some of their tips, thoughts, and secrets on that luxury real estate market. So I'm going to break this down into three parts, right? The first part is going to be branding, right? What does our branding look like? What does it feel like? Which is an important component of the luxury market. The second part is going to be our target. Who are we targeting, right? Are we defining them based on geography? Are we defining them based on their circle, right? And then the third part is going to be easy. It's a blend of the two, right? We come from the approach of strategy and how do we connect the brand that we've created back to the target that we've defined. We could probably spend a whole day on each one of these, but I'm going to do my best to keep it as brief as possible so that after this and after today's panel, you can either look at yourself in the mirror and say, hey, I want to take a run at breaking into this luxury market, or you can say, hey, my luxury business has been great, but I want to revisit some of these concepts and do what I have to do to take my luxury business to the next level. So let's start us off. What is branding, right? Branding has a whole bunch of different attributes to it that most people tend to forget about. A lot of people look at branding as a really simple visual. So when somebody sees something, they think of our product, they think of our service, and that's correct, right? But there are elements to branding, and in my opinion, especially in the luxury real estate realm, that aren't as simple as just the visual. right? It's how does our brand look? How does our brand feel, right? How does it sound in some cases? Are we really connecting our brand in step 3, or are we just connecting an image? And the deeper we can take this branding conversation, the stronger the connection becomes between us and the target clients that we're going after. The first question is, for a lot of people, is what is luxury branding, right? What does high-end branding look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? And the best way for me to suggest, and we're going to talk about this in our panel a little bit later too, is to surround ourselves with it. You know, for those that haven't had the opportunity, experience to be in those circles, where can we go to experience that? There's no better place or easier place to me than the shopping mall, right? A high-end stores to walk in, be a fly on the wall, right? If you want to purchase something, feel free. But be a fly on the wall and observe the exchanges that take place between the agent, I'm there already. Observe the exchanges that take place between the consumer and the person providing that service, right? You walk into Louis Vuitton and you ask to see something, they're going to put on gloves first, right? Do they have dirty hands? Are they really going to get fingerprints on that leather? If it's leather? No. The answer is no, but that's part of the experience, right? That's part of the visual. That's part of what this looks like. In the exchange, if I go to dinner, you know, even at some of the higher end chain restaurants who have really mastered that experience, if I walk into the Capitol Grill or Chart House, just the way the specials are read to me is going to sound a lot different than it would if, and no offense to a Chili's or you know, a chain restaurant that's not necessarily catering toward higher income brackets. So first and foremost, when creating a brand, we need to know what our brand is going to look like, sound like, and what it's going to feel like. And one of the most important parts of that is to first experience a wide variety of luxury brands. Buy some magazines. The Robb Report, right, is a really good one. Watch how those layouts are connecting to people that are reading it. Architectural Digest, right? These types of publications are catering usually toward a little higher end, and you can begin to get a good feel of how the consumer is being interacted with by the marketer, right? And once we interpret and take on enough of this information, and this doesn't have to be months, right? But it might be a week project. And you might take notes just so that you can really define these things. We can begin in our minds to develop and then finalize in our minds what our version, our individual version of a luxury brand looks like. What does it look like as far as the logo goes, right? What does it look like as far as your actions and how they go? I like to say, if we walked into a room with a TV that was playing, but we hit mute, what does that tell us about what's happening? If you're in your listing consultation on the high end and somebody hit mute, would you still be conveying luxury? So if I went into that Louis Vuitton store and I hit the mute button, I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I watched them put the gloves on. I watched how they laid out the felt before they put that piece of jewelry on the counter. But I would know what world I'm in for that specific experience. There's a bit of showmanship that comes along with the high end. You have to have fun with it, right? You're not here purely acting. You want it to be an extension of yourself, but you want to make sure that you're meeting the consumer at the place where they're used to being met with, right? At the level of marketing, at the level of service that they're used to receiving. And a lot of us who are doing luxury real estate already can maybe make some tweaks and improvements to both our presentation and our consultation and our networking and our client acquisition. If we take a little time and revisit those things, some of those areas, and take in again what that experience really looks like to be serviced, right, from that luxury or that high-end perspective. Last part on the branding part is to write it all out. What does your brand look like? What colors are you using and why? What does your logo look like? What colors and why? And that you can send to a logo creator to actually put something together. But it's good. A lot of people want the logo first, and then they create their idea of what it's supposed to stand for. Some people never create the idea of what it's supposed to stand for. My suggestion is create the dialogue first, right? What is that logo supposed to represent? Right? What does it sound like to work with you? If I'm a higher end seller, a higher end buyer, what does it feel like in my interactions working with you? Right. And as we define that and make that 1 or 2 paragraph breakdown, that becomes our brand, right? And that which we do moving forward from there is going to consistently be in alignment with that branding. The last piece I will tell you, and there are different schools of thought on this, and certainly depending on your market, this may be necessary and it may not. But for a lot of agents who work in a market that has what I call the residential division, or the residential side of things, which is more of your normal average price ranges, and the luxury, that it is important, in my opinion and in my experience, to separate the two, right? To have the brand geared toward luxury and to also have the brand geared toward residential, your consumer. We look at billion-dollar industries across the board, and they all do this. And you might be blessed to work in a market that doesn't really, maybe your low end is 1.5 million, right? And then you don't necessarily need to make this break. But if it's not, and we look at, industries like car companies, you have car brands that make their different levels and they're totally branded to a different consumer. They're looking to meet that consumer where they are used to being marked to. Toyota, Lexus, Nissan, Infinity, the list goes on. Step number 2, we got to pick our targets. So we have our brand defined. That could be a really quick exercise. Then we move to who our targets are going to be, right? And I really like to look at this from 2 different directions. One is geographic, and number 2 is really relational, or circles. Geographic in the high end is a much more expensive way to go about expanding or starting your luxury business. Understanding that the high-end consumer is consistently marketed to, will pay a lot of money to get in front of them. You need to be comfortable with the fact that you're likely going to need to allocate some resources here to really, keep pace and win that ultimate battle for mind share. But if you're looking to really take a geographical approach to this, maybe there's a town, maybe there's a section of the town, maybe if you're in a city, there's a specific building and you say, that's my target. The next step's going to come in step number 3. To me, the easier approach was to take the more relational break-in as far as the targets go. So of course, it kind of has a geographical component to it. But I'll give you an example. There was a period of time where I had never really sold a house in a higher end town around us called Franklin Lakes. And I said to myself, what do I do to connect with these people? Who can I get my brand in front of, and how can I make that change? I changed the gym I went to as far as, I was big into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a while back. So I switched my Jiu-Jitsu school to Franklin Lakes, and I connected with a whole bunch of people there. I used to spend my afternoons at the Starbucks in the middle of urban farms, right? And have all my real estate stuff out, strike up conversations left and right in that environment. So I was making connections with people there. This isn't something I did, but I've heard of people change their house of worship to be in alignment and surrounded with a community that they were really looking to connect with, on a business perspective as well. Maybe you sign up for a country club, right? To rub elbows with, again, the people in that area that you're looking and intending to connect your brand with. And this both goes for when we start up and if we want to expand. We want to expand our luxury business. It's important to take the time and think of who our targets were and who our new targets are. And then we put a plan together. So step 1 is complete. We have our brand defined. Step number 2 is complete. We have our targets defined. I challenge you out of the gate not to let that target get too big, because it's really hard to win that mindshare battle when we're spreading ourselves too thin from, out of the gate, but also not to make it too small. We have to make sure that we have a sample of enough people and we're networked in enough groups here so that we can, just by the law of numbers, have a good amount of real estate conversations as time develops. And the third part is to connect those two, which sounds really simple, but the application of this must be strategic. Right? We have to put together a plan. How are we going to get our brand in front of all those targets in a systematic way? You can go back to model and look through the 33, 35. How many touches do we want to have in a year, and how are we going to go about doing it? if it's people that I'm in a network with, how do I go about collecting data in a tasteful way so that I can really begin to apply my brand to their thought process and mind share, so that when they think of real estate, the first person they think of is me. I say this all the time. Our real battle in this business is for mind share, right? I've heard time and time again, studies show that consumers have a place in their mind, right, for two people in any given industry. And we take that for granted a lot. We think, people know a million realtors. I just got to be in that mix. But statistics show if someone asked you to name a dentist, you could name one real quick. If they asked you to name another dentist, you might struggle a little bit, but you could come up with one, at least a location of one. But if they asked you to name a third, you might begin to really have a challenge in naming that third dentist. Where are you as a realtor? Where is your brand as a realtor in the minds of your target? And when you're putting together this process to connect your brand to your target, are you doing it in a way that is strategic to win that battle of mindshare? Are we meeting them in a different place than everyone else is from a marketing perspective? Or are we blasting out the same stuff that our competitors have been blasting them with for the last 10 years, which is going to be a much, much steeper hill to climb, right? Are we going to take the approach of sending flyers? Are we going to take the approach of local papers? Are we going to take the approach of networking, of joining a Toastmasters group in that area so we can immediately get in front of 30, 40 people in that community and talk about what? Real estate. How are we going to be strategic about that? Are we going to touch them all around the holidays to connect with them? Are we always tying it back to real estate? That's where the fun happens, and that's where most people stop, right? They don't really put that plan together of making sure that that brand, that what they stand for, what they look like, sound like, and feel like in the high end becomes that number one spot in someone's mind when they think of real estate. So I'm not going to get into details because that could be a whole nother day, but I do want to say that the panel that's going to follow is going to come along with it some really nice strategic ways to work into that plan, right? Are we putting together a 411? Are we following the process of making sure that we didn't just commit to number 3 and making that brand connect to our target, but that we have that long-term commitment to it, not for a day, not for a month, but for 6 months, for a year, and watch the results that follow? Or are we pivoting every 2 months because something's not working, right? And are we constantly redefining who our target is? Are we not picking a target at all because we feel like we may not be received properly, right? Or are we spending the majority of our energy on social media platforms to just talk long enough that hopefully it begins to stick? Right? Understanding that we're in a world where there is so much noise on social media right now that you would have to stand out in such an insanely individual way to win that mind share. Be strategic and listen closely as we transition over to this panel. And we're going to have some really good advice once again on some things that we can implement in that plan. So wrapping it up, 3 simple steps: define your brand, detail, feel it, make sure that it's of you, not someone you are not, right? We want to connect with people on who we are, but just a higher end version, right? Step number 2, define our target, get crystal clear about it and make it a good enough size that we can really connect with them over the next 6 months to a year on a committed level. And then number 3, finalize our plan, what exactly we're going to do to make A, or number 1, meet B, or number 2, our brand to our target, so that they become one, so that we win that mind share. When someone thinks of real estate or luxury real estate, you're the first name, you're the first brand that comes to mind. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and I look forward to seeing you here on this panel. And I bless you in your journey to be either a stronger luxury agent or a luxury agent altogether. A lot of fun, right? And there's a lot to be had with adding this component, even if it's only a couple sales a year to your business. Onward. All right, everybody, I want to welcome you to our luxury panel here for New York, New Jersey, Tri-State Regional Mega Event. I have a few very special guests joining us today. I have Catherine Rain out of our Miami South Beach office. I have Scott Schumann out of our Short Hills, New Jersey office. And I have Erin Wheelock out of our Manhattan office. I'd like to go around very briefly and just ask for a small introduction. Tell us a quick bit about you and your business, and we can jump right into our luxury panel for today. Catherine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here. My name is Catherine Rain. I'm from Miami, Florida. I've been in the business for about 9.5 years. I'm a solo agent, and I used to be a stand-up comedian.
Oh man, I didn't know that. I wish I knew that coming into this. We all better be on our toes, guys. Scott, we've had some amazing exchanges in the past. Every time I hear you speak, I learn something. Tell us just a quick intro. Who are you? What do you do?
Sure. Hey, everybody. Excited to be here. Scott Schumann. I run COO of the Sue Adler team out of the Short Hills Summit Chatham office. We're a big real estate team. We'll do about $350 million worth of real estate this year. I've been in the business for 12 years and excited to share about the luxury market with everybody.
Beautiful, beautiful. And last but not least, our Manhattan arm, Erin Wheelock. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. Wow. Well, I'm not that big. I do have the Wheelock team, though. We're going to be doing, we're on trajectory to do 50 million this year. But I'm here from Wisconsin. I've been with KW for 6 years, and I'm so excited to be part of this.
Awesome, beautiful. And I know Keller Williams has been doing really big things lately in Manhattan, so I want to thank you for being part of that story in what I feel is the greatest city in this country, second to Miami. So I got everybody here together. All right, so let's jump right in, right? The audience today is going to be a really nice mix of those looking to break into the luxury market and those who are already doing some business in the luxury market, looking to take their business to the next level. So I want to make sure that this information, this panel can really and will really connect across the board with everybody. And I want to start by opening with a question, right? The difference between luxury and what I deem, and it'll be a theme throughout this conversation, as residential real estate, right? So residential to me is the norm. Luxury in any given market, I define as the top 10%, right? Dealing with that seller pool, dealing with that buyer pool. So if I can ask, and I'll open up here with Scott, and then I'm going to let the conversation evolve. This is going to be just as much a roundtable as it is a panel. I'm going to ask, what do you do differently when working with luxury clients specifically to connect?
Yeah, so it's funny. When you said that, I saw the question. I thought, well, we kind of do the same thing, and yet it started. The nucleus of it was with the luxury client, in my opinion. So we sort of started with the luxury client. We said, okay, let's just apply this to everybody. So for us, what we realized with our luxury clientele was it was all about communication and over communication. How they are traditionally speaking folks who are very savvy, very well educated. They're busy, and they want the streamline of communication to be as easy and open as possible. Kind of simply put, I want to be feeding them information. I don't want them chasing me and us for information, right? I think that's super, super important. The second part of that, I think, is we took on the approach of what can we do for the client that they then don't have to do themselves. As simple as certificate of occupancies, right? New Jersey is really big on certificate of occupancies, which requires simply going to the fire department with a $100 check and scheduling a time, and then somebody coming to the house to basically make sure you have smoke detectors and CO detectors, right? And typically speaking, $4, $5, $6 million homes, they all have what they need to pass. It's sort of a paperwork pushing exercise. So even the basic thing of, you know what, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, don't worry about that. We're going to take care of all that for you. You don't even have to be home. You could be in Miami, you could be in California, you could be halfway across the world. We got it, we'll take care of it. That's won us a lot of luxury business just by being able to say, you know what, we'll do the heavy lifting for you, and we'll do the coordination process for you, so that way you can travel, you can go on vacation, you can do whatever you need to do in order to keep living your life and still sell your asset here in New Jersey.
Awesome, awesome. So if I could drill that down, it's really about maybe simplifying their role in the transaction and creating an experience, right? A little bit more of an experience, which is something that the luxury consumer is really, really used to in their day-to-day.
Yeah, I think it's about taking it to that next level, right? What can we do that 99% of the other realtors won't do or can't do, right? Especially because of our size. and how can that impact the client's ease of or simplifying the process, right? And that goes both on the buy side and on the list side. Let us do the legwork, and that way you guys get a friction-free process, right? You say, hey, I want to sell my house. Great, it's done, and bags packed and out the door you go. It makes it as simple as that.
Awesome. And if you're running the business to model, that's going to give you some extra fuel, right? Because if you're in a higher price point and you're reinvesting a percentage back in the business, by default, that's going to give you some extra, resources to allocate back into that experience. So it's kind of, it's a cyclical piece rather than just trying to squeeze everything out.
Well, no, I'll say one more thing. I'll let the lovely ladies on here share their thoughts. But I think that the what you just said is so important. Not only that, luxury clients are willing to pay for luxury service. And so what you end up finding is that when you offer more, a lot of folks in the luxury market we find compete on the basis of, well, I'll do it cheaper, right? You're selling a $4 million home. I don't need to get 3% or 2.5% or 2%. I'll take 1%, right? 1% of $4 million is a lot of money. Absolutely. And yet think about it. If you offer more services, right? People shop at Saks Fifth Avenue where they could go to Macy's and buy the same shirt for 50% less, right? But they get a level of service and there's a level of cachet going to Saks and buying that product at Saks, and they're willing to pay for it. Well, real estate's no different. It's just bigger price points, right? Bigger monetary rewards on that end.
Awesome. Catherine, I'm going to pivot to you here and just kind of get your thought on it. Originally, you guys know, when I opened this conversation, I was thinking about having somebody from California in the mix here too. And I actually decided against that. So I didn't reach out to anybody there because I feel like the New York, New Jersey, Florida connection really often caters to the same buyer, right? I'm sure, Catherine, in your weekly experience down there, you get a bunch of New Yorkers, New Jersey people running around. So I wanted to make sure this was as clear as possible to really being applicable to the people watching here. So tell us, in Florida, in Miami, right, in that area, what do you do differently, if anything, or what do you feel that we should be doing differently to further our luxury business when dealing with the luxury client as opposed to what we would deem as the residential client?
Yes. So I really loved everything Scott said, and I agree with all those things. First of all, I want to make clear that we treat every client the same, with the same level of service, because I feel if a client buys a lower priced home and we treat them with great service, it might lead to a bigger transaction down the line. And we've experienced that on many, many occasions. However, the expectation of a luxury buyer and seller is a lot different than a regular client, okay? And I hate to say regular client, but we all know what I mean. So when you work with people in luxury, they are the kind of people that give you a key and you take it from there. They don't want to be bothered. I mean, you keep them in the loop whenever they seem it necessary. So you send them emails. Don't call them too often because people get annoyed really easily. They want to have an easy way of communication where they can be communicated to, but they don't want to be bothered. So you have to take care of all aspects of their relocation. You have to find them a nanny. You have to find them a daycare. You have to find them a housekeeper. You have to be their concierge at every level. If you are not like that, you're only going to sell them a house once. But if you are the person that caters to their entire lifestyle, then you will be their person of choice forever. So that's what I've learned. You have to do a lot more than just sell them a house.
I mean, by becoming person of choice, that's going to increase the referrals, right? So that business comes back. Mm-hmm. When you try to market to the luxury client direct, you're competing with a lot of people and you have to pay a lot of money, right? It's much easier to give that experience and then depend on that word of mouth to bring that business back. At least it's much cheaper. I don't know
exactly. And I agree with what Scott said, and that is so important. I don't work on discount ever. And people that work with me, they all say I paid for myself or that I was really worth the money because I offered so many extra things with my service. And people in luxury, they are not afraid to pay. They are willing to pay the price. And if they're not, they can go work with someone else.
Well put. Well put. That's confidence. That's important when working in the high end. Erin, talk to us. I know sometimes following up to people steals some of your, thunder, but what about you? What do you feel that you do or focus on maybe a little differently when working with a higher end consumer?
Yeah, well, I absolutely love how Catherine put it. If they're not willing to pay for it, they can work with someone else. I'm going to take that. But, for us, I think I, of course, agree with what everybody said about communication. What we actually do is we make sure to give a communication expectation sheet to the client, because some of our sellers, they want to know every time we enter the apartment. Some of our sellers are like, please don't talk to me unless you have an offer. And unless I know what they want, I don't know how to communicate with them properly. The other thing that we've started to do, which follows up with what they were saying, is we want to give them the best service at their timeline. So where, again, I don't like to use regular clients as well, but with regular clients, maybe we would put them up on automatic searches, not with our luxury clients. With our luxury clients, their mentality, I don't want to waste their time. It's their most expensive thing that they have, right, is their time. So I'm previewing, we're putting videos in a folder for them that they have access to, so they can go in and look at bullet points and a video and decide if they want to see it in person. We'll pick them up in a car, from the airport, take them to their hotel. They'll have a gift basket. We take them around in a car when they see apartments. We do have a lot of people that come from other places. And then for our sellers, we have a feedback sheet, who came through, when they came through, exactly what their feedback was straight from the buyer, so that they can look at it in their timeline, right? Maybe they don't want to look at it during the day. Maybe they want to check it out at night. But yeah, giving it to them so that they can see it when they want to, and being as efficient as possible with bullet points. Again, just to not waste their time and make sure that what we're giving them is value.
Awesome. So, one of the resonating themes I hear from you guys is that, the idea is from a person perspective, from a people perspective, everybody's equal, right? We want to create that white glove service across the board, right? In all price points, but we're also running a business, right? And we talked about there being some bigger margins in the high end, which allow you to do things like send cars, right? Historically, we've had some clients where we've been able to do that, right? Have cars, take them around in certain areas. It's far more necessary than others. But, Aaron, just a quick question along those same lines. Could you be in a position to send cars for all of your buyers, no matter where they were? Is that possible? Or, is this something that we have to, from a business perspective, be a bit more particular about in making sure that we allocate those resources accordingly to give that experience?
Yeah, so picking someone up from an airport, we would do that at any price point. But when it comes to going around to the apartments, we'll do it for anybody over $1.5 million, which is below our luxury standard. But it will also depend if it's somebody where we're looking at, $1 million and below in just one neighborhood. Might be better to walk it. It's going to be more efficient than driving around, in circles with all of our one-way streets. So that's also what it kind of comes down to, is where they're looking.
Awesome. And that's the answer that I thought I would get. So it's always a mix, right, of service, but we also have to be mindful, of running, again, the business model, which we keep going back to. We have those defined price points there where we say, okay, at this level, the business allows me to do certain things, right? So it's not because of the person, it's because of the business at that point. And I think that allows you to really start to scale, your higher end business. So thank you for that. I'm going to be bouncing around here a little because I want to keep this organic, right? As organic as possible. We had said a couple of times here that we're at a parallel, right, amongst all price points. But I imagine that when you're marketing a higher end property, specifically unique properties, we're gonna probably look at that differently than something that would fall in a residential price bracket, right? Maybe the average sale price for an area. If we're now marketing something in the top 2% of that, price bracket, how do we approach that, right? How does marketing a luxury differ from marketing a property that's going to be priced? And Catherine, if you can start us off on this one.
Sure. Well, the essence is you got to spend more money. you make a higher commission, so you have a bigger budgeting, a bigger budget. And we do on our luxury properties sometimes video brochures, always high gloss brochures for sure. We send them out to the neighbors. We send up to 50 video brochures to targeted buyers and sellers in the area if we work with a luxury listing. And it's just a little bit more attention to detail than a regular sale. Because everything needs to be perfect. Everything needs to be proofread several times. We also advertise in more magazines than our regular listing. And it comes down to spending more money, and the channels might be also a little bit different. We don't do as much Facebook and Instagram marketing on luxury listings just because we feel the people that are in luxury and are very wealthy, they don't have that much time to spend on social media. And I think this is also one of the things that Aaron touched earlier, like people with a high net worth, their biggest asset is time. So you gotta think, okay, where do those people spend time and how can you capture them? How can you get them? And we found that magazine marketing with those high net worth individuals works really well.
Love it. Love it. You said a video brochure targeted to 50 people. Can you just maybe get a little deeper on that? What is a video brochure?
I love that.
Like
It's like a booklet that you open, and when they open it, it shows a video of the property. It's quite expensive. It's like $30 per video brochure. So if you send that out to 50 targeted neighbors, it's gonna cost us $1,500 plus shipping. But we've gotten a lot of listings from it. So this is for milking your listing into more business. We haven't sold a property through it, but this has helped us gain more listings because the sellers are really impressed by that. They're like, oh my God, look at this beautiful video brochure.
Right. That's amazing. It's at the end of the day, we don't always know where the buyer came from. So there very well may have been an influence, right, from inception of sending one of those out, but it also becomes a reflection of your brand to those people. That's why you say it's helping you with listings, right? A lot of these people are like, wow, this person's standing out. I want my house to stand out.
And then as far as the videos, what we focus on the videos is less about the house, but more about the lifestyle. Because people in luxury and people that have wealth, they don't buy a house just for the house. They want to have a certain lifestyle. So we try to cater the video to the lifestyle somebody would wish that wants to move to Miami or Miami Beach.
I'm going to take that one step further. I see a lot of people looking to look luxury, right? And a lot of the video promotion and that they're doing features them, right? As opposed to the property and the lifestyle. What is your philosophy on that, being somebody who's playing in that circle every day?
It's all about the lifestyle. And then you can put yourself like in the end a little bit, but focus on the lifestyle you can offer people. And again, people with a high net worth, they don't have time. So they don't want to listen to you talking for a minute about the house. They want to cut right to the chase. So get the lifestyle in the beginning, then put a little bit about the house, and you can put yourself in the end for a little bit, but really they're not interested in what you have to say unless they like the lifestyle, the house, and the value you provide.
Awesome. Thank you. Aaron, talk to me. Same topic. How does marketing a luxury property in Manhattan look different, right, than our residential or our average price points?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that Catherine hit it on the head with you market and you spend a lot more on it because this needs to turn into other business. I mean, really, at the end of the day, we're going to do everything we can to get it in front of as many eyes as humanly possible. So we're going to make sure we use our more expensive photographer. We're going to make sure we use our more expensive videographer. And I love what you said about making sure it's a lifestyle. So people are buying that story in this price point, but really we want to get it out there in front of as many eyes as possible. And it is funny because we actually also do print in magazines for the higher net worth. We do a whole lot more promoting of the videos on YouTube, again, to get it in front of more eyes. But really, at the end of the day, we'll be doing promotion no matter what, but we're going to make sure it's even better because we want to be able to attract that continued clientele, whether it's going to be people to buy this, people to buy something else, or people to sell with us.
Beautiful, beautiful answer. Scott, I'm going to let you wrap this topic up. You're in a little different market, right? Both of these other markets have a buyer pool that is as deep as you can imagine, right? And the higher end.
This is what I say. New York and Miami is sexy. I'm not sexy. I'm New Jersey, baby. Like no one. So it's funny. You guys talk about magazines, and we've done the magazine route, and I always say, like, no one's sitting on an airplane flying to wherever and looking. They're like, God, I got to be in Short Hills, New Jersey. This middle of New Jersey spot, it's gonna be right. So our world's a little different in terms of how we're marketing it. So I think a couple fold. Totally agree with lifestyle, because at the end of the day, the lifestyle is what sells the property, right? And in my area, I have everything from brand new construction, which has a buyer pool, right, to homes from 1890 that people have spent $6 million renovating, and they have more money into it and more details into it than you know what to do with. So a couple of things. One is I think that if you're trying to market a luxury property, you have to understand the luxury market for your area, i.e. who's buying these homes, right? Because just as we talked about, like the people who are going to Catherine or Miami may or may not be my buyer, right? And so understanding in this community who owns these properties, that's going to give you a good starting point as to finding out, well, where should I go, right? Reverse engineering this marketing process, I think is really important. So that's number one. Number two is you have a buyer who bought this home at some point in time, right? And so we like to spend a lot of time up front understanding, why did you buy this house, right? What caught your eye being a luxury buyer who bought this home, whether or not it was a year ago or 20 years ago, it was still a luxury home, right? What made you want to move and buy this house, right? And that's going to give you some tips and hints along the way. And then I think it's networking, right? So for us, it's understanding who in our community has high-end buyers who would be interested in a home like this, and it's really cross-shopping. So in New Jersey, we have all these towns that are all sort of intermingled, right? And most of the people watching this will understand what I'm talking about. And for us, it's a lot about bringing people from one high-end community to another high-end community because of lifestyle, right? So I have a great example. We had a house in Westfield that we got, and we were about $500,000 above all the other traditional Westfield agents. And they brought us in because they said, well, you serve all these luxury markets. You also work in Westfield, maybe not as much as these other agents. We gave them a much higher price than everybody else did. And our whole concept was, anybody looking for a home in Westfield who wants to spend $3.6 million, which in Westfield is like the top probably 0.5% ever, will find this house, right? And yet the buyer will most likely come from another town that says, hey, for $3.6 million, I can't get this in Short Hills, but wow, this is a really cool property. And I'm sending my kids to private school. Maybe I don't even live here full year round, so it kind of doesn't matter, right? But I get 3 acres and I get the pool and I get the cabana and I get the really cool, like, designed house, and right? And sure enough, that's what happened. We got 4 offers on a house in 2 weeks that every other broker in town thought was going to sit on the market forever. And honestly, yeah, do we make a really cool video? Yes. Do we have hundreds of pictures out there for everybody to see, and the Matterport and all that stuff? Absolutely. And yet what it came down to was making those phone calls and getting it in front of people. Because what we find is a lot of brokers that specialize in the high-end market in their particular community, they got blinders on, right? They're like, I do Summit and I that's all I do, right? And it's like, hey, Summit agent who has $4 million clients, look at this Westfield house. And they say, oh, John and Sally would really love that. And all of a sudden, you make some magic happen there. So that kind of cross-pollination, if you will, of our different communities and the different buyer pools that are out there, I think is really important to getting top dollar when marketing luxury properties.
I love that. I wrote that down. That was good.
Thank you.
Being creative and not just focusing on the generic pool, I think, is something that all of you in some way, shape, or form, your response was in alignment with, right? We have to put the house somewhere, and we have to make it look a certain way in order to connect with the person who just isn't normally going to come here. And that creates some safety in the luxury market, right? To where, there's always going to be room, God willing, for the luxury agent, because we're not depending on just the generic buyer pool in one of your markets to be the one who shows up and is going to give top dollar. So I think we're all in alignment on that. let's take it one more step further from a tactical perspective, and then we'll get back to a little more of the philosophy, right, on luxury real estate. I know a lot of agents who express caution in continuing to increase point and or take part in a higher price point at all, simply because the price point is really difficult for them to understand, right? And most specifically on the listing end of things, right? We're dealing with some properties here. You know, in New York, building prices can vary, you know, block to block, right? In Miami, there's a huge difference south of Fifth, right, to 8th and Collins. And New Jersey, from town to town, it can be a valuation, but even within these markets themselves, it's approach pricing. And Aaron, I'm going to let you start this too. Are there any techniques or specific approaches that you would use in the luxury end when you're dealing with some more unique properties than you would in a North Point, right? Where it could be a little bit easier to take the appraiser's approach of side-by-side comparison?
Yeah, we actually are facing this right now. We have a 5-story townhouse that's inside of a condo building. So it's, you know, how do we price? We obviously can't price it compared to condos. How do you price it compared to townhouses? And one of the things that we like to make sure that we're keeping in mind when we are pricing these unique properties is sometimes you just have to expand to the neighborhoods. You have to expand to different areas, and then you have to start doing like a side-by-side analysis of, okay, because you do find properties like this in Tribeca, but this one is in Sutton Place. Very different price per square foot. We will not get what Tribeca is getting, but if we can understand how they price them there, and then the difference between the prices in general, it helps us to come to a better price point of where we should be. So I think it really is a matter of expanding outward to see where you can find it in other areas where you can find those trends. And then you just have to adjust the prices to where you're at. And then also, you know, because here we have acreage, we don't have lawns very often. But, you know, every once in a while you'll get like a great pool on the roof or something of that nature. And then again, you have to be able to expand and see what kind of a asset that was for other properties that have sold, maybe not in that immediate area that we're so used to comparing it to, but in a larger pool, and then being able to bring that asset to the asset that you have price-wise.
Awesome, awesome. So be creative in what you consult, right? It's not always, you know, apples to apples. We might have to pull some orange peels from here and some pits from somewhere else, right?
Exactly.
Probably could have picked a better second word to add to that besides pits, but Scott, fire away, bud. What are your thoughts on that? Pricing.
Yes, I think pricing can be really tricky, especially when you start talking about, forget about the top 10%, the top 1%, right? And some of these homes are setting records and you're saying, well, nothing's ever sold for this, but we see the value here. So one of the things that we really like to do is a committee pricing, right? So we're very fortunate enough to have a very large team. We have 38 members and a lot of them are very active in the market, right? So that makes it easy. And yet sometimes we go outside of our team because we know agents that just know different communities and we want to get a general sense of, hey, this is our listing, right? We already have it signed because the client is committed to us in terms of our marketing end and what we're going to bring to the table. The pricing factor sort of becomes something that we're going to firm up down the road. That's really worked well for us, you know, getting people bought into the team, bought into the fact that we're going to get them highest price in the shortest amount of time possible. We're going to make it really easy for them. And the pricing is kind of like a secondary conversation that seems crazy. And yet, you know, in a lot of these things, the sellers understand it, right? They're no dummies. They say, yeah, we get it. Like we put way too much money into this house. We bought at the top and we put even more in and we have this thing that's incredible. We're not really sure what it's worth either. And so we find that when you kind of take that collaborative, like, hey, you know, we're going to price it and we're going to have one school of thought, but let's get, you know, 10 other people in here. Let's get their thoughts as well. And all of a sudden, you know, that a lot of that pricing is going to kind of help you shake out, all right, where in the market does everyone see it fits? Because kind of going backwards slightly, you know, when brokers buy into the pricing you have on a home, they're going to push it, right? You don't want your house to show up and then everyone else is like, that house is so overpriced. And the client calls and is like, hey, what do you think about that? That house is crazy overpriced. Call me back in 6 months when they reduce it, right? And all of a sudden, you don't know about it, but maybe you're missing out on showings just because you came out and the brokerage community never bought into it, right? They're like, this price is crazy. This house never going to sell for this amount of money. So you kind of get that general sense. It gives you a good spot to start a really good conversation from. You kind of have proof of concept from that point too. It's like like a group think project, right?
Beautiful, beautiful. So, rely on others, right? Which may not be a luxury, no pun intended, just based on the time that you have in some of those lower price points. And this is also feeding into that experience, right? That hands-on that sellers, consumers used to seeing and feeling there. And Catherine, we touched upon, your market being the same way, right? I think the pricing can change from building to building, block to block, and certainly unit to unit. So how do you approach pricing? And is there any specific techniques that you're using to maybe take the pressure off you a little bit, or to allow you to feel a little more comfortable at the price that you're putting out there?
So pricing is actually one of my favorite subjects. I am known for a lot of record sales in Miami in certain neighborhoods and certain buildings. I take listings that other brokers would say would sell for 300 or 400,000 less, and I got full price. Just this year, it was probably 6 or 7 listings that I broke record sales because I was just confident in the price. So the way I price properties that are unique or that are unicorns is I do look at comps, but that's not my primary resource of doing my research. I actually look at availability, the lifestyle it affords, and gut feeling. I mean, I've been doing this for a while, so I do know the neighborhood that I work in, and I just am confident in the price. So one thing somebody told me a while ago, I'm in so many masterminds with other agents, and we talked about this in the past on one of my masterminds. And Jeff Quinton actually said to me, listen, Catherine, if every house would sell for as much as the previous house sold for, prices would never go up. And that's the truth. So I might have to do a little bit more work. I might have to show the house more often, but I know my houses and my sales are always record. So my sellers know that. And like, for example, I just did a sale in a gentrifying neighborhood. All agents told my sellers 1.4. I sold the house for 1.75. I had to do more showings. It took a lot longer because it was a gentrifying neighborhood. And you also find out when you sell in those neighborhoods, there's a lot of phrases out there, unfortunately. And we found the right buyer. He was confident in the neighborhood. He loved the house. He bought it. And a week later, somebody actually offered him more money for the house. And there is no comps on any houses with a boat slip. It has a boat slip. The last sales were 1.5 4 months ago. I priced it at 2 million. I already have several offers close to asking. So it really, I think it's a combination of availability, lifestyle, and gut feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally. And I think what you're saying is scary to some newer agents in that there's an element of experience here, right? I think all of you got this experience, which allows you to trust your gut. So let me ask one more question. I'm going to go rapid fire right through here, and I think I know the answer, but if be honest, Catherine, do other agents in your office or your market area ever ask your opinion on pricing their properties?
Yes, a lot. People ask me a lot, and I ask back. Most of the time, people tell me a much lower price or think that I'm crazy.
You're still testing it, right?
Yeah,
that's important.
But most of the time, my sales sell at what I initially thought it would sell for. So a lot of people always ask me for opinion, and I love that. It gives me like a lot of, it's very rewarding when other people ask you for your opinion, because that makes me feel like I know what I'm doing.
Scott, how about you, bud?
Yeah, all the time. I think that's the way this whole brokerage community works, right? And not only on luxury stuff, on all stuff. Everyone, that's the way a lot of this works. Is it's more of an art, less of a science, right?
Amen. Amen. Aaron? Well, I think we might be muted, Aaron. I'm missing your audio here for 1 minute. If you can just revisit that.
I was muted.
That's
yes.
Okay. So yeah, do you ever get asked, right, for someone's opinion on price?
Yeah, absolutely. That, or just, what you think is happening in the neighborhood, who are the buyers for it. Yeah.
Yep.
So guys, quick answer here is very simply in this business, you're not alone, right? Someone who's looking to break into that luxury market or just continually increase your price point. If you step into a house or a condo or a townhome that has some real quirky stuff on it, understand that you're in a world where you can always pick up the phone. Right? You can take Scott's approach and even delay that pricing conversation, right? Work to solidify the listing first and say you're going to bring in a group, right? And ask and lean on some of the other, maybe more experienced people to come in and then formulate a price opinion based on that. It is a much safer approach to go that route than to play it ultimately safe and never be involved in that at all because you're not sure if you're going to be able to wrap your head around it. So I
can I say one thing on that? Like my first listing was a luxury listing, but I brought someone. I was like, I have an option to get a sale. It was like 3.5. And I was like, I can either take someone and get this, or I cannot bring somebody else on and I might not get the chance of getting it. So don't be afraid to do that in the beginning, right? I know it's human to have ego that we can do this and figure it out as we go along, but sometimes when you get an opportunity of luxury and you don't know what you're doing, don't be afraid to ask help, you guys. Part of something is better than nothing.
Beautifully put. And I just feel like the perception in the high end is that there's walls there around the brokers, when in experience, right, as we flow into that price point, you almost feel like there's a little more collaboration, right? And those that specialize in the high end are open to giving back and sharing because they're playing in a much smaller pool together. So that's certainly a big element in the KW culture, right? That we're open and sharing back. But certainly just as brokers in general that play around in that high end, it's beautiful to know that people can lean on other people just like you guys and ask those questions. Moving to a little bit more of application, right? So we have some of these tactics in place. We're set on the listing, we're beginning set on the pricing approach, right? Maybe some techniques that we can use to market a property and things like that. But how do we get these clients? How do we get in these circles if we don't have an organic, circle of hiring clients? Erin, you said you moved from Michigan, I believe, or Wisconsin, right?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. So how important would you say in the high end is networking and creating and establishing relationships that are gonna bring this, to fruition, this dream of luxury real estate or expanding your luxury business?
Yeah, I think it's really important, but I think it's a little bit different than maybe the day-to-day networking. So for me, it was really opening my eyes to the fact that I had a lot of people in this world that I wanted to be in, at least close to my circles. So going to them, seeing what they're doing, hanging out with them. I have one person who's a huge advocate for me. He sells diamonds. He lives in California. But when he calls and says, Erin, I'm in New York City and I want you to come to the Havana Club and have a cigar with these people, I say, what time do you need me there? Because I know he's not going to waste my time. I know I'm going to meet amazing people that I want in my circle. So really going to those people that are in those circles already. And something else, if you know me, I love to travel, and I love nothing more than to sit in a lounge before getting on a flight, and I just pull up real estate. And so many people will come by and they're like, oh my gosh, is that here in the city? What is that? How much is that? Yeah, I was thinking about a place here. It's just amazing what you can do just by putting yourself out there, the conversations that you can start by being in the right rooms and asking those people who are in the right rooms as well for help, because they will bring you in.
What parting advice do you have for our agents to take their business to the next level? So Erin, I'm going to ask you to maybe package that into one here, and then I'm going to just take a little step back and see if there's any organic conversation that takes place between you guys, just to wrap us up at the end here. And then when I get that little moment of silence, I'll step in and I'll close us out. So Erin, start us off.
I worked with someone in marketing, and what he said was, give me a list of your top 5 favorite clients. Because I think at the end of the day, and one of the reasons why I personally am with KW is because I want to build my life by design. I want to work with people that I want to work with, and I want to work with people that I'm going to have fun with. Sometimes we have to work with other people, but the majority of time, I don't want to. So what we did was we came together with these 5 people that I loved working with. I gave them all a questionnaire about, are they on social media? If they are, where are they? Where do they hang out? What newspapers do they read? Things like that. And we came up with this avatar of who my level 10 person is that I love to work with. And then I just started catering everything to that. And the truth is, just kind of like you said, Scott, like that's going to be the person I'm going to have the most fun working with. They're going to love working with me. And there are some people that I think I would beat my head into a wall working with them. And they would probably beat their head into a wall if they had to work with me. And that's okay. I just want to work with those awesome people that I want to work with. So I love that you brought that up. And then we just tailored a lot of our marketing around to that. Something else that I actually do want to bring up, especially with advice to agents that are starting off, it was maybe 4 years ago, I went on one of my biggest listing appointments, got the listing signed. It was $9.6 million. However, I went there, I kid you not, in broken shoes. I had these heels on. I was like, I have to look this part. And I was walking on my toes so that they couldn't tell that my heels were broken. The dress was borrowed. I wanted to go there, but it was because I wanted to feel as confident on the outside with what I was wearing that I felt on the inside. So I do think in a way you have to look the part, but I think the truth is the inside is so much bigger than what you're wearing on the outside. If you have that knowledge, especially if you're a new agent, like Scott said, go into those units, see what's selling in the luxury world, see what's not selling in the luxury world. And like Catherine said, you do want to be able to look the part to fit in with those people. But if you don't have the knowledge to back it up, then you really don't have, much of anything. You just look pretty or handsome, and they're going to be like, oh, but you know nothing about this neighborhood or this product. How are you going to find those people? So don't be afraid to go into something if you have that knowledge and you have that confidence. Even if you, are walking around in broken shoes, you can still make it happen. You have to start somewhere. Just go in and have the confidence to get it done.
That was awesome.
Anybody else wanna just piggyback off of that before we part here? Any final words for our agents out there that are tuning in today?
Absolutely loved what you said. You need to have the inner confidence. And we had a group discussion earlier about, when you're a brand new agent, we think that it's so important to partner up with someone that knows what they're doing and someone that has the budget to market a property at a high level, because a little bit of something is better than zero of anything, right? So when I started my first year, I worked with another agent, almost all my listings and all my buyers, because I didn't have that inner confidence yet. I mean, you can look the part as much as you want, but if you are not confident enough, the client will feel it. And I remembered at the first few years, I was like sweating. I was so nervous with all the luxury people.
Yeah, and I think that's normal. Mm-hmm. That's totally normal, right? Like, it's okay to be nervous and it's okay. But I think as you go through it, you get so much more comfortable, and then you realize that we're all normal human beings at the end of the day, right? Like, they just have a lot more money, and that's okay. And some of them are interesting, but some of our regular clients are interesting people too, right? And it's sort of all the same. It's just you really have to understand that market. I think the knowledge and the confidence, as both of you alluded to, is just so important.
And then you do have so many people. I think everybody forgets this, but we all have people already in our phones that are in this world. And I guarantee you, if you call them with like 5 questions about how they got where they're at or their best advice for you, because you admire what they've done with their career, they're not going to say, get off the phone. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I would love to answer all of this for you. Don't be afraid to ask for help from people.
Absolutely. I love that. I'm always interested in my clients, how they got there. Some of them I even feature on an interview.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Great idea. Great idea.
I find it so inspiring to see people that are doing well. I think if you come from a perspective in life, when people are doing better than you, not just agents that are doing better than you, but also people that are not in your business, and you just aspire to be like them and ask them questions, they will always help you. Versus when you come from a jealous side, you will never be there.
Success leaves clues, right? Success always leaves clues.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, I
Yeah.
would say energy, guys. Energy is everything. And when you're connecting with people like that, right, you're gonna absorb their energy whether you want to or not.
Yeah.
If someone plugged into this call every morning for the next 6 months, their business would look a lot different, right? Because the energy here, and that's really what I want to wrap up with is I noticed something throughout this whole panel, that a lot of people might not attribute to luxury, right? And that was a lot of teeth. And that means that everybody was smiling, right? Smiling a lot. There was humor, right? Some people were laughing. You know, Catherine said that you're fun to work with, right? Lighting up and being off, and you know, Scott kind of alluded to, at a certain point, you wake up one day, I think all of us had this day in our career where we woke up and we're like, I don't have to pretend to be a realtor anymore. I can be myself, who is the realtor. And that then creates just this vacuum of space that attracts the people, right, that are just like, I think a lot of again, misconceptions of the luxury market, that you have to be stiff and super smart about everything and the show, which there's a little showmanship involved there. But man, if you can make that resonate and be yourself and teeth, you all have way nicer teeth than I do, right? But I show them as often as I can and be genuine in that smile and connecting with people, that could be a laser focused marketing plan to connect with the people here, right? Where we really need to connect with them as anywhere else, and man, have fun doing it. So I had a ton of fun this morning with all of you. I hope, and I know I will stay connected with each of you. Thank you so much for giving me your time today, for giving everybody here your time today. We continue to wish you blessings in your business, and we know there's a lot more to go here for everyone. So have a great day, everybody, and thank you again so much for connecting here.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
For having us.
Got it. My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
All right. What a great panel that was. Absolutely fantastic. Bill Boswell, I know you've been super engaged in the chat. I really appreciate that. And thank you for that amazing panel. We're running about 8 minutes behind. And I know our next guest has a very tight time frame. Adam, why don't you turn on your camera? And I'll do a quick introduction of you, then off you go. Hello, Adam Hergenrother. How are you?
Man, I'm doing awesome. How are you? I should have worn my
I'm doing awesome. What's that?
I should have worn my one team shirt today to match.
I should have texted you. My bad. I actually put together a little introduction of you from your website. If I could read it off real quick. Sure. And for those that don't know you, Adam Hergenrother is an entrepreneur at heart and is the founder and CEO of the $1 billion organization, Adam Hergenrother Companies. He is passionate about using business to transform lives and believes that when you focus on growing and leading yourself first, the business results will follow always. Real estate for Adam piqued his interest when he took $40,000 from a car flipping job and invested it into a condo. A few years later, he met Gary Keller at a private event in Austin, which won him over to Keller Williams Realty. Now, 10 years later, Keller Williams Vermont is one of the top real estate teams in the state. Hergenrother Realty Group is the #2 real estate team in the nation and has been named to Inc.'s 5,000. Adam Hergenrother Company's motto is that personal growth comes first. Please join me in welcoming Adam. Adam, so again, thank you so much for being here. I hope I did you justice with that.
Yeah, you did. Thank you so much. I'm just honored and humbled to be here with you guys and share a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Michael,
you have no problem doing that, and I'll turn my video off. I'll let you run with it. And if I see questions in the chat, I'll throw them out to you. Sound good?
Sounds great. Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much again for allowing me to join you guys. What an awesome day you're having, and what a great luxury panel. I got to see that. So congratulations to all of them. When the question becomes of how do you build a big business to fund a big life? This is such a question. I think I have 2.5 hours with you guys today. I'm just kidding. We've got a half hour. How do you answer that? Right. And I think, fundamentally, a lot of people get into real estate for freedom, financial freedom. People get into real estate for freedom of time. But there's really interesting thing about this is the freedom of that people come into real estate for actually gets a lot of people out of real estate. And just before this, I was doing another presentation. We had a lot of conversation about discipline equals freedom. If you are not disciplined, you're just a slave to your moods and your passions. And so you end up doing things in business to build a big business based on when you feel like it and when you don't. One of the most important things that you can do in building a big business is to understand that you're gonna have to do things that don't always that you feel like doing. It's kind of mastering that boredom of success Gary always talks about. But it's in the same thing part about building a big life, a big business to fund a big life is understanding who you are. You know, I think if anything, that's the first question I think we have to ask is in order to build a big business, you have to understand who you are. And so first I would ask yourself is, are you a self-employed or a solopreneur? Right. And that's the person who is in every single one of these, by the way. There's nothing wrong with any of this. It's just really aligning yourself so that you can make sure that you build a business that is worthwhile. You know, our whole model at Hergenrother Companies is 51% culture, 49% profit. We want to partner with people and have employees in our organization that tip the scales with culture first, which means culture, by the way, is not ping pong tables and pizza parties. Culture is how you act every single day. So our culture is of model following, execution, having fun, and personal growth. And we care way more about how we do what we do than where we actually get. Both are important, but just because you got somewhere, if you didn't do it aligned with you, you're going to be missing this something inside, that joy, that peace that everyone's looking for. You know, fundamentally, the number one question I ask all of our people every single day is, how do you want to feel today? How do you want to feel today? And if you don't know who you are and how you show up, you can't really answer that question authentically. And so one of the things that I always like to ask is, how do you want to feel today? And again, it always comes down to, I want to have joy and peace and excitement, some positive emotion. That's an internal thing. So how do you align yourself with that to actually then interact with the world through business, right? Business is nothing but this conduit for our personal growth. I mean, who would sign up for a lawsuit, right? Who would sign up for having 3 employees leave in one day, or having half your agents go out, right? You know, these are the things that get to show up in business. But if we're not aligned with who we are, we miss the opportunity that the teachings are actually trying to give us here. And so business can be this wonderful form. And we happen to be in real estate, which, by the way, the coolest time to be in real estate right now, right? Homes are being redefined, reimagined. They're no longer this utilitarian jump pad that they used to be, right? They are a house, this focal point. People or even our construction organization, the way we're building houses now are different. People see them, and you get to be the interaction, the intersection between how people are interacting with their new house, their new life, their new way of looking at things, whether they're geographically different or not. What a gift that you have, particularly being in real estate in this time. I think it's going to be like this for the next decade too. So congratulations to that. So building a big business, who are you? Are you self-employed, solopreneur? And again, there's opportunities for everyone in this path. That's what I love about Keller Williams, is that it's laid this out. So no matter who you are, there's an opportunity. So are you self-employed, solopreneur? That's the person that's really, that is, you know, you're doing better by yourself. You really like your freedom. You don't really like you really love this one aspect. You don't love to manage people, or I always like to refer to as you manage the system and you lead people, but you don't love that whole hiring process. Awesome, right? Understand that. And we can talk about leverage in a second, right? That entrepreneur, that's the person who really wants to, you know, be entrepreneurial. Remember, everybody here has entrepreneurial tendencies. We all have entrepreneurial tendencies. So it's not that just because you have an entrepreneurial tendency doesn't mean you're an actual entrepreneur. And that's not right or wrong, right? In entrepreneur, somebody goes, I want to be entrepreneurial and I want one person above me, right? I just want somebody to hold all the risk, right? Just a little bit above. And I want somebody to put probably more money in, or all of the money in, but I want to run everything else from there. And I want one person to be there. A really powerful place to be, that kind of entrepreneur, that entrepreneur as well too. Then you have that business owner, entrepreneur, which again, each one of these components, you have a different subset of how you act, what your intention is every day, how you show up, right? The business owner, entrepreneur is looking for the entrepreneur, right? They're looking for these people to bring in, right? And even the self-employed has opportunities here as well too, but that business owner, they wake up every day willing to take massive risk with people, with their financials, right? They just wake up, they love the art. Like think of that as, and from sports, is like the owner of the sports team, right, is hiring the entrepreneur, that GM who's going out there, and the GM's then hiring the coach, right? So they're going out to, they love taking the massive risk. They love seeing it. Doesn't mean one's rewarded more financially over the other, because I could give you examples of how the money gets split differently amongst different things. The key is, though, is to make sure you're clear on who you are, because you can't build a big business on false pretense. And if you do, there's going to be a nagging feeling that you're missing something in your life. And so this is the first question that I would ask yourself is, who am I? Right? And how do you answer that? You're not going to answer it necessarily of just saying in 2 seconds. Maybe you can, but spend some time journaling and reflecting on this. What do I really enjoy? And I understand the mechanics of business building, and every part of the day is wonderful. But man, what excites me, and that what pushes me through those dark moments, right? Those moments that, you know, you feel like quitting, but I keep going. What is that, right? How do you tap into that? You know, there's more options than ever, right? Every option can provide a very massively financial successful outcome to build a huge business that funds a big life, right? So when you think about it from this way, is solo agents, right? The solo agent that is then using the market centers, TC, LM, operations things, they have all that to be that solo agent, but they love doing that. There's no right or wrong. Like in our organization, we have individual contributor path and we have leadership path. Because I woke up one day and realized people only think they can advance if they're a leader, but everybody's a leader. And we keep saying that. So why don't we have two paths? We have an individual contributor path of what that looks like as an agent on our team. How can people take advantage of that? What does it look like? We have 5 different levels, right? As an employee, right? How does that a leadership or individual contributor path look like? So we've bifurcated this to provide these options. And the same thing for you, right? Are a solo agent, like what does that look like for you? How do you leverage, but still being a solo agent? And that's where market centers more than ever are coming in to be able to do that. Solo plus your own admin, right? Great. We kind of understand what that looks like. Small team, right? This could be you as the rainmaker. You may have a, you know, couple admin. You could, you know, have a couple buyer agents, maybe a listing agent, maybe a showing agent, maybe ISA. It all kind of looks a little bit different, but man, understanding what part of this process you want to get to. You could have a big team, whatever that looks like for you and what that means. You can have an expansion, you know, expanding without borders, if that makes sense for you. All of these, right, are wonderful opportunities, and there's just more options than ever. The internet, the you know, over the last 12 years of pioneering and helping breaking down these barriers of expansion and failing our way through this stuff, of what that provides for opportunities for anybody that's on this call, right? The big team that you want to create or be a part of, the small team because you love that little tight-knit culture. All of them, by the way, have pros and cons. I could sit there and tell you why expansion has a tons of cons, right? I could tell you why a small team has awesome pros. And so the key is, how does this business fund my life? And what is the business that I really want to wake up and show up every day for? I will tell you this though, no matter what business you choose, you have to understand your intent as to why you're doing this. And that is what's going to drive your actions and how you see things. Remember, spirituality is not about changing what you do. It's about changing the part of you that's doing it. It's changing the intention around those things. As something that you can take away, every morning I wake up, and when I show up in my office or when I start my home office, before I get out of my truck, I always remind myself that I'm here to contribute. I'm here to serve. I'm here to help, whatever word makes sense for you. I'm not here to get anything from a client. I'm not here to get anything from my agents. I'm not here to get anything from my employees. I'm here as a steward of our business to build a big business, and the financial returns will come. But if you wake up from that sense of contribution, that changing the intent around, I'm going to wake up and do this. From one of the ethos, right, in my life is this: I wake up every day never worrying about me. I want to worry about you. I don't mean worry in a negative way, all of my people, because I know that if I've created a financial win for people, meaning the people are in my life, if it's a financial win-win situation, which is one of the principles of this organization, right? Then we wake up and we worry about how I support you and how I contribute to you, then you're automatically going to win too. It's just a different way of seeing things. And it's going to, if you change the way you see something that you look at changes. And so that's part of the foundational change of this, is understanding who you are and then intent behind it, right? So again, you want to wake up, your principles want to be that when you wake up to build a big business, to fund a big life, is that how do I help, support, contribute to everybody that's part of my organization? And if they wake up succeeding, I succeed, right? And we've heard that differently, but that just needs to be one of the ethos that you live by, and if you want to build a really big business that way. So once you've kind of determined who you are, all the different options that are there, your intent as to why you're building what you're building, the next question is, are you really clear on your vision and your culture? In people, I think in a group, if I were to ask, the people would say, yes, I'm clear on my vision, but it's not a judgment, right? We're all human beings. We're flaws. We have wonderful things about us, but we're going to be, we all have these challenges within us too. We're all broken to some extent. That's the really neat thing about building a huge organization, a big business. You realize that you're not the only one that's broken, right? We all are. And you just start to see all the dynamics and issues that show up in business. That's one of the reasons why you build a big business, to fund a big life. Funding a big life isn't necessarily monetary. Funding a big life is having a big impact on the people around you, and we happen to be doing it in real estate. And when you get a big business, you start to realize the cool thing is a lot of people are broken. So use your vision in your culture to help along the way. That's why business is this conduit for this opportunity for everyone in your organization to grow personally and financially. That's what you set them up for, which then allows you to go out there and worry about them every single morning. So you wake up, how do I make this person successful? You have one person, how do I make this EA successful? If I have agents, one agent, how do I make this agent successful? Then you can worry, the next thing it'll come back to you, right? So are you clear on your vision for your organization? I mean, really clear, right? Our vision for particularly for HRG is to have the #1 producing team in every single market center in North America, the highest producing agents. So all of our conversations revolve around productivity, right? I think when I look through the stats, we are averaging 300 plus agents. We are averaging 1.7, 1.8 deals per month per agent right now. So again, we want to up that. We want to get that to above 3. So how do we keep taking that vision, and that becomes the focal point of your conversation? So you take your vision, right, to make sure you're clear on that first, and you weave it into every part of your conversation. That just becomes the conversation is your vision. As a leader building a business, which this presentation about building a big business is that I'm clear on where we're going. Now, models on how you get there, you can date. If you're clear in your vision, you can date models. They're going to come and go, right? You'll fundamentally work off a model, but you're never let go of the vision, but you're going to date a model. That's just going to happen. Things are going to change. There's law of impermanence. Everything's changing. So you date this model. So what does your vision look like for you, for your life? That's why I said, who are you? What does your team look like? What are the options? And how do you fit that vision into that, right? How does your vision support who you are? And so once you're clear on that, then the right people actually show up in your life, instead of having this team where you've got people that are not culturalized and culturalized, and you're trying to please everybody and nobody really gets along. Man, you get clear on who you are. Man, it's amazing what the support you get from that, right? I live in Vermont and we have Bernie Sanders, right? Forget about what your respective, your beliefs are. One thing about Bernie, I will tell you, he's never changed his stance since he was the mayor of Burlington. I always tell people that, I'm like, regardless of what you think of Bernie, man, that dude has literally kept his same conversation since he was 22 years old. You got to give him a lot of credit for that. So he's very clear on his vision. He attracts people to that. The same thing for us. Are you attracting people to your vision because you're clear enough on it? And if you're not, write it out. What does that look like? How clear for your organization and for you, right? And what is your company culture, right? Again, ours is 51% culture, right? There's a culture means that look, people tip the scales of one of two things. They tip it with money or they tip it with culture. We want to lead with culture. But profit is really important. It drives a lot of things. So it's 49% and culture is 51%. So when we're bringing people on, we look for, do they fall in this category, 51% culture, 49% profit? And your company culture, again, is about your actions every day, because your actions every day support your vision. Supporting the vision attracts culture, i.e. people. The people make up your culture. You can say wonderful words and create a haiku about your culture, but if you're not acting that out every day, it's not your culture. Right? So how you live is what your culture is. So are you clearly defined on your vision? And are you clearly defined on your company culture? So really important things for us to understand. Once you clear in your vision and you're clear in your company culture, that's how you start amassing whatever options of business that you want to bring into it. But it also is going to make it very clear on what you're saying yes to and what you're saying no to. And that becomes the gift in it all, right? So again, once you kind of focus on that, you're clear in your vision and you're clear on your culture. You know who you are. You see this process of how to build a big business, which ultimately funds a big life, right? We're kind of taking you through this journey today. Then you kind of stop and you say, regardless if you're a solo agent or you've got 1,000 people in your organization, you have to understand that self-leadership will always precede leadership. Self-leadership will precede leadership. If you're not leading yourself first, right, then nobody else is going to follow. You're not going to be able to lead effectively. Now you can lead, but really talented people will understand that. So it's funny because you use the word leadership and it's got so many different definitions and so many things. What does leadership mean? To me, leadership is about making 3 quality decisions every single day. 3 quality decisions. If I made 3 quality decisions every single day, then I've done my job as a leader. So the question that I would ask is, how do you set yourself up, right, to make the best quality decisions? And that's working on your personal growth, your personal productivity. So what does your morning routine look like? What are your daily success habits? What are your lead generation habits look like, right? In terms of how are you showing up? Lead generation for growth, lead generation for clients. How does that show up every day? But your morning routine and daily success habits are really critical, because as those start to develop over time, your actions show up differently. And as you show up differently, you start raising everybody else up with you. It's like we're in Vermont and there's a bunch of corn mazes going on right now. And the greatest analogy I can give is like, if there's a bunch of corn, you can't see anybody anywhere. So that's how most businesses are run. But if you're leading yourself first, you're cutting this path 10 feet wide to the corn that everyone just starts to follow. And as people start following you, they realize they're following you and they realize their own growth, because you're helping cut the path through your own leadership. And remember, leadership isn't doing somebody else's job. Leadership means that you are doing the hard things that people recognize that are hard every single day, and you don't complain about it, because that's how you grow. And people recognize that. The thing is, they're not going to write you a note and send it to you every day and saying, hey, thank you for your leadership. Hey, thanks for doing this every single day. No, you just show up. That's why your intent has to be different. Because if you're looking for that external validation from somebody, at some point that will fail you. It's like willpower. It's not on call at all times. What is contribution. It's always there. Always there is the option. So again, what does your morning routine look like? How do you be purposeful, high impact, right, projects? How do you work on this? At some point in building a bigger life, you're going to have to say no to something that was profitable to say yes to something that is turning and giving you a bigger profitability. So meaning if something was giving you a 2 times return, at some point you're going to have to say no to that so you can make space cognitively and for actual physical time to be able to actually go and do something that's 3 times X. And people in businesses get stuck so much because they keep saying yes to the same things that provided some level of profitability, but they're unwilling to say no to that because they're stuck to it, to say yes to a higher level of profitability. And as an example of this is like, at some point, if you want to build a big team, you have to say no to you being in production, but you have to say yes to you being super focused on growth of people in the organization to help fill the gap on your production. Then you can focus from there on agents, you focus on leaders. It never ends that way. There's always a growth opportunity and a growth path there. So again, how do you attract talent, right? Because as you're building a business means that you need other people that are in your world, right? Whether they're supporting you or actually as an employee or as an agent on your organization. So how do you attract talent, right? Well, be the talent. I always say that to people, like, how do you attract talent? Well, are you a talented person? Would you want to come work for you? Would you want to show up and be next to you every single day? So to be a leader, you must be able to lead yourself at the highest level possible before you can lead others, right? So how do you want to show up every day? I remember when I first started building an organization, I got fired from my job after 6 months, the first one I was in. And basically, I remember leaving there realizing that I never wanted to build an organization like this. And I was going to build an organization like how I saw it. And so I just showed up that way every day, right? And I didn't always get it perfect. I failed a ton. But I want you to think about that, is to attract and build a big business, you need to be able to attract really talented people. You know what the greatest example of this is Tom Brady last year when he went to Tampa Bay. I'm a Steelers fan, actually, so I'm not even really a big Patriots fan. But anyways, when Tom left the Patriots, went to Tampa Bay, you know what he did? He went and attracted 3 of the top talent. He got his tight end, he got his running back, and he got a defense and a wide receiver. Antonio Brown. There were he got 3 people. His tight end, his running back, and a receiver. And guess what? He personally recruited, he attracted talent to Tampa Bay. 2 of them were out of retirement, by the way. Grabowski basically said he's not coming back. He came out of retirement for there. Anyways, in the Super Bowl, those 3 people that he recruited scored touchdowns. Just as an example, he took it in his hands to attract the talent to his team that he needed to be able to go win a Super Bowl. So how do you go win your Super Bowl? Is you got to go out and attract the same level of talent. And Tom Brady is talent, which is why those guys followed him, right? So best way to recruit talent is to be talent. Talent wants to be pushed and held accountable. Make sure that you're growing yourself so you can push that. Make sure that you're always coming from contribution and truly want to succeed through others. Again, we talked about an intent of making sure that every morning you're waking up, your ethos becomes, how do I worry and focus on other people, not me? How do I come and have a little, whatever it is, a little post-it, whether that's your acknowledgement, whatever that is, to remind you every day that I'm here to contribute. I'm here to get, I'm here to worry and contribute to them. And my financial relationship with them is going to support me, right? Create and communicate a clear vision. We talked about that. Position yourself as a thought leader, writes, speaking, any of those things that you can do to position yourself as somebody who's taking a position and thinking in the world. That's a powerful place to be able to do. And you'll ultimately, the best people that you bring in are the people that have been watching you for 3 years and want to be part of your world, right? So what does a rich life look like to you? And I don't mean rich in terms of money. It's so funny because when you build a big business, then you get money that comes in. And I think if people are, once you get to a certain level of money that makes sense to you, the funny thing is that you realize that you don't really, just because you can, you don't need it. It's the funniest thing. And so I always ask the question to everybody in our organization is, what does your wealthy life, rich life mean to you? And the funny thing is actually much simpler than what it looks like. For example, it may be that having fresh flowers delivered once a week. It may be that I can fly first class in a plane wherever I'm flying. It may be that somebody cleans my car once every month. It may be that, we're able to take a certain level of vacation every year. But the reality is it's usually not some $100 million jet, right? Or whatever it is. So have you even paused to reflect on what your rich life, your wealthy life looks like? And if you haven't, start there, because that's going to impact the size of business that you're going to build, right? What does that look like for your business building? Then how do you use that to give a lot of that away, to contribute to others, to create financial wins so people win? But what does your rich life look like? What brings you the joy? If you haven't read the book Green Lights from Matthew McConaughey, it's really wonderful. He has this great line in there where he just made it. I think it was after Dazed and Confused. And they put him up, he was doing some other film. They put him up in a house and he was having dinner with one of his friends. And he's telling her like, hey, I've got this maid, I've got this nanny, and I have somebody who even presses my jeans. And at the end of this rant, he went on about how many things he had. The woman looked at him and said, well, that's cool if you like your jeans pressed. And he paused and he goes, I don't like my jeans pressed. And he was like, one of his green lights was like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. So define what your wealthy life looks like, because otherwise there's always a chase game to play, meaning that you're always going to be chasing something else. You're always going to be looking to beat something. There's always going to be somebody wealthier. There's always going to be somebody that makes more money, that does more of this or does more of that. So if you don't define what brings you this inner joy, it's like Mr. Money Mustache, he doesn't have a car because he enjoys more. He gets more joy out of riding his bike than he does driving a car. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but you get the point. Have you stopped, instead of ingesting other people's answers to your life because it's safe and because it's easy and convenient? Have you paused to reflect on your own? And that's really, to fund a big life is to know what your big life is. And if you know what your big life is, it'll be much easier to fund it. But instead of having this bottomless thing that I need to always get somewhere, define what this looks like so that when it shows up, you're actually experiencing it, you're embracing it. You're not caught in your mind thinking about the next thing that I have to get to. You're actually able to interact with life instead of interacting with your mind. You have that direct experience with it all. So I'm just going to end, and if there's any questions you can do with this one quote by Naval Ravikant, which I think summarizes having a big life, big business, and everything we've kind of shared with today, right? It says, I want to be that guy who's successful, peaceful, happy, enjoying life, blissful, meditative, spiritual, successful, and as healthy as I can be, and famous and rich, and not give a damn about any of it. If I lose it all tomorrow, I still want to be happy. That's it. That's where I want to be. I'll just make that decision because somebody has to be that person, and it might as well be me. So I would ask you this is, it might as well be you. Build your big business, build your big life, but define what they are. Because if you get caught in trying to compete, or if you get caught in thinking that joy and the peace that you're looking for is always going to come from some external event, you're going to be chasing forever. So enjoy that none of it matters, but it all matters. So need nothing, enjoy everything. And when you can need nothing, you just enjoy everything that comes your way. Life is not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be very difficult. There's 7 billion people in the world. Every single day, it can't support every single person. It just unfolds. The people that win at poker every single year don't win because they get dealt special cards. They win because they know how to play their hand. So the question I ask you is, how are you going to play your hand this year, right? You have a quarter left. build your big business principles. Think about how you can support them, and then think about what your rich or wealthy life is, because once it's funded, you know it's there, so you're not chasing, and that will bring you the ultimate joy in life.
Adam, that was absolutely fantastic. I was watching the chat box the entire time. People that were raving about ahas and the things you were saying that they were connecting with was phenomenal. No doubt as to why you're successful. I'm seeing wow. I'm seeing powerful. I'm seeing awesome. I'm seeing people looking forward to watching this again. Are you okay if we share this video out again?
Yeah,
for
sure,
those?
absolutely.
I can see people want to start their days with a little bit of Adam or Hergenrother. I know Noah likes to have his lunches with Adam Hergenrother. He just jumped on board here. What's up, Noah? Did anyone have any questions for Adam while he's still on? Throw it in the chat box if you have any questions to be with us for another second. Actually, Darren Giordano out of our Hoboken office asked Adam, can you expand on the morning routine a little bit?
Yeah, so great question. I mean, my morning routine has been tweaked over the years, so take it for what it is, but mine starts around 4 a.m. The first thing I do is I meditate. I do transcendental meditation every morning. And then I get right into a journaling session. I've got blogs and podcasts written about my specific morning routine, but I get right into a journaling session, what that looks like. After journaling, I get into about 1 to 2 hours of exercise. As soon as I'm done my exercise, I spend about 30, 45 minutes with my family before 8 o'clock. And then I'm ready to go and start my day. You know, most people live their life without being disciplined, which is really what people you're missing, right? That discipline equals the freedom. And by 8 o'clock, you've learned, you've worked, and you've played, and you're ready to tackle the day.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Adam, I know you have a lot of presentations today. Any final thoughts you want to share? Or no, do you have any questions for Adam you want to put out there?
I'll just say Adam's presentation is a perfect lead in to what I'm going to talk about with wealth building, because when you talk about wealth building, it's first about having a great business and a great life, and then you're then getting onto wealth building. So no matter where you're at in your life, in your business, that's the perfect lead in for what I'm about to talk about. So
awesome.
Awesome.
I know you guys gotta enjoy Noah. So thanks,
Adam.
buddy.
Thanks for your time. If I can return the favor, let me know. Appreciate you.
See ya.
Thank you. So Noah, great to have you here. I got a quick introduction I can read for you if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Hi.
We had a little technical glitch there for a second. So we had to switch cameras and switch computers. So Noah Ostroff is a serial entrepreneur in the Philadelphia real estate industry. He's the operating partner of Keller Williams brokerage called Keller Williams Philly, and the CEO of his own mega agent real estate team called Philly Living. Visit phillyliving.com for more info there. And the founder and CEO of Center City Development. Noah got his start as a project manager for the Toll Brothers and subsequently Centex Homes before venturing into real estate. He began his own real estate team and development company in 2010. Philanthropy and service are extremely important to Noah. From 2013 to 2019, Noah donated many free houses to various charities around Philadelphia. I'd love you to expand on that a little bit, Noah, by raffling houses to the high bidders and donating the money to charity. As a respected industry expert, Noah became a board member in 2016 for the Building Industry Association and has continued to serve in this capacity. Noah is married to his wife, Ashley, who is also an agent in the Philly Living team. And we will post his website and URL below for you to check it out. Noah, great to have you here, man. Thanks so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I never get excited when I hear that bio. I have to update that. I need more excitement there. But I love it. And thank you guys for all being here today. I'm gonna share my screen, and you know, I love giving this presentation, and it's really an important topic that I don't know that we discuss enough. And the topic is wealth building. And as I mentioned just a minute ago, it really does not matter where you're at in your wealth building journey. A lot of times when I teach this class, people say, well, I don't want to hear about wealth building. I'm just really just trying to pay my bills and make ends meet and, you know, just sort of get by. And that's great, because no matter where you're at, this is a conversation that you need to be hearing and need to be having, because what you'll hear today is that the wealth building journey all starts with a mindset. And no matter where you're at, it's never too late to be thinking about this and planning for it. Because first you have to be a great real estate agent or great at your job before you can actually venture into these next parts about what I'm going to talk about. So hopefully you guys will enjoy this. I don't know that I can monitor the chat while I'm talking, but as we go, if there's any questions, we'll leave those questions for the end, and we'll jump right into that if I didn't get to it.
No, I'll keep an eye on the chat. If there's something timely, I'll interrupt you. Otherwise, I'll be ready with some questions at the end.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. Thank you. All right. So if you don't prioritize your life, someone else will do it for you. Okay. Nobody's going to come to your house and make your dreams come true. So what you're about to hear right now is something that you need to be doing yourself, because nobody's going to do it for you. Okay. So when we talk about wealth, the first thing we need to do is actually define what wealth is, because it means something different to everybody. But I want to give you my definition of what wealth is. My definition of wealth is having $1 more of passive income than you have in personal expenses, so that you can have the freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it, right? Financial freedom, personal freedom. That's my definition. So that you can have more passive income coming in than you have in personal expenses. One way that we track this is through a wealth ratio. So the way you do a wealth ratio is you take your passive income and you divide that by your expenses. So for example, you may say, well, I have $10,000 of passive income. And when I say passive income, that's income that's coming in from things that you're not actively doing. When you're selling real estate, when you're being a real estate agent, that's active income. When you're receiving rental income from a property that you own, or dividends from a stock, or distributions from a business that you own, that's passive income, right? It's basically making money while you sleep. So you take your passive income and you divide it by your expenses, and that becomes your wealth ratio. So if you have 10,000 in expenses and 100, or 10,000 in passive income and 100,000 in expenses, your wealth ratio would be 10%. Okay, the goal is to get your wealth ratio up to at least 100%. So where your passive income is covering your expenses. And then of course you want to take that as far above that as you possibly can. So another thing is to understand what your net worth is and track it monthly. Now, the point of net worth is not necessarily because that's like a really important thing, because net worth can be manipulated, right? Everybody values their properties differently or their businesses differently. So that could be manipulated. But if you're being consistent, you can see the growth of your net worth over time. And net worth is what you own minus what you owe. So it's your assets minus your liabilities. So wealth is also the gap between your ego and your income. Wealth is what you accumulate, not what you spend. Wealth is what you don't see. And wealth is an end game, not an annual game. So the people that are driving the super fancy cars and have the ridiculous houses and all the boats and all that crazy stuff and are very flashy, that's not wealth, right? That is not wealth, right? Wealth is really what you don't see. And the wealthiest people that I know are not the flashiest people, because when you spend money, you're not saving money. So you must know value to recognize opportunity, right? If I said to all of you today, hey, I have this cell phone, and I do this with my kids too. I say, hey, I have this cell phone, this iPhone, and I'll sell it to you for $1. Is that a good deal? Yeah, I think you'd all say, yes, that's a good deal, assuming it works. If I said, I have this cell phone and I'll sell it to you for $50, is that a good deal? Yes. Hey, I have this cell phone, I'm going to sell it to you for $50,000. Is that a good deal? No, you know that's too expensive. Why? Because you understand the value of what a cell phone is, right? It's the same thing in real estate. You have to understand the value of properties to understand whether there's an opportunity to buy them, right? Whether it's for your clients, whether it's for you personally to buy it or invest in it. If you don't know the value of something, you're never going to know whether you actually have an opportunity presented to you or not, because the best opportunities, you have to act on them very quickly. You must find opportunities to do deals, and investing requires action, and successful investing requires the right action. Investors take action. So we've all heard this before, that, if you want to be an investor, you always have to be a shopper. You don't always have to be a buyer, but you always have to be a shopper. You always have to be looking for real estate to know when something comes up, because if you're only looking at a couple deals a year, and one, then those two deals are the only ones that you have to look at. If you're looking at 100 deals a year, you can sort of separate the good from the bad. So always be shopping, but don't always be buying. Okay, so there's two areas of wealth focus that I like to focus on. The first one is equity buildup, and the second one is cash flow growth. So equity buildup would be, for example, I buy a property for $500,000 and I put $100,000 down. So my mortgage on the property is $400,000. Now, next year, the property does not increase in value. It's still worth $500,000. But now I've paid off some of that mortgage. So now my mortgage is not $400,000, maybe it's $375,000. So now instead of having $100,000 of equity in the property, I have $125,000 worth of equity in the property. Now, next year, I paid off another $25,000, and now maybe the property is worth an additional $25,000. So it's worth $525,000. So now I have paid off. Now I have $150,000 of more, that I paid off, plus the property increased by $25,000. I now have $175,000 worth of equity in the property, and that will continue to increase over time. So eventually you'll pay off the property, you'll pay off the mortgage, you'll have no mortgage left in the property. So, and then hopefully the value will increase. And now maybe you have $500,000 or $600,000 or $700,000 worth of equity in the property after it's paid off and after it's increased in value over the years. That's one way that you focus on in your properties, equity buildup, and that's the longer term play. The second thing that I focus on is cash flow growth. That's the one that I pay the most attention to. That is when you buy a property, you rent it out, and you have cash flow coming in every month. That's the passive income that we talked about before. That to me is the most important, because the passive income, that's the business that you're building for the future. So for me, my goal is that when all my kids are in college or out of college, which is, probably in about 10 years or less, I want to be able to have the freedom to travel around the world and do all the things I want to do. So I'm building this business for the future. So every year I'm adding properties to my rental portfolio, or businesses, but properties in my rental portfolio, so that my cash flow increases every year. So maybe you start off with $2,000 a month in cash flow, and then you increase to $5,000 and $10,000, and maybe your goal is to get it to $100,000 a month in cash flow. That's going to happen over time, right? That's a process, not an event. That's not going to happen overnight. That is a commitment to the long-term perspective, which we're going to talk about later, of building this business into the future. So whether you have 5 years or 10 years or 20 years that you want to get to this level, every year committing to that plan and chipping away every year, so that you increase your cash flow every single year, so that when the time comes where you want to maybe slow down from selling real estate or go on and do something different, you have this business that you've been building for the last 10 years that's now going to pay you. Right now, your active income is probably here for a lot of you, and your passive income is here for a lot of you. The goal is over time to get your passive income to exceed your active income. So then you can be working because you want to work, not because you have to work. So with wealth focus, there's buy it right, pay it down over time, and then eventually pay it off. Okay. So earned income versus unearned income. So earned income is the money that you work for. That's you as a real estate agent. You're going out, you're working for your money, you're showing properties, you're selling properties. That's money that you earn. Unearned income is money that works for you. That's what we've been talking about. The rental properties, the passive income, that's money that you make in your sleep. So make sure you have persistent effort and patient money. This is a long-term game. That's a constant focus of what I'm going to be talking about today. This is a long-term game. Wealth building is long-term. So when we talk about retirement, it's a very interesting thing. So a lot of us say, well, okay, well, we're going to retire when we get to be 65 years old, right? That's sort of like the accepted number, according to the IRS, really, of when we can retire. Maybe some of you want to retire way earlier than that. And maybe some of you are going to, don't want to ever retire. That's fine. But no matter what you decide, you have to have an exit strategy, right? When do you want to retire? How old do you want to be when you retire or exit your business? How much money will you have in the bank when you stop working? How much passive income do you want when your working days are over? right? And the reality is, could you actually retire with no money in the bank? It's a funny thing about retirement, because we say 65 years is when we want to retire, but the reality is by the time we get to be 65 years old, we don't know how much money we're going to need to be spending every year to live our life, right? Are you going to need to spend $50,000 a year, $100, $200, $400,000 a year to live your life? And how long are you going to live? Are you going to live to be, 85 or 100 or, maybe longer than that? So we don't know how long we're going to live, and we don't know how much money we're going to need to live all of those years. So it's very difficult to figure out an exact amount of money that we need in the bank to fund the rest of our lives after retirement. But the reality is, we technically could retire with $0 in the bank if we have enough passive income coming in to cover our expenses. If we know that we need $100,000 a year to live our life when we retire, to do all the things we want to do to fund that perfect life, if we have more than $100,000 of passive income coming in at that time, we don't really need any money in the bank, because we're never going to need to dip into our savings, because we always have that passive income. Now, I'm not recommending that as a strategy. I'm really just making a point that the passive income is more important than the actual dollars in the bank. Okay, here's some interesting statistics on retirement. So again, we said 65 years old is sort of the retirement age that, we sort of talk about. But it's interesting because 36% of people never make it to their 65th birthday, right? They're dead before they get to be 65 years old. 54% of people are still living on family or government support by the time they get to be 65. 5% of people are working because they still have to work. 4% of people are actually well off, and only 1% of people are actually wealthy by the time they get to be 65. So hopefully you guys are going to be in that 1% statistic, because you're focusing on this stuff. But just some interesting statistics. Most people don't have a plan. So why is it that most people don't become wealthy? Well, it never occurs to them. They never decide to do it. They procrastinate. They have the inability to delay gratification, and they have a lack of time perspective. So we're going to dive into each one of these individually. So the first one, it just never occurs to people. So the average person never grew up in a family that was wealthy. They never met anybody or knew anybody that was wealthy. Nobody in their social group was wealthy. None of their role models were wealthy. No one they ever worked with was wealthy. So people that actually did grow up in homes where the parents were wealthy, they're much more likely to become wealthy as adults than people who grew up in homes where the parents are not wealthy. So for many people, it just never occurs to them that it's possible for them to actually become wealthy. And of course, if it never occurs to them, then they never actually take any of the steps necessary to make it a reality. Another reason why people don't become wealthy is they just never decide to do it, right? Even if a person reads a book, if they attend a lecture or associates with people that are financially successful, or if you come to this great training that we're doing today, nothing changes until they decide to do something different. So even if it does occur to them that they can become wealthy, if they just did certain things in a specific way, if they don't decide to take the first step, they just end up staying as is. The primary reason for underachievement and failure is that most people don't actually decide to be successful. So I want you guys to make a commitment to yourselves today that you are going to decide to be successful, that you are going to decide to be wealthy. You have to make that commitment to yourself. People just never make a firm, unequivocal commitment or definite decision that they're going to become wealthy. They mean to, they intend to, they hope to, and they're going to do it someday. They wish and they hope, they pray they're going to make a lot of money, but they just never actually decide that they're actually going to do it. But making that decision, which hopefully you guys are all going to do by the end of this meeting today, this training today, is this decision is an essential first step to becoming financially independent and wealthy. So if you continue to do what you've always done, you're going to continue to get what you've always got. So another reason why people don't become wealthy is procrastination. People always have a good reason not to begin doing what they know they need to do to achieve financial independence. And this is the same thing for your sales businesses as well. You know that you need to be making your lead generation calls and your prospecting calls and reaching out to your clients, but you're just delaying it and you're procrastinating and you're never doing it. It's the same thing for wealth. You have to take action. It's always the wrong month, the wrong season, the wrong year, right? It's never a good time. Business conditions maybe are no good, or maybe they're too good, right? I mean, the last year for all of us has been crazy. You're probably running around like crazy in your businesses and don't feel like you have time to do this. You have to make time, right? If you feel like the market's not right, or maybe you have to take a risk, or maybe give up some security in order to actually do it. Or maybe they're saying, we'll do it next year, right? There always seems to be a reason to procrastinate. And what happens? They keep putting it off. A month goes by, a year goes by, and then it's too late, right? At that point, you're too old. You don't have enough years ahead of you to actually put together a good plan that you can execute on. So even if it's occurred to a person that they can become wealthy and they've decided to change, procrastination will always push their plans into the indefinite future. So here's another reason why people don't become wealthy. And this is an interesting one. This is the inability to delay gratification. Most people have an irresistible temptation to spend every single penny they make and whatever else they just borrow or buy on credit, right? If you can't delay gratification and you cannot discipline yourself to refrain from spending every dollar that you make, you're never going to become wealthy, right? Because if you're spending more money than you're making or able to save, there's never going to be that gap in there between what you're spending and what you're making. And that gap is what allows you to have savings and start to invest and start to become wealthy. It's important to practice budgeting as a lifelong habit, or else it's going to be impossible for you to achieve that wealth that you want, that financial independence that you want. And the last one here is a lack of time perspective. I guess the wealthiest people that I have heard speak, I've always heard a common theme, and it's the fact that they have this long-term perspective or long-time perspective on their lives and their business, right? Jeff Bezos is a great example, right? He continues to invest in the future. All the top people that I've heard speak or I've read books on, they all have this major lifelong time perspective. So there was an interesting study that I found. It was conducted by Dr. Edward Banfield at Harvard University in the 1950s, and it was published in 1964 as The Unheavenly City. And he studied the reasons for upward socioeconomic mobility. So he wanted to know how you could predict whether an individual or a family was going to move upward one or more socioeconomic groupings and be wealthier in the next generation than they were in this generation. So all of his research brought him to a single factor that he concluded was more accurate than any other in predicting success in America. And they called that time perspective. So this was defined as the amount of time that you take into consideration when planning your day-to-day activities and when making important decisions in your life. So time perspective referred to how far you projected into the future when you decided what you're going to do or not do in the present. So an example of long time perspective is the common habit of upper class families in England who register their children at Oxford or Cambridge universities as soon as the child's born. So even though he or she will not be attending college for 18 or 19 years, this is long time perspective in action, right? The young couple that begins putting $50 a month aside in a scholarship fund so that their newborn child can go to the college that they want, and is a couple that has long time perspective. They're willing to sacrifice in the short term to assure better results and outcomes in the long term. So for those of you that have kids that put money away in a 529 plan, that would be an example of a long time perspective. If you put money away in a retirement account, of course, long time perspective, right? These are people that are not going to ever use that money for many, many years. That's the same thing with wealth building. You have to build this business for the future. And the people with that long time perspective almost invariably move up economically in the course of their lifetimes. So a very interesting study that I found. So 3 steps to building wealth. The first one is you have to accumulate, right? To accumulate wealth over time, you need to do 3 things. The first thing is you need to make money, okay? You make money in your job, right? This means that before you can begin to save or invest, you have to have a long-term source of income that's enough to have some left over after you covered your necessities. For the real estate agents, that is your job is selling real estate. For the employees on this call, if there's people that are employed, that is your job every day, right? So you make your money, then you need to save your money. Once you have an income that's enough to cover your basic expenses, right? You have to understand what your personal expenses are, of course, first. Once you have enough to cover your basics, you need to develop a proactive savings plan. And then with that savings plan, you actually need to invest that money. Once you've set aside a monthly savings goal, you need to invest the difference wisely, prudently, right? Because your savings equals your income minus your spending. So here's my strategy. First one is my job, if you will, is selling houses, right? I'm a real estate agent. I own real estate brokerages as well. I own 8 Keller Williams real estate brokerages. That is my job, if you will. That's what I come to work every single day to do. So I sell houses or I run brokerages. The next thing is with the money I make off of that, I flip houses. So I take that money and I build new construction houses to sell. I build probably close to 100 per year with the intention of selling them. So I buy land, I build houses, and I sell those houses. That's where I make the largest chunk of my money. Then with the largest chunk of my money that I make, I take that and I put that into my long-term wealth building, my passive income, and that's investing in real estate. That is putting my money towards the rental properties that are going to pay me a recurring revenue, recurring income every single month. That's my long-term wealth building strategy. But first you have to make money, so you have to have at least 2 of these in order to work. You don't need to flip houses, although I always recommend as real estate agents that you buy properties and flip them every year. And of course, buy rental properties too. You have a great opportunity to do that. So if you're not doing that, I always recommend doing that, at least one of them. It's a good extra source of income. But if you're not doing that, you at least have to make money, right? So you make money and then you invest your money. Okay, so I'm going to leave you with some final thoughts, and then we can open it up for questions if we have some time, which we do. So final thoughts. Number 1, stop thinking about what your money can buy and start thinking about what your money can earn. Okay. Think of every dollar that you have as how much can you make off of this? Try not to have too much dead money. So as you start to make a lot of money, which hopefully a lot of the people on this call are doing or will be doing, being successful real estate agents, you don't want to have too much dead money. Dead money is just money that's sitting in the bank account, not earning money, right? Because you put your money in the bank account and I don't even know what the banks pay now, like probably less than 0.25% on your money. That's a terrible return on your money. It's safe, but it's terrible return. So that I consider dead money. It's money that's not making money for me. So you want to take that money and think about what things can you invest in that money can earn more money for you. Okay, life is like Vegas. You have to put something on the line to get a return. Burnout is not the price you have to pay for success. I would bet you a large percentage of the people on this call right now are burnt out. You really can get burnt out in the real estate industry, especially in the market that we've been living in over the last couple of years. It's been good for us for the most part, but it's crazy out there, right? You're putting a lot of offers in on places, but I want to let you know, burnout is not the price you have to pay for success. Right? There's ways that you could be living a great life, just like we heard Adam talking about right before I was speaking, like figure out what your perfect life is, what your big life is, and burnout does not have to be part of the success of that. Time is the most valuable resource in investing. We talked a lot about long time perspective today, okay? Time is your most valuable resource that you are going to have in investing. We talk a lot about Warren Buffett when we talk about this. He made the majority of his money after he was 60 years old. Okay, he's living a long life right now, but he has invested for the long term. Wealth is attracted to mindset. If you want to focus on wealth and you want to do this, you have to have the right mindset. That's the first step that we talked about at the beginning of this presentation is you have to have the right mindset that you want to become wealthy, that you're going to commit to becoming wealthy, and that wealth will be attracted to that mindset. If you eat, invest, and think according to what the news advocates, you'll end up nutritionally, financially, and morally bankrupt, right? Don't listen to everything that you see on the news, right? Make your own decisions, understand the market, invest in what you know best, and try to keep yourself in a positive light and not focus on negativity. And business opportunities are like buses. There's always another one coming around the corner. You may have missed 100% of that opportunity, but there will always be another one. So just because you missed out on a property, maybe you got outbid on it, maybe you didn't act quickly enough, maybe you missed out on a business opportunity, don't be discouraged. There's always going to be another one that comes around. As long as you're in the game, as long as you have the mindset, and as long as you're focused on becoming wealthy and putting yourself in a position to have those opportunities, there's going to always be another one coming around. So don't be discouraged. So with that, I thought maybe we could open it up to discussion, or I guess I could read through the chat boxes and see what kind of things we have in here. Or if Michael, if you want to moderate that or moderate the questions, I'm happy to answer any questions or go over that.
Well, for starters, in the chat box, I think you had a lot of ahas. I heard people saying that you were speaking to them directly. I heard people saying how simple the concepts are that you're creating, and you're not making it difficult. And you hit an interesting topic. You said a lot of people are probably feeling burnout right now. So if you have felt burnout at any point in the last 6 months, can you put an I or a yes or something in the chat box so we know how many people we're talking to? I can tell you, I felt it. and no, a big reason why I'm doing today is for that reason, to kind of rejuvenate, re-energize, reinvigorate. So when you feel that burnout, Noah, what's something that you do for yourself to kind of recharge your battery?
Yeah, it's a great question. Let me stop my sharing screen here so I can, you can see me a little bit better. So I'm sure we've all experienced some degree of burnout since COVID started, right? Maybe some more than others. What I try to do is I find ways to give myself small wins throughout the day. Because if you don't find ways to give yourself small wins throughout the day, you're going to get small bits of negativity, and the small bits of negativity start to add up and start to give you that feeling of burnout. So, you know, maybe you guys are starting to come back to the office a lot, but I know for a period of time, there's not a lot of people coming back to the office, but those little conversations that we have every day with our colleagues, you know, when we're getting coffee or just those little conversations, that gives us a little bit of energy every single day, right? And we miss out on a lot of those things. So I find the things that give me the most energy during the day, and I do those things. So for me, it's working out. I take cold showers every day. That gives me energy. I know it's crazy, but it gives me energy. It brings oxygen to my blood vessels and gives me energy. I drink a lot of water every day. You know, I try to have conversations with people. Actually, when I teach, when I do stuff like this, that gives me energy. So find the things that make you happy. Maybe it's watching a TV show, right? Or whatever it is, find the things that give you those small wins, those small boosts of oxytocin or whatever it's called, and that give you that energy and make you feel good. And try to put yourself in a position to get those small wins every day, because if you don't do that, it's going to be the opposite. And then it's just going to keep bringing you down and down and down.
Awesome. Catherine Rain asked a great question. She's curious, when it comes to investing, what do you focus on more, the cash flow of the property or the projected appreciation?
Me personally, I focus on cash flow because I never really look at myself as a seller. I never really go into these rental properties with the intention of selling them. Now, I do sell from time to time. I do sell if you know, it cost me too much to build and the cash flow is not as good as I thought it was going to be, or somebody makes me a ridiculous offer on a property. Like every once in a while, I will sell it, but that's not really my intention. That to me is a bonus. So I really just focus on the cash flow because I have a goal of how much passive income I want to make within, call it 10 years or so. And I'm just every year just trying to chip away at that.
Now, I have a buddy of mine that does some real high level investing in rental properties. He buys a couple a month, and he talks about rules. Do you have rules that you follow when investing? It's got to be a certain amount of cash flow with a certain down payment and a certain mortgage length.
Yeah, pretty much. I have some loose rules and I have some hard rules. My loose rules are I try to buy properties that I can walk to from my house. So I like to stop by my properties and check them out and even just walk by them every day. So a lot of the properties that I own are pretty close to my house because I know the neighborhood. I know what I can get for rent. I know what I can sell them for. And the more control I have in a certain area, the more I can control the rent. I mean, in some areas near my house, I own, 150 units like within like a couple block radius of each other. So I can sort of control the market there. I typically try to invest in stuff that's around an 8% cap rate. That's my goal. And most of the stuff that I do is new construction. I very rarely do rehabs, and I almost never buy stuff that's like, there's no value add. So typically I'll buy a piece of land or a building that I'll knock down. I'll build a multifamily building anywhere from, I don't know, my 6-unit building is probably my smallest one. And I have, a bunch of 25-unit buildings, and I'm building a 60-unit building right now. So I try to get an 8% cap rate once it's stabilized. If it's in a neighborhood I have a lot of business in, maybe I'll go a little bit lower, like a 7-something cap rate. That's kind of what I look at as like my main guideline. And typically we're putting 20 or 25% into these deals. And that's kind of like my basics on what I look for.
Now do you stick strictly? Lance asked a great question. Do you stick strictly to residential? Do you have commercial? What's the mix of property type?
Most of my stuff is multifamily, which is residential, and mixed use, which would be commercial on the ground floor and then apartments above. I have one building where I have a commercial tenant on the first floor. I have a performing arts theater in the basement.
Nice.
The building that I built. But I don't typically only invest in commercial stuff. But again, these are business questions that you have to figure out what your strategy is and what it is that you want to focus on. There's certainly a lot less maintenance in commercial tenants, right? But residential requires a lot more hands-on and property management, and there's turnover and stuff. So you just have to put together the business plan that you want and then focus on that.
And that kind of leads us to this next question I saw. Do you use a property management company? Do you own your own property management company? How does that factor into your equation?
Yeah, I own my own property management company. We manage about 2,500 properties. And that allows me to also manage my own properties as well through that property management company too. I knew that the first time I needed to have my properties managed was one of the first properties I owned. It was a triplex. It was like 10 o'clock at night. I was getting ready to go to bed. And I got a call from, I don't know, one of the tenants that said the gas company was there and they're going to knock down the door if I don't come there in like the next 10 minutes because they smell a gas leak. And I was like in my pajamas, ready to go to bed. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like I do not want to go out at 10 o'clock at night. So the next day, my first call was, start hiring somebody to come work for me as a property manager. So I had my own crew of property management people first. And then when I, acquired a property management company, we just rolled all of our properties into that.
Awesome. And someone kind of commented on something. He said, stockbrokers buy stocks. As real estate professionals, we have to remember, invest in what we know and invest in real estate in the area of real estate you're comfortable with, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I mean, you have to think about your money. I talked about dead money before, right? You want your money to work for you. So if you have $10,000 in the bank, $100,000 in the bank, whatever it is, and you want to invest that $100,000, you could leave it in the bank and you can make less than 0.25%. You can invest it into the stock market where maybe you're going to make, 8% or so historically, maybe a little bit more. Or you can invest in real estate where typically you're going to make 15 or 20 or 30% back on your money, right? If you're investing in good investment. And of course, that doesn't even factor in the appreciation as well. So I think there's always going to be more money in real estate, at least historically. And you guys you're in a prime position to be able to buy all the good deals that you get in front of, right? If a good deal comes across your plate, why is it that you're not buying it before you're trying to list the property? If you come across something good, you should always be buying it yourself and making sure that you're positioning yourself to be able to jump on those opportunities when they come up.
And Catherine kind of hit the nail on the head with that. She said investing in real estate is legal insider trading. and that's so true. As long as you disclose, you're good.
I love that.
And so I guess last question from the chat box. If you had $10,000 to invest right now, what would you do with it?
I'm always investing in real estate. So that's what I do. I mean, I know how much money it costs me to live. And when I set my goals out at the beginning of every year, I figure out with all my different companies of how much I want to make in each company. And then with the difference of that, I figure out how much I have left over. I figure out how much do I feel comfortable leaving in the bank? Like at what point do I get uncomfortable when my bank account falls below a certain point, right? Because when you invest in real estate, you never feel like you have enough money in the bank. Like any developer you talk to, you always like, none of them have a ton of money in the bank because they're always investing in deals. And especially when you're buying rental properties, for me at least, I put my money into these properties and I don't do cash out refis. Like for me, when I put my money in, it stays in because I'm looking for the cash flow. So I know that when I put that money in, like I'm probably not getting that back in chunks for a long period of time. So you have to figure out what amount of money do you feel comfortable with having in the bank, where if it falls below that, you don't feel comfortable. And then anything over and above that, you're investing into real estate. So whether that's 10,000, 100,000, whatever, I'm investing that money into real estate.
Awesome. Noah, you were fantastic today. Thank you so much for your time. I know you've got a very important family thing to get to with your daughter, I believe.
Yep.
So we appreciate you taking the time and spend this 45 minutes with us.
Thank you, guys. Hopefully you got something out of this, and I appreciate you having me on today.
Thank you. If I can ever return the favor, let me know. No, appreciate it.
I will take you up on that.
Thanks. All righty. Who's ready for a little Mariano Rivera? We're going to play a quick video here as we track down Brandon Steiner and Mariano in the Zoom world and get them ready to participate here. So let's watch this 3-minute video as we get geared up to Mariano. 30 seconds. I thought it was 3 minutes. We need a longer video. Here comes the video.
His career began with the Yankees in 1995 as a starter against the Angels. He struggled, went down to the minor leagues, came back as a reliever. In 96, he was the setup man for John Wetland. In 97, he took over the closer's role. He has been in that role ever since, and he is very simply the greatest who has ever done this job. And we have had the privilege of watching him all these years.
That sign is so true. It won't be the same without Mariano Rivera.
Hey, Brandon, I see you there. Do you have a camera you can turn on? Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Look at that. You're getting this technology thing, bud.
All good.
If you have the ability to text Mariano, maybe have him raise his hand in the Zoom box if he's on.
I told him.
Okay.
Yeah, I told him. He's got his son who's guiding him along, who's the crack technology experts.
This might be him coming on. Let's see if this technology thing came together. There he is. Hey, Mariano, how are you, sir?
Michael, how are you?
Good. Thanks so much for taking time with us today. And we got our buddy Stephen Gendel here as well. We were chatting with a few weeks ago.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, Mariano? Hey, Brandon.
So, Brandon, I'll let you run with this if you'd like. What I'll do is I'm going to keep an eye in the chat box. And if something comes up that's a question someone wants to throw out there or clarification, I'll kind of interrupt and let you know about that. And I'll let you guys run with the conversation.
Well, thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. You know, we love Keller Williams, and actually we consider Keller Williams almost part of our family.
Well, thank you. I've always wanted to be related to Mariano Rivera. So the fact that you think of us as family is awesome. Actually, we joked earlier and said Stephen Gendel was your coach talking about the charities a few weeks ago. So.
Well, what's been great is, you know, the way Keller Williams has rallied behind, you know, we did this small MVP club and we were able to raise a lot of money. Obviously, Mariano is driven about helping people, his foundation, and that right now in the middle of building a learning center, which we'll get to. But in the meantime, I just wanted to thank you for having us. Mariano, it's good joining you as well. Always good talking with you.
Thank you, Brandon.
Are you doing well today? How's everything?
Doing excellent.
So, you know, what always, you know, the thing, you know, and obviously we know each other for 25 years and everybody always looks at all the saves and how great you are and how consistent you've been, which is true. It's been amazing, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes to get you to the point where you can be as consistent in what you're doing. What do you think the key is when you look back on your career, and even now you're dealing with adversity to try to raise more money, build a foundation, build up a learning center? What is it in your DNA that helps you deal with this kind of adversity? Even early in your career, you had a Tommy John surgery. People don't realize, like, it wasn't all rosy.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Brandon, thank you, man, because I mean, and thank you, Keller Williams and Michael for all this and having me in this panel. But well, you understand the outcomes. You know, you understand that sometimes it will not go your way, but it will get time. You know, you need time, and times is the essence of everything. You know, the right timing, the right time, everything. You know, so things that I don't control, I don't worry about. You know what I mean? I don't get headaches with those things. What I do is just trying to take care of the things that I control. You know, so and just enjoy it, you know, because I mean, regardless, whatever you do or whatever you don't do, it's part of the process. So I mean, to me, you know, I mean, for example, I mean, going through this process to build the learning center, it hasn't been the way that I wanted to. I haven't been able to raise the money yet, and we just have to continue pushing forward. You know, we have to.
Why the learning center? By the way, why pick up? You've made so much money. You've done so well. Why all of a sudden get into such a big challenge? Not only one learning center, you want to build a whole bunch of them. Why?
Yeah, why? Because I mean, that's my heart. You know, I always been a man that wanted to give back, and that's a way of mine to give back to the community, to do the right thing. And I believe that's the right thing. When you think about others, when you think about, especially the youth, you think about the future. The youth is our future, and if we don't invest on our future, well, we're gonna be in trouble. So I definitely taken the opportunity, taking the challenge to do something in that magnitude, because I believe in education. I believe in second chances and third chances and creating opportunities for those less fortunate. So, I mean, if the Lord has given me the platform and the connection and the ability to do this, I'm going to run with it. I'm going to do it until I can no more, because I want to be able to go to sleep knowing that I'm doing something for others, you know, that the Lord take care of me in such a way, but also give me a platform that I wanted to use, that I need to use to benefit those less fortunate, like I say, and invest in our future. So that's why my passion, that's what I love it. That's why, because I understand that we all need opportunity. You know, I have mine and I capitalize it. I take advantage of it. But sometimes we have to create opportunity to those in need, so they can also have opportunity to capitalize. So, I mean, that's my way to see things. That's my way to give back. And I believe on the youth. It's not that I just wanted to do something just to have it. No. I want to do something because I believe they will bring changes to their life and the community.
In a lot of ways, you know, you've had some success with the foundation. You've done a lot of work feeding thousands of people during this pandemic, and all kinds of reading programs, and things are rolling. But it reminds me a little of 95 too, where you've had some success, or I should say 97. Really, when you think about it, 97, like you're kind of rolling, you become the closer, you have a little problem. I mean, how do you get through that adversity? Like, I mean, then you went on an unbelievable run. I mean, you gave up that home run in the playoffs, for example, and then all of a sudden you come and pitch your best baseball. When you think about it, after coming back from 97, what was the inspiration there?
Well, Brandon, it's all about that inspiration, because I mean, it would be easy if everything that you want to accomplish, and you wanted to take the challenge, it goes well. No, it ain't gonna be like that. You know, anybody can do it if that's easy. But it's not like that. So you have to take the bumps and the bruises to learn and make better. So 97 to me was a great year to me. Great year, because I mean, I learned a lot. I experienced a lot. And because that motivated me to be better, to be even much better in what I do in my craft. So if 97 wouldn't happen, And let's see, for example, 97 would have been a year that we would have won the World Series after 96. Maybe I would have been, you know what, this is easy. This is something that yes, it's gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen like that. You have to put your effort. You have to put your time. You have to put everything within your power to get it done. So I was so glad that I mean, at the time I wasn't glad that we lost, but that motivated me to get better. So I couldn't wait for the season to start. I wish the season started the same day, the next day after we were eliminated, because that way we got a chance to come back, you know, and we did. We had a chance to face the Indians again, and we take care of business.
Yeah, absolutely. It was interesting to see you go through that process, but you came back even stronger. And then sometimes coaching, you know, Mr. Torrey giving you a little bit of a, you know, during the offseason, I remember him meeting up with you, giving you a little bit of a push. So sometimes somebody can enter in to push you even a little further. He had a lot of faith in you, even though things didn't work out that year.
Well, you have to have a team like that behind you, you know. Mr. Torrey and Mel Stottlemyre, they were, you know, the people, they always push me. They believe in me and give me the opportunity. So, yes, I mean, having a group of people like that, coaches and manager, they believe in you. I mean, definitely you will take that as a challenge and I'm motivated to push forward. That's what I did. You know, I mean, again, every time that I have the chance to be in the game, I took it as a great opportunity. I never take it for granted, and I just take the best of it. Always make sure that I was prepared mentally and physically to do that and be successful. I mean, being successful, 90-some%, 97, 98%, I take that anytime.
Absolutely. I remember when Joe Torre told me the story that he called you in his office after that 97 and said, "You're my guy. You're our guy. You're our closer. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. And I believe in you 100%." Which, you know, people don't realize there's so much pressure when you lose a playoff game like that. And here he takes the complete opposite route to get behind you and give you that vote of confidence. I love that in the manager, and I love the way you responded to it.
And that's the way it is, though. Again, you know, do you have to have a leader that understands the process, a leader that been through the process, a leader that can trust the process. So when we have those areas covered, I think the rest will be easier. And that's what it gave me the confidence, because, I mean, he went through it, you know, he played the game, he trusts the game, and he trusts the process that he went out to do the game. So therefore, when he gave me that type of respect and type of trust, man, the rest was easier, because I came back stronger in 98, and we have, because that we have 98, 99, 2000, and continue all the way to my end of my career, because someone trusts you and give you the opportunity to come back and do it again. So that's what matters. You know, that's where, when you have a team, it can be anything in sport, in business, anything. You know, when you have a leader, they always believe on your team and is willing to give second chances, you know, and allow. One thing, though, that Joe Torre did was allow me to make mistakes. Most of the times, you don't see that from managers. You see the manager, well, you know, you made mistakes. No. If you don't make mistakes, how are you gonna learn? Yeah. So I learned understanding the man. I cannot do that. You know, awesome. I mean, I can get better on this area, and I had to work on this area. Yeah. I had to master my ability, and my weaknesses will be my weaknesses, but I had to better my weakness.
Hey, Brandon, I have a couple of questions in the chat box. Can I ask a few of these? They're actually pretty good questions. Kevin Curran hit the nail on the head. We're talking a lot today about,
you know, just one quick thing, Mariano. How are you not wearing your number 42 T-shirt?
I know, man. I messed up on that one. That's a mistake. That's a rookie mistake.
One of the questions we had is, what are some of the habits you think are important to stay motivated, stay engaged, stay productive at such a high level for so long? Do you do anything specifically each day that you think contributes to you maintaining your focus?
Well, Michael, I mean, the thing that you have to have in mind day in and day out is you have to love what you do, and you have to have the passion.
Yeah.
And when you have those two components on your hand, on your side, the rest will be easier because you will do whatever it takes to make it done. So you create a habit into my habits were or my routine. Actually, I don't call it habit. My routine was that I had to be in the training and in the stadium at that time. If I need to work, I need to do my massage. I need to stretch. I need to make sure that I did all those things that I had to do physically. For then, when I get to the game, I was prepared physically and mentally. But the two components that we have to have is the passion and the love for what we do. That will catapult us to get to whatever we need to go. But we have the two motors that pushed us to do that exactly that we love.
Awesome. And we had a couple of questions here about, mentors. Did you have someone early on in your life that was a mentor that shaped you? John Dibbs, one of our franchise owners, actually said, who helped you learn to throw that pitch? Was there a certain person somewhere along your way that kind of set you on the path for the greatness that you accomplished?
Michael, it was no flesh and no blood. So meaning it wasn't a man taught me that pitch. It was God that gave me the pitch. Because as a matter of fact, if it was for me and Mel, we would have stopped the pitch from moving. We don't want the pitch to be moving. But God gave me the pitch, and I learned how to use it. After a few years, I learned how to use it, how to place the pitch where I wanted to place it, and the rest is history. Because again, I remember going to Detroit when the Lord gave me that pitch. I said the Lord because no one taught me the pitch. Mel didn't do it. None of the pitching coach or coach taught me the pitch, but God. So when we were there, I remember that we were trying to work to make the pitch stop from moving, and we couldn't do it. So it was amazing. It was amazing. And again,
Girardi got upset with you.
Joe had upset with me because he couldn't catch the pitch. He don't know. And I don't blame him. He used to see one thing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's seeing another thing. It will be hard. So, but I tell you how good that pitch was. That I threw that pitch for 17 years, and the only thing that I didn't do was telling them verbally, "Hey guys, here it comes." I didn't do that, but the whole world knew that the pitch was coming, and they couldn't hit it.
Nice.
So
you guys talked before about pressure in those high pressure environments, and you were probably, we call real estate a high pressure environment, but you walking in to close out a game in Major League Baseball is the epitome of high pressure. What advice would you give someone of how can they calm their nerves or calm their mind or settle down when they're in one of those high pressure environments? Was there anything you did?
Michael, that's a great question, man, because this is a such a great amount of pressure when you're in that situation. But one thing that we have to understand, Michael, that is important. What I did was that I controlled my emotions. I control everything. For example, when I was pitching at Yankee Stadium, the fans were sharing and clapping and doing all these things, which is energy, okay? But I didn't allow that energy to get hold of me, meaning to control me. I was in control of those energy. I was in control of those emotions. Therefore, I was able to work in those pressure situations. If you allow those emotions or that energy to control you in those precious situation, you are done.
Right.
Because you're gonna act in feelings. You're gonna act in emotions You don't act in reality, thinking rational, thinking with your head, cool. You don't thinking like that. When you get emotional, you make a lot of mistakes.
Right.
But when you concentrate it and you get hold of those emotions, and no. I got to hold of you because you ain't gonna run me. I'm gonna run you. You know, you're gonna ride a good wave when you are surfing. So that's the way it is. So for me to control those to be successful in those moments, I had to control my emotions and the energy that the fans were giving me.
Awesome. And I know we want to make sure we get some time to talk about your charity here too, Brandon. I had someone had someone put in the question of where can they find more information about your learning centers and what you're trying to build there and when. So I know that you have the Mariano Rivera Foundation.org.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Mariano Rivera Foundation.org. And I have
And
to
if you want, yeah.
But Keller Williams has been having a tremendous partner. I mean, I'm so happy with you guys because you guys have been the real deal. I remember when we did the program, the MVP Club, that was something special, you know, and Keller Williams was sharp on that. And I keep looking forward, Michael, to the adventure that we're going to have together.
Yeah, I think we're going to accomplish a lot of good together without a doubt. And real quick aside, Brandon, Dan Clark wants to say hello to both of you guys. So Dan Clark, if you're on the Zoom, if you can either unmute yourself or raise your hand so we can bring you up on the screen with Brandon and Mariano.
Hey, Michael, can you put up the t-shirt on? Can you just put the t-shirt where people can go and click on when they click on?
Yep, we're actually going to let Dan say hello to you guys first, and then we're going to go through the 3 different ways people could support Mariano's charity today.
Oh, great. Dan Clark is the rock star, everybody. I hope everybody knows that.
So my question to you, Mariano, I'm such a fan, not just baseball, but what you've done off the field. I want to question what relationship with Brandon Steiner, how did your relationship with Brandon Steiner improve you as a human being, which spilled over into you performing at the highest Hall of Fame level once you took the field? Talk to me about the significance of off-field relationships, because that ties into realtors as well.
That's it. And those Brandon mentioned before, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for the question. And thank you very much for being a great guy and great fan. Thank you. I appreciate you, Dan. But Brandon, before, you know, we have a 25 years of relationship. And, our relationship is building trust. Okay, that's how that has to be the center of the relationship, the trust. If we don't have that trust, it won't be no relationship. It definitely won't be a long relationship. So when I met Brandon, you know, I mean, as a rookie, I mean, I didn't know much. You know, he was in the business. He was a veteran already. And I just see him how he was working and all that stuff. So I learned a lot from him. You know, he taught me a lot. Even though he didn't say it, he taught me a lot. So I learned a lot from him and knowing the business in such a way that he impacted in my life. So, I mean, to me, he's one of the guys that always be there for you and go get it. You know, he's finding a way to get it done. And those are the people that you need to get on your side. You have to find the way to get it done. It's no excuses. It's no time for say, oh man, I'm sorry I couldn't do it. I mean, I thought that I can do it, but no. You have, if you say it, you have to get it done. And that's the kind of relationship that we have. And I can consider him, I consider him my friend, you know, and I can tell him whatever I want, whatever I feel, I'm gonna tell him. And he will tell me the same thing. You know, so that's the relationship that we have, but that's the trust that we have with each other, that we can say whatever we feel about each other. And that's the important thing. Sometimes we need to do that. To create a great relationship, we have to have a great connection. So therefore, we can give whatever we need to give back.
So you're saying that we all should create our own personal board of directors, somebody we can call at 2 o'clock in the morning if we need. Brandon, you've always talked so highly of Mariano. I feel like I know him just because I know you and you love this young man. What one thing have you learned from Mariano that's made you a better husband? I've been to your home. I know what a class act you are. family, country focus. What one thing has Mariano taught you in this relationship that's made you a better human being?
I mean, there's so many things. I mean, when I met Mariano, I laid eyes on him. I knew that this was the guy that I wanted to argue with for the next 50 years of my life, because we don't hesitate to argue about a lot of things. But I think the most important thing, he's led me to really have an understanding of the importance of God and to have faith, which I never really had much of before I met him, and just the importance of helping people. It's not a burden; it's an opportunity that leads you to share joy and to give. Because I used to always give, and I donate to charity, then I would broadcast it. I'd like put up billboards. Look what I just did. And Mariano just, he'd see me just start shaking his head. And he explained to me that, the art of giving isn't about taking credit and taking a bow, but it's just the joy of just knowing you've helped someone. And that's probably the biggest lesson I've learned from him. I mean, obviously, as a baseball player, his focus and discipline too, his ability to shut everything out and focus on what's important, the most important thing, even though it pisses me off a lot of times, which includes ignoring me. But his level of focus, which is just insane high, when it comes down to stuff that's really important, you really cannot get into his space. And I think that we all need to take a lesson of that, because you should always focus on the most important thing. And then faith, having a strong level of faith and believing in God, and then believing in the importance of helping others. I cannot believe how hard this guy works. Like, he's working harder than he did when he played baseball. And there is nothing that I think he wouldn't do, which he's also taught me, no matter how much money you have, how successful, it doesn't make you any less or more important than anyone else. You'll see him barbecuing or shovel the snow. He goes and picks up the rolls. He goes and gives out the toys. He's very, he doesn't count on his celebrity. That was what he did. And this is who he is now. And you see him very hands-on with his foundation, and not just putting his name on something, but he's putting his heart into it. And I've learned to do that more.
It's good. I don't want to hijack anymore. Michael, back to you. But thanks, Mariano. We all love you, admire you. And Brandon, I have his picture up on my wall with rosary beads hanging under it, a red light. He answers about 2 prayers a month. So it's good to see you, Brandon, off camera. I love you, bro, and let's talk soon.
Hey, Dan, we'll see you in 45 minutes, Dan. Look forward to seeing you in a few.
Absolutely. And I can't wait to brag to the world that today I was the closer. Yeah, baby.
Thanks, Dan. So we'll be having him on the call at about 2 o'clock today. So let's spend the last few minutes we have here making sure we chat about Mariano's charity. If you look in the chat box and scroll up, we'll repost it. We did post the link to the Mariano Rivera Foundation. So please feel free to go take a look at that. So you can see all the good Mariano's creating. And we have 3 ways that you can help support Mariano and his vision and his passion and his goal to help youths. And those 3 ways are the t-shirt. So tell us a little bit about the number 42 t-shirt, the My Journey t-shirt there, Mariano.
Michael, I mean, that's a great t-shirt, man. I always continue saying, every Yankee fan, every Mariano Rivera fan, every New Yorker need to have this t-shirt. Number 42. Obviously, number 42 because Mr. Jackie Robinson, okay? What Jackie Robinson represent, that was the number that I wear with pride and dignity and legacy of Mr. Jackie Robinson. But if you see the number 4 is me coming from my hometown, Panama, all the way, leaving my country. And then number 2 is arriving to the New York City, the Big Apple,
nice.
Yankee Stadium. And we have the championships there, the 5 championships, all the way to Cooperstown.
Awesome.
And that is the story. That's my story, my humble story that I wanted to share with all the Yankee fans and all the baseball fans in the world. And that's why we created this t-shirt two reasons. One, that I want the Yankee fans and baseball fans to have a piece of me. And the other one is to generate some fans through the t-shirt. So it has 2 purposes. But the most important one was that I would love the fans to have a piece of me with this t-shirt.
Awesome. Awesome. And let me just shut this down for a second. There it is. And then there's two other ways here as well. So me and Brandon talked earlier. You're willing to sign Yankees jerseys, your number 42 Yankee jersey, either personalized or just sign it for someone, as well as baseballs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe we're asking for, we put in the chat box up ahead, we're asking for $1,000 donation to his charity for the jersey. And Mariano, I'm good for two. I've got two people in my life that I want to make sure I get those for. Big fans. My wife's aunt is a huge fan of yours. She's actually on the call here tonight. So I want to get one for her for Christmas. Sherry Pollock, who just commented in the chat, actually I believe donated almost $3,000 last year during Red Day for one of those jerseys. So she was a big donator for you there. And then also the baseballs, you have the ability to sign a baseball for someone for $500 donation. So we're going to ask anybody that would like a baseball or a jersey signed, just email kwrg27@kw.com. That's Emily. She just put it in the chat box. And what we're going to do is we're going to work with Brandon and Mariano to collect those donations, as well as, get you those two amazing gifts. And great time of year for Christmas, for closing gifts. What better closing gift from the closer, Brandon, than a signed jersey or a signed baseball, right?
Come on, Michael. Come on, man. You're the closer now, Michael. Come on.
But I think it's really cool. When you go to the site, you'll see a lot of the programs and projects. It's really amazing. And there is a whole spirit of what's going on with the foundation now as it evolves and grows. So when you register, you'll see the work that's being done on a day-to-day basis that is just it just blow you away. And it's just amazing to me how much it's grown since it started. So we appreciate everybody supporting, and definitely I promise, listen, I try not to go anywhere without wearing my number 42 shirt. Just proud, and it's such a great story and it's well designed. So it's cool too.
Let me actually just share for those that are here, just so you see his foundation.
Yeah, you can go to the website, donate. You go to the Mariano Rivera Foundation.org and you can donate there.
Yep. So again, whether you want to reach out to us or if you want to make a donation direct and just send us the confirmation of donation, and we will take that as credit to get you that jersey or the ball. And again, you can sign up right there to get regular updates on what they're doing with the Mariano Rivera Foundation. So Mariano, we're looking forward to helping partner with you on this and continue to raise funds. Brandon, that MVP event was fantastic a couple of weeks ago. What does someone have to do to be able to qualify for that MVP opportunity? Because I believe you guys do that annually on the date where Mariano was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Well, actually, Rich and I are working on putting together another program, which we're hopefully going to extend out to some of the other Keller Williams offices. And it involves, a chance to meet Mariano and get behind the charity and put different things together. So you'll be hearing some stuff. I know you're helping with us, Michael, as well, to do this. We're really excited because, we love helping people and listen, housing people and working on all kinds of different programs with you guys to help people is also part of the deal. So we're looking forward to that dimension. The MVP is great. A lot of people stepped up and they put their own little fundraisers together to help Mariano's charity, which was fun and it was great. It's just amazing. And I laugh about this because we know it's hard building these learning centers and doing something above and beyond. Like we go to a Boys and Girls Club and Mariano's like, we got to do better than this. Yeah, we got to build something better than this. The kids need more than this. And then sure enough, here we are. Rocking and rolling and doing something that's going to be amazing. And if you go to the site, you'll see there's like a blueprint of what this new learning center is going to be like, the first of hopefully many. And thank you, Keller Williams. Thank you, all of you out there that give your love and support on this. We really appreciate it. And we won't disappoint you in the work that gets done also, because Mario's got a really good team to do it.
Yep. And I know a lot of you had additional questions. Know that we will see Mariano again. We're building this partnership between Keller Williams and the Mariano Rivera Foundation. So this is twice in a year we've had Mariano as a guest, and you will see him again very soon. Mariano, thank you for your time, and look forward to helping support you and your charity.
Michael, thank you, buddy. And thank you very much, man. I appreciate you, and let's go, Keller Williams.
Sounds good, man. Thank you so much.
Right.
We'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
All righty, folks. So we have one more panel that Dan Clark you just saw briefly there chatting with Brandon and Mariano is going to be coming back in just a few minutes. Steven, that was fun, wasn't it?
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely great.
what did you get out of that? I see all these thanks, Mose. I think see these thank yous. Give me a yes in the chat box if you thought that was awesome. Yeah, no, then we'll do it again. Like I'm saying, we already did that. I don't care.
He's focused on his one thing. He was focused on his one thing when he played baseball. He's focused on his one thing now. That hasn't changed, right? I mean, he threw one pitch. That was his focus.
Yeah.
The panels today have been outstanding, but that was truly amazing. What he talked about.
Nice.
I will go back real quick though. One thing that struck me from the luxury panel. That was a great line, a great concept. Luxury people don't spend their time on social media because they know the value of their time.
For the record, this is your lead-in for my social media panel? Are you serious?
I'm not saying that there isn't a private group of people on social media who are wealthy that's there, but they know how to value their time to leverage that tool because it's a tool. It's not just a time waster. So my lead-in was the social media panel should be about leveraging it for your time, not to waste time with it, because you can easily get sucked into the vortex of time wasting.
Without doubt. Well, that being said, we love Mariano. We love the panel so far today. Well, we got another 43 minutes on the panel with hosted by Amanda Abdel Saeed, and then we're going to jump right into Dan Clark, who's going to end our day with a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, a lot of focus. So let's roll tape. Last panel of the day, and then we'll wrap it up with Dan Clark.
So hi, everyone. Welcome to the Lead Generation Through Social Media panel. I am excited to be here. My name is Amanda Nadia Abdel Said, and I'm coming to you from the beautiful Garden State of New Jersey, representing the New York tri-state region with my amazing friends here. I was voted top 10 real estate agents in New Jersey on social media for the past 4 years. And today's panel is the real MVPs. So this elite group of agents is absolutely crushing social media. And I am so excited to be asking them some deep and tough questions today. So welcome, everyone. I'd like to start off by having each of you introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, where you're from, your production level, and how long you've been in business. I want to start with you, Yadlin.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so excited to be with you guys. You guys are awesome, and I'm learning so much from you. My name is Yadlin Cherubin Ada. I am a licensed real estate associate broker with Keller Williams in Garden City, New York. That's Long Island. I've been licensed for about 16 years. However, I've been a full-time agent for the last 6 years, and that's when I actually started to engage and get into social media. I run a small team with 2 other agents called the Legacy Team. And I love all things real estate. I love what I do. So I'm really, really excited to be here. As far as production level in units, I think we're on track to close about 50 units this year. And, part of what we do is just changing lives. So Legacy Team, we want to change lives, empower people to, purchase real estate and create legacies. So yes, I'm excited to be here, guys.
Awesome. Okay, Andy, you're up.
All right, so that's a tough one to follow. A lot of energy there. And I want to apologize in advance. Not the camera bouncing around. My ADD kicks in, so I need to keep moving. So I stand up most of the day. So if I make anybody seasick, I apologize in advance. But my name is Andy Sachs. I am with Keller in Newtown, Connecticut. I've been doing this for about 15 years. I run a team of, we're up to 12 or 13 agents. We are tracking to close about 120 million this year and anywhere between 250 and 300 units. I started when it crashed and similar to you actually as well. See, if you were 16 years ago, but I got in, it was like, oh my God, what the hell did I just do? But I'll tell you what, blessing in disguise, and learned from the bottom up when it was the absolute worst. And now we're in this crazy seller's market, and it's equally as challenging on the other way around. And what carried me through, and talk about timing is everything, and how to create that brand, and especially when you don't have a lot of money to spend on marketing, is social media. And how you deploy it and how often you do it, and the messaging and the value you offer is obviously things we'll probably jump into today. But it was a big component to the brand I created in my market. And I'm really I'm honored and excited to be here to talk about it with you guys today.
Awesome. I am so excited to have you guys I mean, I saw some of your social medias, and I'm going to encourage everyone to make sure they follow you. Emily's going to post each of your social medias in the chat. But both of your social medias are very impressive. So let's start off with, which social media platforms would you say you've had the most success with, and why? What's given you the best traction for your business? We'll start with you, Yadlin.
So I'm going to say for the last couple of years, it's been Instagram. Instagram has just an extended reach where my business has grown, where I'm finding buyers and sellers, but I'm also connecting with other agents, which is awesome. I find that agents are looking on social media for referral partners. And so that's been, my referral business has grown. And just kind of like putting your brand out and reaching people. So Instagram has been really, really big for my team. I love Instagram. And then, you know, since they're connected, Facebook would be the other platform that I use a lot. So those two are our main platforms that we use.
Okay. And what about you, Andy? Which platforms would you say you've had the most success with?
You know, I would tend to agree that those two are the behemoths still in the market, though we do link over, of course, YouTube and LinkedIn and all that stuff for most of our posting. And I think success actually, and I might take it in a direction you didn't plan on going, but it's kind of what I do, is had the most success with, right? But what is the metric in which you're measuring? What is your goal with social media? For me, though, I do have run lead capture campaigns and things like that. That's great. But for me, it was branding. I wanted to be able to walk into a store and say, hey, I know you. I've seen you somewhere. I'm really bothered that I can't. You're the guy on Facebook. You did the video on this. You did this. So you did that. You're in my feed every day. And I'm like, this is awesome. Because that's the branding you want. Because you need to be everywhere until the moment they need you. And you need to be there with substance, not just like, hey, I got a crazy hat on, I'm awesome. You need to be delivering value at every turn. So that's, mine was a branding measurement than more than a, did I get business today from this post?
Yeah, Andy's so right, because like so I do a lot of like mail marketing and things like that, and people will find me on social media. So it's like you're kind of everywhere. And that branding part of it, like the social media really helps support everything else that you're doing, because people are doing their research and they're using the computers, they're using online. So the social media aspect definitely supports a lot of the things that you're doing off the internet, and it helps create and build and support your branding. So yes, I totally agree with you.
Right. And I feel like, especially in today's day and age, people are doing their research before. And of course, if they're Googling you, one of the first things they're going to is check out your social media pages. It's like the new website, like they're on your social media before they're checking out the site. What would you say, how many leads would you say you get on a monthly basis from either Instagram or Facebook?
So for me, Andy is at a totally different scale from me, which like I said, I'm watching him and I'm watching the videos because my intention is to like learn to do more videos. But for me, I would say probably about 50 leads a month. And I think that's a lot. And this is free stuff. Like this is just me posting what I'm doing and videos and my family life and everything. And that's a lot of leads, I think.
Man, honestly, I couldn't even tell you, because our metric really is a branding play. I think that obviously lead gen is huge, and we do the Boomtown, and unfortunately we do Zillow, though I'm getting off it after next year. There'll be no more Zillow.
No more Zillow.
I'm getting rid of it. I don't. So our judgment's a little bit different, because for me, my goal from this business, from when I started, was to really build a really deep, socially ingrained but community ingrained brand. So I never really tracked how many leads we get directly from social media. And it's kind of crazy to say on the social media via business platform, but it's been a much more deeper conversation we're having with our clients that we get either from social media or to substantiate our claims via social media. So that's kind of been more our goal. I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Well, what kind of content are you actually posting? And do you have like a consistent content calendar, or is it just as you're going about your day, and how often are you posting? It's a threefold question: the type of content, when to post, and how often.
So I post at least once a day, but I should be posting more. Again, and the social media, it's something that takes a lot of time, and you really have to kind of like, set aside. I do it myself. So that's another question I know that you're probably going to ask, but I I manage my own social media. So that's very time consuming when you're dealing with the team and you're dealing with, you know, your clients. So I don't have a social calendar. I pretty much just post what I'm doing, who I am, and get to know me, get to know my team. That's pretty much what I do. If there are holidays coming up, you know, definitely I'll post something about the holidays. If we're doing, having an event, I'll post that kind of information. But for the most part, I want people to know who we are, who I am as an agent, as a person. So I post a lot of content about what I'm doing, who I am, and what I really want you to know about me and my team.
Great.
I think that's awesome, because one thing we need to get better at on my team and me personally is I became so focused just on posting business related stuff that I need to start integrating some more personal of who I am. So I'm going to be watching your stuff also, because that at the end of the day, they're hiring because they like us, right? Yeah. But our posts, so we do all the market stats, we do the open houses, the what's coming, what's sold, all that stuff, the holidays. I love video. So I at least twice a month, typically a little bit more, we'll have a video. I have a video blog series that goes out to my entire network, but also gets posted on our social as well, and is about something either the team has done or something in the market that's important. But I also started years ago, I would take I had a little tripod, I'd take my phone, I'd set it up, and I'd interview small business people. And I'd talk about, why are you in business in this town? Why is this town important to you? And we just have a conversation, and I'd post those. We've gotten a little bit more advanced where we have a videographer who will now, it's called Andy Around Town. And if you're familiar with the show with Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs, basically I go into these companies or these businesses, and they teach me what they do. So I painted a car. I went through a painful Pilates instruction course. I'm going to learn how to make coffee, like grind coffee at my next one. Just local businesses, and it's great promotion for them. It's great promotion for us. It's so fun and engaging, because it's not about, hey, hire me, I'm awesome. It's just there. You want to watch it. Right. So that's been really a great deal of fun. And then I've had the videographer come in, and we do parodies in our office about silly things to make fun of our business about with my entire team. And those were a blast. So, you know, stereotypical buyers or sellers or stupid things we've heard agents say, or, you know, just kind of poking fun at ourselves a little bit. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think although you might have said you don't really post too much on the personal aspect, what you're doing, I think, is showing your personality and engaging with your audience, which is probably what's attributed to your success on social media. So although it may not be specifically personal, I think you're still being personal with the videos, which is, I think, awesome. So with that being said, how often would you say you post personal or these videos versus the strictly business posts? Like, what's the split between them getting to know your personality and you selling per se, or like saying, you know, just sold or just listed? What would you say is a good split that you guys have?
For me, it's about maybe 20% personal, 80% business. Okay. And that personal will be me on a vacation, out to eat with the girls, my kids. I do a monthly brunch with my boys. I have two boys, a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. So since I've been so busy, I'm like, okay, let's go out to eat. And I want them to like learn about different ethnicities and food and things like that. So I take them out to different restaurants. So that's something that I just started doing. So it's about 20% personal and about 80% business.
Okay, awesome. And Andy, how often are you posting these videos? You said twice a week?
We are posting videos no less than 4 times a month, which is way too low, quite frankly. But the reason it fell into that habit is that they're so editorially complex, all the breakdown and cutting and chopping and all the stuff that goes with it. So we're actually going to be amping them up to almost every other day from a video perspective, but just more casual stuff. Like one of my guys on my team had a great idea. When you walk into a house, say, hey, this is what $500,000 gets you in this town today. Video done, post it, send it out in the team pages. So that we're gonna be picking that up a lot, but our ratio is really low from static pictures to videos, or video part is very low. However, the engagement on videos is so astronomically higher, especially these fun ones that we've done, that it kind of makes up from a total exposure number. But the consistency, we need to get better at it too. We just need to be okay with the simpler ones.
How long are your videos typically?
So these mini Andy around town videos that we do will be no longer than 6 minutes. That's long, I know, in social media world, but it's literally an episode. Like it's literally an engaging, fun, silly episode. And then what we'll do is like when we do like silly ones in the office, we'll cut them up. So there'll be the long one, but we'll drop the video in like 5 30-second or 20-second vignettes. And then the end of the week, we'll drop the whole video together. So we're able to kind of get a lot more legs out of those as well when we do those.
How did you go about the process of finding a videographer? Is it someone that you have on staff, or did you hire a third-party company? And what are you looking for when hiring a videographer?
We got our videographer. One of the guys on my team just knew a very talented young man. You ask around, you'll find somebody, but the criteria had to be that they are super creative and out of the box. So it can't just be static. There's got to be movement. The editing has got to be on point. It's got to be fundamentally different. I mean, my business cards are round. They're not square, rectangle. Like we are dime a dozen as realtors, and even more so, we're so flooded with so much, saturated with so much stuff that is the same on social media, let alone every medium in which we communicate, that if you can't be just a little bit different, there's no point of posting.
Speaking of which, how do you differentiate yourself on social media from the other agents out there? What do you do for branding that makes you different and people know you specifically?
Well, for me, I focus on the clients. I focus on, what I'm looking to achieve. So it's not really about my team making money or just selling real estate. I focus on the goals of clients and asking people, hey, what are your goals? How can we help you with your goals? My goal is to be a resource. And that's what I try very hard to present on social media. I want to be a resource. I want people to come to me for anything real estate related or any of the ancillary businesses that come with real estate, so contractors and things like that. So just being a resource to people is, I think, what I do to kind of set myself apart. And also, like, I show who I am as a person. I'm a mom, I'm a wife. I think I'm funny. I think I'm pretty cool. So, I try to promote that on social media as well.
Do you engage in any networking groups on social media?
I do on Facebook. Facebook is big. So I'm a part of a lot of different networking groups on Facebook. And these are things that are important to me. So I just don't join groups just to join groups. This is like mom stuff, cooking, things that I love. So I would recommend, if you're into fitness, join fitness groups, because often people will have questions about real estate in these groups. And the great thing is that because I engage, not just about real estate, people will remember that I'm in real estate. And if someone asks a question, hey, do you know a realtor in this island or Long Island, or do you know someone that you could recommend? I have other people recommending me. So sometimes I'm not even on the page for a few days, but my name is being thrown out there. So definitely that's something that's big on Facebook. Yeah.
Awesome. And how about you, Andy? How do you differentiate yourself from other agents on social media?
I think the quality of our production is fundamentally different than the average agent. I think we've, by interviewing the small businesses and getting down and dirty with what they do and how they do it, that to me is engaging. It tells a story that's not just about us, but tells a story about someone who's an integral part of the community as a whole. And then that network you create, when you can help a small business owner grow their business in any way, they're not going to forget that, especially when you do it genuinely. I've always had this affinity for small business. We are small businesses. What we do, we are a small business in the scheme of things. So when the barbershop does well, when the restaurants do well, there's a direct correlation of real estate doing well and vice versa. So we're kind of all in this together. And that's the approach I've taken from a community aspect on social media. Because at the end of the day, people can get real estate information. They go to a million places, right? But when they want to be engaged, I want them to come to my team.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and I think what you guys said, being authentic to who you really are on social media goes such a long way. Everyone's posting the just sold, just listed, but I think between doing the videos and engaging in things that you're already doing and things that you're passionate about, at least for me, that's kind of been my key to success on social media as well. So I'm really happy to hear you guys say that. That's awesome. What would you say are out of the box ideas that you've done on social media? have you done any giveaways or anything for the holidays that has been like something that is unusual that you've had a lot of success with? And what does that look like?
So Andy, I'll let you answer that first. I'm interested in hearing what you've done, because I'm pretty sure you've done some cool stuff.
Okay. Well, we talked about the videos, right? And that's the little mini episodes of Andy around town, and I've got 2 more coming soon. They're going to be hilarious, I promise.
I'm excited to watch
But we did do. Sorry, there. Oh, stop it. Alerts. We did do a Peloton giveaway, and I can't take credit for this idea. My team comes up with these awesome ideas, and we got a lot of great stuff coming in the next year. But it was an opportunity, and it was born from the idea of, we're trying to touch our clients as much as possible, but we can't keep calling them saying, hey, do you or anybody looking to buy or sell real estate in the next couple of months? We can't keep asking them that question. So we said, hey, listen, let's give something away. And one of our agents found a Peloton giveaway that another team did around the country somewhere. And it gave us an opportunity to call, hundreds of our clients and enter them into this giveaway. But it also, of course, we put it on social media. We put it all over the place. We recorded videos about it. We recorded a whole little funny vignette, and we got a lot of people sign up for it that weren't clients of ours. So it created another little buzz of something just fun and different. And there was no bait and switch. There was nothing attached to it. There was no must have a CMA in order to qualify type of thing. And it was a pretty cool success. So we gave away a full Peloton, and it was delivered a handful of months back, and it was created some good vibes.
That's cool.
What would you say was your ROI on that?
Oh man, that's really hard to track. I can tell you that I leverage partnerships a lot. So the cost to me was next to nothing. So the ROI was infinitely higher than whatever the cost might have been to myself or anyone participating in it.
Right. So having your partners, title, mortgage, whatever it might be, kind of absorb the cost for the Peloton so that you guys are just doing the grunt work of making the calls and doing the deals. So it's really, this giveaway isn't really costing you anything, and any leads you get is just sweat equity.
It's a bonus. It's a bonus. It's another 1 or 2 touches for my agents and all their clients and past clients. And that's invaluable, because to be able to, and what we've been trying to do is we try to be looking back at where our business came from, not just the immediate business, but 2, 3, 4, 5 levels of business. And you can track it back to something that happened 2 years ago, that you never thought that's where the business came from, but that's where it came from.
Right.
And that's where that engagement's important.
Yeah.
Love it.
So the giveaways are big. I've done a few giveaways. Last year during the holiday season, I did something where I gave back a percentage of my commission to the Salvation Army. And so I posted on social media so that anyone that wanted to actually donate, because they have the kettles during the holiday season. So anyone that actually wanted to donate, I would match whatever they donated as well. And then they were entered into a raffle. So things like that, where you're giving back to the community and you're engaging with your clients, or your clients' family members and friends, because I actually had people that I didn't know want to participate. So that was pretty cool. We also did something where we drove around town in like little outfits, Santa outfits, and we gave away gifts to our clients for the year. The people that we closed that year. Was very expensive. I did leverage a couple of partners to get that done. But we had so much fun doing it. So we had ourselves recorded, just having fun and just going around Long Island, dropping off these little gifts to people, and being safe, because, COVID is still a thing. So we had to make sure that we were safe. So we would just ring their doorbell and leave it outside for them. And it was fun. We had a lot of fun doing that.
That's so fun. I love both of those ideas.
That's cool.
How would you say you differentiate what you post across the different platforms? Or do you post the same content across Facebook and Instagram and YouTube if it's a video? Or do you try to post different content on the platform on Facebook versus Instagram?
I post pretty much the same. I will say that because Facebook, I have more personal stuff on Facebook. So you might see more family oriented things on Facebook than you would on Instagram, but pretty much the item and the posts are the same on all platforms.
Ours are pretty the same. I think the one place it differs is LinkedIn, where I pretty much only post my videos.
Okay.
And so the frequency is, and people don't want to be bombarded on LinkedIn with social media, typical social media jargon.
Right. And I know with the algorithm on LinkedIn, videos are getting a lot of traction and engagement. So that's awesome. Do you have a different Instagram for your business and personal, and the same with Facebook? Do you have different personal and business pages?
So I do have, I have a team page and I have a personal / it's the same on Instagram. My personal page is my business page. It started off as a personal page and I just decided to make it a business page. On Facebook, I have a personal page and a business page. So they're separate. If someone requests me on Facebook, they may not have the same, authority that someone else would have, so I have like different levels where you can say, okay, this person can only see so much. I feel like I've had Facebook for so long and there's just so many, a lot of stuff, online. So yeah.
And we, my Instagram page is one and the same. Plus we have a team page, and then Facebook, I've got a business page, a team page, and a personal page. And I typically won't, I typically won't post any business to my personal Facebook page. Though I'm kind of second guessing some of that, just seeing how a lot of folks are getting, because it's, and then vice versa, posting more personality based stuff on my business page too. So there's I'm trying to find a happy medium right now on what will drive more engagement consistently.
Yeah, I definitely post business on my personal page. Again, for me, I just limit the access because I have so many people that are requesting now. So I limit their access, but definitely like before I became a full-time agent, I was a secret agent. So like no one knew. Now everyone knows because I think of these platforms are so helpful. So I would definitely think about that.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I wanted to for so long. I just wanted to hold on to something that was still mine. Like, it's like, not the crossover, but I guess nothing's ours anymore.
Yeah, that's what I realized. I had tried to keep it separate for a while. And what I realized is that if I have a social media page, someone will be looking at it for my business. And my personal, most of our business comes from our sphere. So being top of mind with my personal sphere is very important. And just even how the Facebook algorithm works, the business pages, because they want you to boost or promote, they're not really getting on people's timelines like the organic reach of a personal page.
Yeah.
I recently got a call from someone that I went to like high school with. That was a long time ago. And her mom wanted to sell her house. And I haven't spoken to her since high school. And that is through Facebook. And that is through someone that's seeing that I am in real estate and they're seeing my content. So, yeah.
It's for better or worse, social media provides validation for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, perception is reality on social media.
Yep. For better or worse.
Yeah.
I think the social media right now, people think that I own a couple of Keller Williams market centers.
Yeah. Hey, good for you. Congratulations.
Congrats. You had me fooled.
Speaking of which, since you do so much on social media, do either of you invest in any paid advertising on social? And what do you do?
So the most I've done is ads to command. I haven't done any boost or anything like that through Instagram or Facebook. I don't know if Andy has, and if you recommend it, let me know.
I used to do a lot. It was a big part of my ad spend. I don't do any. I really don't. I think that the opportunity to create the organic connection is so much more valuable. And I'd rather go the long haul of creating that rather than trying to get a couple one-off clicks here or there. And we spend our click money elsewhere at this point.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And especially after all of the rules changed with Facebook and how you can target. I know where we are in New Jersey, we get a lot of buyers from the Hoboken, New York City area. But, it's kind of hard to really hone in and target certain people with the rules changing on narrowing it down to demographics and whatnot. So I'm getting a lot, like you said, organically, where we used to pay to promote, but the rules and algorithm change so quickly that we're not getting the returns on it anymore.
Yeah, when the rules changed, that's when we went away from it, because we could hyper target. There's a higher value lead there.
Yeah.
But I think also, like, I look at social media as kind of like the bigger picture of society, right? If you want to believe something, you can find something that aligns with your beliefs, whether they're right or wrong, on anything on social media. And so I think when people go to look for a realtor or a trusted advisor of any kind, we have to be able to show a track record of consistency in both branding and messaging and expertise and fun that engenders true trust, not one like, oh, that guy's, I guess he's good enough, or because we are a dime a dozen, guys. There's millions of realtors. There is so much competition. Even if you think that client is going to use you, that bought a home with you 5 years ago, they might not, because they met somebody else. And if you're not consistently in with them, I mean, this is like, millionaire real estate, right? 101, right? Touch. These are the soft touches that matter in social media, in my opinion.
I agree.
What do you guys do to increase your followers?
For me, it's just engagement. Again, it takes a lot of time, but I actually engage. So I follow people back. I engage with them. I comment. I do a lot of, like, my kids think that, when they see me on my phone, oh, mom is Facebooking again. Mom is on Instagram again. So I had to teach them about engagement and why I'm doing it. And that's really, really important. And also making some of the posts about the clients, because then your clients will share that post, and people that they know will say, oh, wow, that they just bought a home. They just sold a home. You know what, we're thinking about that. They'll start following. And so people tagging me and following each other, those things help. So, but engagement, I think, is number one.
I try to go back, and if someone likes something or shares something, thank them for it. If any questions or things like that. But I would actually pose a question back to you guys from an engagement standpoint, because I do know some agents, and in my opinion, over-engage, where it's like, it feels fake to me. Mm-hmm. And I always want to know from a consumer standpoint or from some peers, like, what is too much? When is it just like you're engaging for the sake of engaging? Do you think the public sees through that, right? When you're posting on everybody's question on whatever town site, or you're wishing everybody a happy birthday, or you're saying congrats. I mean, literally, like, these people must be on their phone, like, sleeping 1 hour a day.
Yeah.
Like, what is too much? When does it look fake? When is it not sincere?
So
I don't, yeah.
The good thing is that I don't have time to do that. So I don't post on everybody's, and I don't engage with everybody, but I make sure that I engage. Let's say today I engage with 20 people. Tomorrow it's going to be another 20 people. It's not going to be the same. But It might be the same if they're, what they're posting is interesting to me. But for the most part, I just try to spread it out. And I try to make it authentic. I'm not, if I don't really care too much for the person, I'm not going to really go in and, I'll just, just say what I have to say. But I think just engaging and just being just being real.
So one thing that we did, because it can be very time consuming, Facebook has a way that you can make a list of people's posts that you want to see. So what we did on our team was every time we have a new client, we add those people to our list. So they're really the first ones that we're seeing. So we're seeing any birthdays, anniversaries, babies, weddings, whatever, and engaging on congratulations, happy birthday. And if it calls for it, send them something additional, personal. But for me, it was really important to engage on at least my past and current clients things, but it can get so muddy with, I have thousands of people on Facebook. So that's actually just a hack that we did, at least on Facebook, to kind of limit who we're engaging with and how often, or at least prioritize the people that we're engaging with. I also, on my posts, if someone engages on one of my posts, like if they take the time to comment on a video and whatnot, then I will engage back with them. And what I'm seeing a lot of engagement with is the Instagram stories. So we're trying to do stories and we're getting a lot of engagement with that, but just taking a couple minutes to just engage in other people's stories too. Because I think that, at least for me, I'm spending more time on stories than I am necessarily scrolling through.
And I think the stories are
Yeah.
fun, you know, and I ask questions in my stories. That's another thing. Like I've done a lot more stories. And I think it's fun and it's quick. You can ask questions. People, especially when you show, like if you're at a restaurant, people are asking, where are you? What is that? That looks delicious. And, you know, that's, you know, so there's a lot of engagement right there.
Yeah, and I would say tagging, like wherever you go. I love that you said that you tag the restaurants that you go to. For us, you know, we get a lot of engagement just from tagging the restaurant. They'll repost it, and then we start to get whole new followers just from them resharing our content. And I'm sure, Andy, you see that, especially with the videos that you're doing with the business owners.
Yeah, those garnered so much great engagement, and it was. Okay, if you probably get the vibe that I both love and hate social media at the same time. Like when it got shut down last week or a couple weeks ago for 6 hours, I was cool with it.
Right.
But the good from it, this engagement you get when you're talking to a local. I love her. She makes the best cookies in town. You got, and like, dude, absolutely. I'm so stuffed right now. I can't even tell you, right? And the back and forth that gets going, because you're not blatantly looking for business. You're just people talking, and that's the essence of social media. I have to imagine that's when it gets more fun and rewarding.
Right. Do either of you post reels on Instagram?
I have.
Not yet.
I want to work on posting more, but I posted reels.
Part of me feels like I'm too old. I don't know. I might leave that to the younger folks on my team, some TikTok and reels. I'm just, yeah.
Andy,
I've got a 12-year-old daughter, so I'm like, I don't know if I can do this.
Come on,
you know
Andy.
what? But I bet you she can.
She would be happy to come in and dance.
Andy, do you post your own content, or do you have someone that posts on your behalf?
Both.
Okay.
Our standardized stuff is someone who posts on my behalf, and then I'll post on my own as well.
Amanda, do you have someone posting for you, or are you posting?
So it's a combination. I do have some, for me, I create a content calendar of standard things that every day I try to at least drop, you know, or one piece of standard content. So if it's a testimonial Tuesday, or what's new Wednesday with our new listing, thankful Thursday, something that we're grateful for. I do post a lot of my own personal stuff in addition to that. And then, you know, certain posts, like no one can really capture your voice like you can. And that's what I've learned. I've hired agencies, I've hired social media managers, and you know, certain things can be systematic, but it's really hard to convey your personality without it being you. So I think, you know, it has to be a combination if you are going to leverage someone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So what parting advice do you have for agents out there that may not have the following that they might be looking for, or may not have a big social media following? And what would you tell them to, you know, first steps to start growing their social medias?
I would recommend just do it. I hate my voice. So when I started doing videos, I was like, I hate the way I sound. And then I would do like 10, 15 videos and not post any of them. And I just hated everything. And at one point I said, you know what, Yad, I know I have to do this. So I just started posting. And if you watch my videos, they're not perfect, but it's me. So I just started, just do it. Just start posting. I mean, at one point I had 1 follower, and now I have more. And my goal is to get more. So I'm going to learn from Andy. I'm going to learn from you, Amanda, to continue to grow and just to build my business through social media. But I think the first thing is just do it, have confidence in yourself and what you are planning to do, what you intend to do with your business, and just take it from there and be authentic.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that's so truthful. And I think that understanding what you want your business to be before you start posting on social media is really important, right? What is the image? It's like I tell my daughter, like when I let you on social media, one day, what you post and what you post on the internet will be there forever. So no matter if you change from being when you're 14 to 34, someone's going to find it and think of you in a way you don't want them to. So what is your brand? What is the consistency you can espouse, and what value are you delivering every single time you post? Now, there can be fun things about posting an awesome cookie you just ate, no doubt, right? But like at the end of the day, are you a trusted advisor people want or not? And I think also it's important to know, like, and you already touched upon it, like you don't go from 0 to 10,000. I'm not at 10,000. I wish I was, but it doesn't happen overnight, right? You're not going to be a TikTok sensation in real estate, or maybe you will. If you are, call me and do my TikTok stuff for me, because I can't. But like, have realistic expectations, right? Understand that growing a real estate business, literally, yes, there's those superstars that went from 0 to 500 units in a year, and they're on stage with Gary, or there's some other place talking, but that's not the norm, right? You're trying to grow a career, and growing your social media following should be the same approach, in my opinion. More slow and steady, more consistency, sprinkle in fun and personality, but understand that like it's got to happen every day.
Yeah.
It's just like going to work. It's got to happen every day. It's just part of your routine.
Yeah. It takes time, and you just, again, you have to just start somewhere.
Start. Yes. That's just it.
I love what both of you said. And Yadlin, to echo what you said about just doing it. A newscaster told me the best piece of video advice was, you look like that, you sound like that, get over it. So especially right now with how much engagement video is getting across all of the platforms, you know, I know that I've been doing posts, and my posts might not even pop up on most of my followers' feeds, but the second I do a video, I get just so much more engagement, and the algorithm pushes that post out. So I would say really emphasizing on video right now. That's kind of like the next initiative that we're moving towards, and it's great, Andy, that you're already doing that. But I would say, you know, also, you know, Andy, what you said, consistency is key. I started my whole business being a new realtor, just posting on social media, because I was a realtor and I was essentially broke. So I was like, what's the fastest and cheapest way to get my name out there? And I still firmly believe that social media is where most people's time and attention is. So just getting content out there. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just doing it and being consistent with it. And it doesn't even matter what you're posting on video. It could be you around town, you interviewing business owners, you at a showing, whatever it is. Especially if it's real estate related, you're almost creating like your own TV show on right where everyone's attention is. So
can I just share?
Yeah.
When I quit my job 6 years ago to do real estate full time, another agent is actually the person who actually introduced me to Instagram. And it was an agent in my office. He literally set up my page, showed me how to post. He taught me about hashtags. And I kid you not even a year after I started my Instagram page, I got an email from someone at Newsday, which is the Long Island newspaper, asking me if I wanted to be featured in an article. And I'm like, I just started. Apparently I was one of the top 20 realtors to follow on Long Island.
Wow.
So you never know who's watching you. You never know how you're impacting. You don't never know what the information that you're sharing, who's going to receive that information. I had no idea that I was going to be in a newspaper. And it was just so funny because when you open the real estate section of the newspaper, you saw me, and I was like, the first thing I said was, why did you choose that picture?
Oh my God.
Because it wasn't a cute photo of me, but it was a photo because I had just said, you know what, I'm just going to do it. So I took a photo of myself doing an inspection or something like that. But that was really what motivated me to continue to do what I was doing, because I was like, she was following me. She found me on Instagram. And there are thousands of agents on Long Island, and I became one of the top 20 agents to follow on Instagram. So that was awesome. So that's why I said, when I say just do it, this agent helped me. He set up my account and he's like, yeah, this is what you need to do. And I just did it because I just quit my job. What was I going to do?
Right.
Like, I needed to make money, right? Just like you just said, I needed to, this is going to be what I'm going to focus on. This is my business and this is what I'm going to do. And it's been amazing. And I don't look to have, if I have 100,000 followers one day, that's great. But right now, I just want to just be consistent, just be me, and just keep sharing what I do and how I do it, and just my love for real estate.
I think that,
that's amazing.
The energy right there, and the energy right there is just so cool. And I think same thing for me. I've been in the New York Times, I've been on financial websites, all from people who have gone through LinkedIn or this and found me. And I think what it speaks to is it's a larger component of your marketing, of your branding. It's a piece of the larger component. And I think that getting started, it's dirt cheap to do consistently. You can be creative. You can look like a superstar. You can kind of fake it till you make it in a lot of ways. But as you grow in your business, it becomes bigger than that and becomes part of a bigger piece of the pie that you don't know what's feeding what eventually, and it kind of self-perpetuates itself. And you never know who's watching. So that consistency, that branding, that messaging is so important to constantly put out there and believe it, stand behind it. And eventually you develop this really cool following, and that can really get as big as you want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing. You know, you just reminded me, I had this almost an identical thing happen where I was just posting videos of me at showings, whether it was my listing or not my listing. I was, you know, renovating properties and just posting whatever content, like, and realtor.com actually stumbled across one of my videos and picked me up to do a whole video series for them. So I actually had them like create the videos for me with their production team and everything. And now I have this whole series of videos that I didn't even have to pay for. So you really never know who's watching. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. My first videos were horrible. I was stumbling, there was ums and ands, but you know, as you get, like anything else, as you do it more often, you get more comfortable in front of the camera. You start engaging with the people that are watching your lives, especially, and you never know who's on the other side of that screen.
Right.
True.
Well, thank you guys so much for sharing all of your knowledge and wisdom today. I hope that everyone that's tuning in got so much value. I know I did, and I am so grateful. And I just want to wish you guys a great day. And thank you again for your time and everything you had to share with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I look forward to interacting with you guys some more.
Oh, yes.
And thank you for having me. This was amazing. And yes, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. It was great.
And for everyone that's following or tuning in, be sure to follow each one of our panelists today. Emily's going to be dropping everyone's social media profiles in the chat. But what would you say is the best way for people to find you quickly? What's your Instagram handles?
So for me, it's Yadlyn, YADLYND. That's for Instagram and Facebook, and my website, it's yadlyn.com. So those are, I think, pretty simple, Yadlyn.
Oh, you're lucky you got your name. Awesome.
Yeah.
There can't be much competition for that. You're lucky. That's great. My Instagram is ahsacks58, and then www.thearoundtownteam.com. And obviously it's easy to find me on Facebook, and my team as well, the Around Town Team. So.
Awesome. And you can find me at IM_Amanda Nadia or Amanda Nadia Group or AmandaNadiaGroup.com. So thank you again, guys. And I can't wait to follow you and watch your new videos.
Likewise.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you, guys.
What an awesome panel. We unfortunately do not have time to break down AHA, Stephen Gendel. We are 7 minutes behind, and I'm going to respect Dan Clark's time. But I would love to grab a few minutes at the end for anyone that's around for some AHAs. That being said, we're going to throw up a poll right now. If you could do me a huge favor, we're just kind of getting some feedback on what sessions of today you've liked the most. So we'll throw up that panel, that poll for about 2 minutes. It's going now. So just feel free to click. I guess you can only click one, but we'd love to see which session so far today you've liked. And without further ado, we're going to kick off Dan Clark with a quick video to get you to know who Dan Clark is. And for all of our leadership that participated in this, we have actually received already signed autographed books of Dan Clark's The Art of Significance. So all the OPs, teamers, and MCAs, you will get a copy of this, and you will be given directions on how you can order these for your people if you would like. So again, answer the survey and enjoy the video about Dan. Let's go, Emily.
He's here. Coming up next. I don't believe it. Dan Clark is here, the international speaker. No kidding. Achievers North America, Achievers Europe, Both of them named Dan Clark one of the top 10 speakers in the world. I thought I was one. He's one. He's a New York Times best-selling author. He's a singer. You gotta be kidding. He's a singer, an athlete, a songwriter, a philanthropist, a screenwriter, an adventurer. He's everything. He's funny. He's inspirational. Hey, he's Dan Clark. He's changing the world one story at a time. Stay tuned.
Dan is the author of 21 books and a primary contributing author to the Chicken Soup of the Soul series, where one of Dan's world-famous stories was made into a film at Paramount Studios, starring Jack Lemmon. Dan's writing and speaking career began when he fought his way back from a paralyzing injury that cut short his football career. Zig Ziglar sponsored Dan into the National Speakers Association and for 25 years mentored Dan to become one of the most sought-after speakers on the planet. Dan has headlined the largest stages in the world, working with Fortune 500 companies, Super Bowl champions, military leaders, and government rulers who continually seek Dan's thought leadership, counsel, and inspiration. In 2005, Dan was inducted into the National Speakers Hall of Fame. Dan's extraordinary life includes flying fighter jets with the Air Force Thunderbirds, catching 9.4 Gs, going Mach 2 at twice the speed of sound, racing automobiles at the Nürburgring, serving on the Olympic Committee, and carrying the Olympic torch in the 2002 Winter Olympics, and soaring to the edge of space in a U-2 reconnaissance craft, where after a full day of training, accelerated to a classified altitude above 70,000 feet, and for 3.5 hours, gazed into the blackness of space, witnessing the breathtaking curvature of the Earth, and experienced a 15-mile high perspective on things as they really are. As CEO of the Art of Significance Leadership Development Corporation, Dan has interviewed and hung out with the most celebrated personalities of our time, and has appeared on over 500 TV and radio programs, including Oprah and Glenn Beck, and on the cover of Millionaire magazine. But more important to Dan, and most significant of all, in 2012, Dan was named Utah Father of the Year. Truly a Renaissance man for all reasons, who will help you transform your life from success to significance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Dan Clark.
Great to have you here, Dan.
You're such a stud. I'd write a song about you, but I don't know what rhymes with stud, muffin, hunk of burning love.
I know, I'm sure we can come up with something. I got faith in you, Dan.
I didn't even know you were going to show that, how disconnected from my office I am. I'm in a hotel room, obviously coming to you from Zoom, but what a great opportunity for me to tune in. And Mariano Rivera, I still have yet to meet him face to face, but I've been dear friends with Brandon Steiner for so long and in his home. And the coolest thing, my friend Michael, is to right out of the chutes ask ourselves the question, what would someone say behind your back? You know, how do we describe Mariano Rivera to someone who's not a baseball fan? How do you describe, Brandon Steiner, who owned half a Yankee Stadium, and, he's got Steiner Sports. I have a huge sports memorabilia collection. How do you describe the famous Michael and Keller Williams to the world? And, I have a twisted sense of humor. And so when I'm an MC of an awards banquet, I always yank their chain right out of the chutes and say, tonight we're gathered to honor what people are saying behind your back. And everybody kind of chuckles, because no one would receive an award had not someone, nominated them behind their back. So the question is, what is your reputation? Those of you who are tuned in from an office, those of you who are tuned in from home, those of you who are on this call, what would someone say about you? What's your reputation, and can you control that? Can you change it? Did it change during this COVID-19? Did you accelerate it? What is the status of where you are right now, which is what we're going to talk about. But to illustrate the significance of a reputation, an Army sergeant calls up commentary. Young private answers the phone. Sergeant says, tell me what we got. Private says, we have 1,500 rifles, 10 tanks, and 1 fat-headed sergeant's jeep. Sergeant says, what? Private says, we have 1,500 rifles, 10 tanks, and 1 fat-headed sergeant's jeep. The sergeant says, do you know who this is? Private says, no. Sergeant says, this is the sergeant. Private says, whoa, you know who this is? Sergeant says, no. He says, good, bye-bye, fathead, and hangs up on him. I laugh at that because we have to begin with what I know about Keller Williams, what I know about the tri-state area. I used to have 6 offices around the country, one up in Toronto, Canada. I used to have an office in Stamford, Connecticut. I've spoken all over New York State, all the way up the 87 Thruway, all over Long Island, all over New Jersey, at every exit you can imagine. So I know your geographic area in which you work. But what I want to talk about today is kind of what Amanda kept bringing up as the host of this social media panel that preceded me. How do you differentiate yourself? And both Andy and Sachs, that's funny, it's a German name, I suppose, because I used to motocross race and my bike was a 125cc Sachs bike. So that's phenomenal that your last name is Sachs. And I don't know how to say your name. I don't want to crucify it, but Yadlin, it's my best effort. But as Amanda, in her elegance, in her sophisticated elegance and polished professionalism, guiding that panel discussion was brilliant. But the question that kept coming to mind is, how do you differentiate yourself? What do people say behind your back? And as I had that first conference call with Michael, he spilled the beans about growing up in a borderline poverty home where his family was on food stamps and his mother caught the vision of the ultimate solution to capture the American dream, which is real estate. So I honor each of you right out of the chutes. You're the backbone of America, and that you have chosen a profession, the most noble profession of all, to build our communities up from the inside out by populating the people in your geographic locations and in your neighborhoods with amazing people who only choose other amazing people when they want to buy or sell real estate. So the reputation that you have in the tri-state area is that you're not a great company. Michael said that he has built your regional offices and the reputation of Keller Williams across the land to be a company that no one wants to leave. That in Amanda's question, how do you differentiate yourself? The goal is not to do business with everybody who wants what you have. The goal is to do business only with those who believe what you believe. So they choose you, not just somebody who does what you do. So in Michael's an explanation of what characterizes your tri-state area, your amazing area of real estate expertise, you've generated about $300,000 to give to charity. I've never heard that anywhere else in the country. You've given back last year 12 point some odd million dollars back to the agents. You're an agent-centric organization. You don't have a great company. You have great agents who collectively make an awesome, awesome Keller Williams. But this year you're online on schedule to maybe give $13 to $14 million back to agents, being an agent-centric organization. You need to be reminded of that I live in Utah. I live 20 minutes from Park City in the mountains of Utah, and yet your reputation, what people are saying behind your back in your amazing region under the tutelage and leadership and guidance of superstar Michael, is incredible. And for those of you who are on the call who have not signed up yet, obviously Keller Williams doesn't require that you sign this contract and lock yourself in. They just want you to choose to affiliate with the amazing brand name of Keller Williams, but more importantly, affiliate with one another in your region. Michael, I just need to yank his chain. His hair has not moved since 1977. And he intimidates me right out of the chutes, handsome, charismatic. I'm losing my hair right here. I'm growing it in places I don't even need it. It's not a fair trade-off. My only hope is that the hair in my right ear will grow long enough I can comb it up over the top of my head and fake all of you out. But what I've learned about Michael is that it's so much more than just what he looks like on the outside. So when we start listening to Andy and to Yadlin and to Amanda's amazing interview skills, what occurred to me is when someone says to us, tell me about you, tell me about yourself, most likely we actually just describe what we do. You know, I'm a father, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a significant other, I'm a spouse, I'm a husband, I'm a realtor, I'm an entertainer, I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a physician, I'm an educator. That's just what we do, my friends. What will differentiate you and me and everyone else in your area so that they choose you and me, not just somebody who does what we do, is to be able to answer, who are you really? Are you sensitive? Are you compassionate? Are you trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent? Do you offer non-judgmental friendship, unconditional love? Do you epitomize diversity, equity, and inclusion? Are you never racist? Are you never sexist? Are you full of love? Who are you really? May I share a story? I'm the keynote speaker in a national convention in San Francisco, California. And I'm sitting on the front row. The CEO of the organization's up on stage. And he's kind of pontificating, kind of like, one of those pompous windbag guys all about himself. And there's a vacant seat next to me. And all of a sudden the door opens into the ballroom. And in walks this young woman, and she's kind of hustling and bustling, things in her arms, carrying a briefcase. She sits down next to me, kind of out of breath. She said, are you Dan Clark? I said, yeah, what's your name? She said, Yolanda. I said, what do you do? She said, points at the stage. She says, I'm the administrative assistant to the CEO. I said, how's that going for you? She kind of goes, oh, I said, you're late. Can I buy you a watch? She said, you're not funny. All of a sudden the CEO finishes and Yolanda is called to the stage to sing the national anthem. Whoa. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember back in 1991 when America entered the Gulf War and our country was at the highest fever pitch of patriotism that I could ever remember. The first national sporting event held during that time was the Super Bowl in Miami. You need to Google it. Whitney Houston, a good New Jersey girl, she sang the Star-Spangled Banner in a way that has never been duplicated. And when she finished, we were all standing. And with tears streaming down our cheeks, for the next 2 minutes, we chanted, Whitney, Whitney, Whitney. Have you ever heard Beyonce sing the national anthem? Whoa. Have you ever heard Celine Dion sing God Bless America? And she's a French Canadian. Clearly, we can see the difference between an extraordinary performing artist and someone who just wins the national karaoke championship. They sing the same song and hit the same notes, but there's a difference between the delivery. There's a difference between the passion, the creativity, the imagination, the interpretation. Yolanda rose to that occasion, no exaggeration. She crushed it. And when she finished singing the national anthem, we remained standing with tears in our eyes, and we chanted her name, Yolanda, Yolanda, Yolanda. She comes down, sits down next to me. I'm introduced as the opening keynote speaker. How did I start my speech? Is Yolanda an administrative assistant who happens to be an extraordinary performing artist? Or is Yolanda an extraordinary performing artist who happens to be an administrative assistant? Who are you, my friends? Because in order for us to get someone to choose you to walk past the competition, knowing that RE/MAX probably has 22 agents in their offices, and Michael and the rest of you have over 200 plus, maybe 247 in Michael's office, that you are the law of attraction epitomized. In order for us to understand the entire reason why we're on this Zoom webinar today, it's to fire us up for the fourth quarter. It's to finish strong, to make sure that we get people to choose us, choose you, instead of somebody who does what you do to go past the competition based on who you really are. So I want to take you on an emotional roller coaster ride. I'm the primary contributing author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul books, and take you on this storytelling process, this illustration, this illumination of what I really believe will help you click off this Zoom call and become better than you were when you started. And then who knows, maybe I'll conclude by lip syncing 3 Britney Spears songs so you'll never be the same. My book that some of you are going to get copies of, I've written 37 books, so that video is kind of obsolete, and I felt like I was watching my own funeral, kind of gags me with the Toyota. But my flagship book is what Michael showed you. It's called The Art of Significance, Achieving the Level Beyond Success. And when I finished my book tour, I realized that the most frequently asked question of all the talk show hosts was, how did I come up with such a provocative title? What is the meaning? What is the difference between successful and significance? And let me share 2 quick examples, if I may. I played football for 13 years total, and I was in a conversation with one of my teammates who was drafted into the National Football League in the 2nd round by the Philadelphia Eagles. And after 2 years with the Eagles, he's traded to my Oakland Raiders. And after 4 years in the league, playing at the highest Pro Bowl status, one day he walks out of practice, quits, never to play again. Why? He loved being a football player, but he hated playing football. He got what he thought he wanted, but he hated what he got. Can any of you relate? He loved the celebrity perks, the fame and fortune that allowed him to live this life we call successful, which is always competing against others, which can create bitterness, jealousy, nice house, nice car, nice toys, nice income, nice whatever. But because my buddy's inner voice and true purpose in life was misaligned with who he was and what he really wanted to achieve in this life, he would never live a life of significance, and he would die with his music still in him. So at some point, before it's too late, as you saw, I've wined and dined with presidents in the United States. I've been in the palaces in United Arab Emirates and good friends with Sheikh Nahyan and the royal family. I've interviewed all the most important, powerful celebrity athletes and actors, musicians in the entire world. So many of them are so sad. They've gained the whole world and in the process sold their soul, which means it's truly an honor for me to team up with Michael and the Reputation and to have his team of Emily and Aaron behind him who help him look so good and coordinate this whole entire process. I thank you, ladies. I thank you so much. But, you know, an honor to follow Mariano Rivera, who's one of my heroes, because he was exactly the same off the baseball field as he is on the baseball field, the champion at every level, making everyone around him better with only one pitch focused on becoming the very best he could be. We can, you know, get a lot of inspiration, gain a lot of inspiration from that interview, learning about his focus, but more importantly, his big heart, and understanding the law of attraction of how he met Brandon Steiner, who's one of my buddies, and how Brandon took great pride in tracking down Mariano. But think about it in the terms of the law of attraction and what we're talking about. In the law of attraction, we don't attract who we want. We attract who we are. We attract what we believe we deserve. So a key question to get our mindset changing already so that I can conclude by leaving with you some serious takeaways on how to attract new business and referral business and do everything that is possible to become the very, very best version of yourself, the very best realtor, the very best human being, everything that you were born to be. Here's the question. How many of you have thought of your how many of you have thought of your dentist today? Personally, I haven't. And even though a lot of dentists, my brother-in-law's a dentist, my father-in-law's a dentist, they have egos. They want us to think about them every day, but in reality, we never do. But when we do need a dentist, when your tooth starts to hurt so much that a dentist becomes more important than God, more important than your spouse or significant other, if you've positioned yourself correctly in the marketplace, you want people to choose you when they need a dentist. When they finally need a dentist, they want you to think of them so that you choose them to be their dentist, to be your dentist, instead of just some dentist who does what they do. That's what I've learned so far from Amanda's social media panel and from the interview that Brandon had with Mariano Rivera. So let's just kind of break it down. In my book, The Art of Significance, I turned ART, A-R-T, into a 3-letter acronym to guide us and kind of help us keep score on the formulas that are required for us to click off the Zoom call and be different than we were when we started it. A is awareness, R is refinement, and T is transformation. Awareness. Let us just become aware of the significance of our mindset. Everything begins with our belief. And if you don't agree, let me just point out some things. What's your belief as far as time? You see, if someone's nervous about how to manage the different generational age groups, how do you manage millennials and Gen Xers, and how do you bring in baby boomers like me? Is there a formula that allows us to inspire and manage everyone from every generation? Absolutely. When we become more aware of the sacred nature and sanctity of time. Think about it. Commonality, common denominator is time. Today, you've never been this old before. If you want to stay fired up for the fourth quarter, here we go. Today, you've never been this old before. And today, you'll never be this young again. So right now matters, and every right now matters, which means no matter what your past has been, you have a spotless future, which means you can't always control what happens, but you can always control what happens next. Are you with me? So here's a key awareness question. Do you actually believe that we can talk about some things in this webinar today, this Zoom all day, and it's me as the closer? Do you really believe that we can talk about some things in the last few minutes, my time with you, that will change your life forever? I do. Proof. I was on the program with Henry Winkler, the Fonzie from Happy Days, clearly one of the funniest guys I've ever met. He started a 1970s television sitcom called Happy Days, and he played the coolest guy who ever lived. He played the character of the Fonzie. Tragedy, so many of you on this call are so young, you don't even know who I'm talking about. That's wrong. You need to Google this guy. He and I finished our speeches, and Henry Winkler decides he wants to take some time off, treat himself to a matinee movie. So we slide in through the side exit door of the theater. And as we shuffle ourselves through the aisle, we find ourselves some vacant seats. As we turn to sit down on the chair to look up at the movie screen, the little girl sitting right behind us smiles this giant smile. She points her finger and she slowly says, Fonzie. Henry Winkler immediately snaps into the Fonzie character from Happy Days. Hey, swivels his hips, whoa. And the lady sitting next to the little girl passes out. Henry Winkler milks the moment. Whoa, I thought this only happened on TV drama. Hey, how cool is this? Whoa. Theater manager comes out, takes care of the woman's needs. She's lying in the aisle, cold pack on her forehead. She's asked one question. Why did you pass out? She said, my little girl is autistic. And that is the very first word she has ever spoken in her entire life. You have got to believe in the sacred sanctity and nature of time. If you sit around in the fourth quarter wondering if your glass is half empty or half full, you've missed the point. It's refillable. Thinking positively or thinking negatively does not fill up the glass. The pouring does. It's easier to act our way into positive thinking than it is to think our way into positive action, which means we've got to go do something with what we've just heard and felt today in this Zoom call every single day. And why is that? Because it's exposure. In real estate, we've heard location, location, location. And I completely disagree. If you want to take your real estate profession, if you want to take your own career as a realtor, as an agent, if you're a recruit just contemplating whether or not you should take advantage of this American dream opportunity called real estate, what we have to understand is it's not just about location, location, location. It's about visibility, visibility, visibility. I loved what Andy was talking about, where you need to go out in the community and make yourself visible. Why? So people think of you when they finally need to buy or sell real estate. They think of you when they need a realtor, not someone who does what you do. So when we become visible, may I suggest that we do it not just in a random way, but judiciously. We figure out who we really want to meet in an interview, who we want to befriend, who will accept us based on the law of attraction. We don't attract who we want, we attract who we are. Based on the reality that we become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most. Think about it. You put a hard to catch horse in the same field with an easy to catch horse. Most of the time you end up with 2 hard to catch horses. Go to Central Jersey and check it out. Go to Wilton and Darien, Connecticut, horse country, check it out. When you put a healthy child in the same room with a sick child, most of the time you end up with 2 sick children. Moral of the story, to be disciplined, healthy, and significant, we must be willing to pay any price and travel any distance to associate with extraordinary human beings. The true law of attraction, we become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most, which means in order for us to attract extraordinary human beings, don't you think we should first be an extraordinary human being? And what's an extraordinary human being? Someone who triggers more passion, creativity, and imagination. So everyone with whom we come in contact, personally and professionally, always leaves us saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. It's one of the lyrics to my best known love song called Real Man. I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. And why should we become visible? Why should we become extraordinary? The analytics on the sales profession are very interesting to me. And the first one to put analytics on the sales profession, selling real estate, selling medical devices, selling insurance, selling financial advice, it does not matter. The noble sales profession has analytics first created by Dr. Herb True at the University of Notre Dame. He's since passed away. But he discovered over a multi-year, hundreds and hundreds of interview surveys with sales professionals, 44% of sales professionals quit after the first sales call. 24% of sales professionals quit after the second sales call. 14% quit after the third call. 12% quit after the fourth call, which means 94% of sales professionals quit by the fourth sales call. And yet 85% of our business that is closing the deal, 85% of our deals are closed between the 5th and the 12th sales call, which means we must do everything in our power and imagination to make ourselves more fascinating to be around, more inspiring to listen to, more compelling to hang out with. The law of attraction is alive and well and real based on energy, vibration, and frequency of vibration. People want to choose you. They want to do business with you because you are constantly reading. I've read 1 book a week for the last 16 and a half years. I've soared to the edge of space, flown all the fighter jets, all the bombers. I've been downrange 8 times to Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Qatar. The list goes on in Africa, Djibouti. Why? And I've never been in a military uniform. It's because I've given 350 free speeches to the military. It's the way I can serve my country. And because every one of these commanding generals or senior enlisted leaders somehow finds out what my speaker's fee is, which is pretty good. And they know I've been donating my time and whatever talent I have. through psychological reciprocity, eventually they say, Dan, what can we do for you? And I already have my ask ready to go. I want to fly an F-18. I want to take off and land on an aircraft carrier. I want to do the whole air show with the Thunderbirds. And they can't say no. And I don't do that because of the ancillary agenda, the motivation to get something because I want something. It's because of service before self mentality. It's because of my desire to be visible through service before self, so that when someone needs a professional speaker, someone needs a team building expert, when someone needs a speaker coach, when someone wants someone to coach them on the power of storytelling and story selling and become a great public speaker, a great presenter, and actually turn it into a book, they'll think of me instead of just somebody who does what I do, or they spend a fortune on social media, meaning their website. It's got every bell and whistle on the planet. They lie on social media to make their lives look more prettier than mine or yours, or more successful, when in reality, they're just full of crap. They have the big hat and own no cows. We know the individual. So ART, awareness, we must be aware of the significance of visibility. But more importantly, in order for us to attract that extraordinary human being, as I said a moment ago, we must first be an extraordinary human being, which means we absolutely know who we are, but more importantly, who we are is determined by what we believe. Let's talk. In my family, I have 4 children, a son, and then 3 daughters. And whenever we get together, even though I'm an empty nester now, and they came into town pre-COVID, every time we get together, we play our favorite icebreaker game, family icebreaker game called Remember When. So we're all sitting around our formal dining room. It's a feast, and our children have invited some of their friends, and we're going around the table taking turns. I remember when I was 9. I remember when I was 15 at the lake house. I remember when you got bucked off one of our horses. Came to my turn. I remember one time when I came home from high school with a report card that had 4 F's and 1 D on it. My dad's response, son, looks to me like you're spending too much time on one subject. Yeah, gotta love my dad. My mom thought I cheated. Tough family. We all have different memories that have molded our character. We go around the table and we come to my daughter's best friend, and she starts crying. She starts sobbing. I said, are you okay? She goes, no. She said, I'm 31 years old. She said, I just got divorced. I just got fired from my job. And she said, and my mother was just diagnosed with breast cancer. And through her sobbing tears, she says, I've hit rock bottom. I don't know what advice you would give her, but in that flash of inspiration, I said, sweetheart, with all due respect and in all reality, no one ever hits rock bottom. We hit rock foundation. We hit rock belief. We hit the baseline core values on which we were raised. Let me interrupt, my friends. Is your current belief deep enough, strong enough, and true enough to equip you and empower you to respond to rapid change? If not, why not? And you would be one of those who have struggled during COVID-19 and the pandemic, because our belief is skewed. Oh, the COVID crisis. No, crisis does not make or break the man or woman. It just reveals the true character within. Michael asked a question about how did Mariano deal with the pressure of the moment? When you have bills to pay and you're a realtor and we're scrambling in the fourth quarter, and we have these quotas, these goals, we have all kinds of ancillary so-called pressure that seems to be overwhelming us or caving in on us on every day, or at least at the end of the month, when we have too much month at the end of the money, as we've heard. We have to up-level our mindset. Think about it. Under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your training, which means pressure is not something that's naturally there. It's created when you question your own ability. And when you know what you've been trained to do, there's never any question. That's why we train and practice so hard. You know, downrange, I've had a chance to be on the program so many times with Marcus Luttrell, the lone survivor. and Robert O'Neill, another member of SEAL Team 6, who pulled the trigger 3 times to kill Osama bin Laden. These guys think differently than we think, but we could be the same as they are if we just thought and believed what they think and believe. Think about it. What I've learned from Navy SEALs, it's not enough to say, I will do my best. We must succeed in doing that which is necessary. We've got to start talking about the up-leveling of our mindset, answering, what do you believe? If your organization, if your professional opportunities, if Keller Williams, for example, hits a bump in the road during COVID, and I know right now it's a crazy time, you as realtors are being beat up by buyers and sellers, and everybody wants to negotiate. And it's a crazy seller's market. How are you going to survive? You don't survive. You thrive by up-leveling your mindset and doing whatever you need to do to stay focused on the moment. You see, what gets us in trouble, my friends, is always trying to figure out what it's going to look like when the end of 2021 comes. Oh, I can't wait until 2022. If you're single, I can't wait till I'm married, then I'll finally be happy. If you're graduating from high school, I can't wait till I finally get to college, then I'm going to pull my head out. We cannot live in that future mindset, or complacency sets in, especially when we're not live belly to belly as we once were, or as often as we were. So let's just talk about the answers to the questions that we really need to ask right now. To put it into perspective, when my Aunt Lucy was 63 years old, she started walking 5 miles every day. Now she's 91 and we don't know where she is. We laugh. But the number one limiting belief that holds us back is trying to figure out and quantify that strategic direction of where we're going, or what it's going to look like when we get there. Or this is my goal. I gotta achieve that. When in reality, the only answer we really can answer, the only question we really can answer is, where are you right now? It's like ordering an Uber ride that requires that you enter in your current location. And if you lie about where you are, the directions won't work. Where are you is tied immediately into who are you, and becoming aware of how you can change not just your behavior, but how can you change your true nature, my friend, so that when you click off this Zoom call and we gather together in the next meeting live, which Michael promised me the opportunity to take advantage of, that we're different. Not because it's expected by others, not because it's expected by Michael, but because it's demanded of ourselves. So story time. I'm walking through the mall with one of my buddies, a story I've told forever. Somebody bumps into him and he spills his cup of coffee all over the floor. I said, what happened? He said, I spilled my cup of coffee. I said, no, you didn't. He said, what? I said, you didn't spill your cup of coffee. You spilled what was in your cup. Had you had tea in your cup, you would have spilled tea. Had you had orange juice or water in your cup, you would have spilled orange juice or water. We can only spill what's in our cup. So think about it, my friends. If you're negative and the economy bumps into you, if you're negative and the coronavirus bumps into you, or a personal relationship goes south, or you feel like you got screwed in the marketplace, or someone came in and mowed your lawn, Andy says there's not a lot of loyalty. Maybe you were this person's realtor 5 years ago, but they met someone new in the process, which means we need to stay in front of them. Visibility, visibility, visibility. What awesome wisdom from everybody who's spoken before me. If you're negative and the world bumps into you, what spills out is anger, resentment. You are pissed off at everybody. You start to have that victim mentality. Woe me. You are more privileged than I was. This is the hand I've been dealt. What a drag. Scarcity mentality. But if you're positive, and the economy bumps into you, or a personal relationship or professional deal goes south, what spills out is forgiveness, tolerance, unconditional love, non-judgmental friendship, diversity, equity, inclusion. never a racist thought or comment, never a sexist thought or comment. We embrace the social graces of please and thank you and kindness. We don't allow gossip or backbiting anywhere in our culture. You think about it. Are you negative or are you positive? Because when something bumps into you, guaranteed that's what's going to spill out. We never know who we really are until we're squeezed to see what comes out. Who are you really? Let me dive a little deeper. If Michael and I were roommates in college and we collectively decided that we were going to wake up every single morning at 6 a.m. and we were going to go to the gym and we were going to push each other to our ultimate capacity and potential as human beings, and then we left the gym and we studied to prepare for our exams for the day for another hour, do you realize all we're doing is holding one another accountable based on behavior, which is sad and shallow. But if Michael wakes up every single morning at 6 a.m., regardless if I do or not, and he goes to the gym by himself and pushes himself to his limit, keeps putting more weight on the bar, on purpose creates discomfort, and then leaves the gym and studies for another hour to make sure he's the best prepared that he can possibly be, like the Mariano Rivera, way before he was called into the 2-out inning, bases loaded, and he had to get that last batter out, way before that happens. If Michael prepares himself and studies for another hour, regardless if I do or not, that's who Michael really is. That's his true nature. And in order for this training to even make sense or have any lasting value, number one, we've got to believe in the sanctity of time. Today, you've never been this old before. What are you going to do about it, Fonzie? Number two, we've got to change our true nature. You can surgically remove the stripes from a tiger, and it is still a tiger. Country music reminds us no matter where you go, there you are. A geographic relocation doesn't change much. So because we're still on ARTA awareness, I hope I've illuminated the possibilities that are required for you to get something out of this Zoom call, so you're never going to be the same. And let me share my own personal story as we move on to our, which is refinement. The entire reason that Michael invited me to present, and I hope I can become part of the Keller Williams team all over the country, because I believe that we're in alignment. Give, serve, and then take, then get. My story is kind of crazy, but I think it relates to every one of us, because most importantly, we have to understand the steps of resiliency, because if you're not failing a few times, it means you're not pushing yourself hard enough. My story is crazy. As I said earlier, I played football for 13 years total. One day in practice, the dream ended. We had a tackling drill. Coach blew the whistle. Two of us ran into each other full speed. The only parts of our bodies that made contact, Lyle's helmet crashed into my helmet in a violent head-on collision. My right shoulder was smashed into the cutting edge of my fiberglass pads, and we slammed to the ground. And when Lyle got off of me, my eye drooped. I had loss of speech. I couldn't talk anymore. My right side was paralyzed. My arm dangled helplessly at my side. I stayed paralyzed for 14 months, my friends. Now that I've recovered, my right shoulder is still totally numb. My best sport was baseball. Invitation tryout out of high school with the Kansas City Royals as a baseball pitcher. And now my right side is paralyzed. So every option as an athlete was taken away from me in one moment in time. Now that I've recovered, the two most frequently asked questions are these. I'm paralyzed for 14 months. I went to 16 of the very best doctors in all of North America, 15 of whom told me I would never get any better. Have you ever heard that? And what happens if you believe it? You never get any better. And I hit what I thought was a downward spiral until I hit what I thought was rock bottom. You see why I philosophized my way out of that with this new up-level thinking and belief? Now that I've recovered, the two most frequently asked questions are these. Hey, Clark, why did you keep going to so many different doctors? And the answer is I kept going from doctor to doctor until I found one who believed I would get better, who encouraged me to believe that I could get better if I was willing to put in the work and never be complacent, which is something I'm going to talk about before I get through flapping my jaws. And the second most frequently asked question, which is my contribution as kind of the individual tying a bow around the entire dog and pony show today as the real closer coming in after Mariano, after Andy and Yadlin, after Amanda and Andy and Yadlin. Clark, what took you so long to recover? Answer, I was asking the wrong questions. Are you? See, I was asking the doctors how to get better when I should have been asking myself why. And once we answer why, figuring out the how to becomes clear and simple, not easy. It's the hard that makes it great. We have to still do hard things, put in the work, but it becomes clear and simple. So if you want to accelerate your performance in this fourth quarter, it has nothing to do with how to. You're practiced, you're polished. It has to do with why will you wake up early and stay up late? Why will you make yourself more visible? Why will you make a hit list of individuals whom you want to meet and get involved in their inner circle so that they will transfer the trust to you to be their realtor? Why? How can you do this? Well, why are you going to put in the work? Because competitive advantage is always created not by doing more than your competition, but by doing what your competition is not willing to do. And when I started focusing in on my why, I was able to focus in on purpose instead of setting goals, on being the best version of myself, which automatically kicked in the law of attraction. Extraordinary people wanted to be around me because I was doing my best to be an extraordinary human being, service before self. So they leave me saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. Dan, you've served me, you've served me, you've served me. What can I possibly do for you and your family? And I'm unashamedly saying, I'd like this opportunity. I like this experience. I'd love to do this. And that's why my life is so crazy. Michael taught me that what he wants all of you to do is to not look at real estate and being an agent or a broker as a job, but a way of life. Embracing fun, embracing enjoyment, embracing excitement and the exhilaration of serving someone else and helping them take advantage of their American dream, home ownership. You're in the most noble profession of all, my friends. And I hope Michael will give me an extra couple of minutes since it's 5 minutes to 3, because we started later, because I want to just illustrate quickly R and T and tie a bow around this conversation. So I know I've given you my best shot to take you to the next level. It's so critically important that we don't just look at this as a motivational speaker just whips off speech. That's not me. This is a conversation that I hope you understand. Because if you and I one-on-one went to a wonderful restaurant there in Manhattan, and I pulled out 3x5 cards and I said, oh, it's so nice to meet you, John. Michael, how are you? And then he whips out his 3x5 cards and said, oh, John, Dan, welcome, blah, blah, blah. I don't take this opportunity, even trying to make love with the camera. I don't take this opportunity lightly. And I hope you'll just appreciate what I'm trying to get you to do. My voice is weird. I had vocal surgery on June 25th. I had cancer when I was 8 years old. Had some crazy things happen in my life. I was paralyzed playing ball, could never play again, broken heart, shattered dreams. But on December 17th, I'm diagnosed, tested positive with COVID. And on December 21st, I stopped breathing. And my wife and my youngest daughter, I'm so proud of my children. We'll talk about them on another day. She's huge names, dancer, choreographer. If you watch the iHeart Music Awards a couple of weeks ago out of Vegas, she choreographed all 6 numbers for Dua Lipa. Is one of her dancers. Did her pay-per-view special. She choreographs and dances for Meghan Trainor and for Kendrick and Beyonce. The list goes on and on. She's in town. She lives in Toluca Lake, California. She's in town for the holidays. She had COVID, recovered. My wife, she was tested positive. I know I gave it to her, but she had minimum symptoms December 17th, but December 21st, I got hit in the gut with a rocket. And she was prompted, spiritual prompting, if you will, to go in and check on me in a different bedroom in her home. Found me, I couldn't breathe, so sick. They put me in the back of the car and they drove me to the hospital, threw up halfway there, threw up on the side of the road. I check in to the emergency room. Protocol, my wife and daughter had to drop me off at the curb, watch me walk across the parking lot, check myself into the emergency room, 3 nurses behind the plexiglass, my mask on. I'm COVID positive, I can't breathe. It's like the Keystone Cops, blah, blah. My wife said that she and my daughter stayed in the parking lot and sobbed for 15 minutes, wondering if they would ever see me alive again. Talk about the significance of personal relationships. And now I know why she stopped crying. She remembered I had millions of dollars in life insurance. And I could see her saying, you know, I'd just give $10,000 of it just to have him back. I was hospitalized for 7.5 days, that close to being intubated. Yeah, I was so sick, my friends. Had a corner room on the 6th floor overlooking a parking lot. And somebody died in the room next to me. They sent me home early. I think they needed my bed, my room. They sent me home with pneumonia, but on Christmas Day in the hospital, all by myself, everybody wearing hazmat suits, felt like I was on the set of Ghostbusters. Overhearing the conversation of the doctors who came in mass this one particular day, they were going to take me to ICU and intubate me. I get a text from my daughter. She says, Dad, can you get yourself to the windowsill? I unplugged my oxygen. I kind of slithered over to the windowsill, propped myself up. And there in the parking lot are my wife and my daughter with signs that say, Merry Christmas, Dad. I love you. Doing their little choreography. Why do I bring that up? Because it's all about one-on-one. And while I was in the hospital, I received so many one-liners from celebrities, buddies, old teammates, high school friends I hadn't heard from for 20 years. And the one-liners, Clark, I'm sorry you're sick, but there's easier ways to get attention. They buoyed me up. And it's not a medical explanation. It's a firepower belief explanation of why I was able to withstand going into ICU and get myself out of that hospital to fully recover. And in the process, I coughed so violently, I ruptured blood vessels in my vocal cords and had to have surgery as it became cancerous. And I'm on the up and up right now, doing my vocal exercises so I don't sound like a 1-900 number. So I beg your apology. The next time you hear me live, it's going to be a better voice. But that's the introduction to R, which is refinement, my friends, refining who we are so that we attract the right people one-on-one. So the best example of the story I can share with you that I think is transformational, refining our performance, taking ourselves to the next level. Great story, great object lesson. I hope you'll remember this and apply it in some way, shape, or form, more than a metaphor, but an actual real life experience when I get through sharing the story. I've worked with most of the teams in the National Football League. I'm paid big bucks to come in and say something to the team that will inspire them to take themselves to the next level. More than semantics, think about how I put that. I can't motivate you. Michael can't motivate you. Who are we fooling? We can only motivate ourselves. But if we listen to the right people and we believe the right things and up-level our belief, knowing that reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action, we can be inspired to motivate ourselves to increase our performance. So I'm inviting you into a typical NFL meeting to see what you would say to them. 53 elite athletes who collectively represent over $105 million in annual salary. That's sick. Question, can you motivate them with money? If you're a realtor because of the 3% commission on buying and the 3% commission on selling, shame on you. In the military, we give medals to those who are willing to sacrifice themselves so that others may live. And in the corporate construct, we give bonuses to those who are willing to sacrifice others so that they may survive. We've got it bass backwards, except in the Michael Keller Williams mindset, which is agent-centric. I am so pleased to have been selected as your speaker today because we're in alignment. Give, 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 make it about everyone else. I teach public speaking at a university level. I have for the last 11 years, multiple D1 schools. I remind my students, if you're nervous before you speak, it means it's about you. But if you're excited to speak, it means it's about them. Seek to bless, not impress. Michael Keller Williams, Keller Williams, tri-state area. Thank you for having me. I hope I make sense. So the question is this: can you motivate these elite athletes with money? No. Once the money runs out, the motivation runs out. Can you motivate them with benefits and bonuses? No. Can you motivate them with rewards and awards? No. Good news is the same thing that motivates them is the same thing that motivates you and me: expectations. So here's the object lesson. I hope you remember that we'll refine our performance, refine our mindset, so we can click off this Zoom and be better than we've ever been before. NFL team meeting. As the meeting begins, I invite a captain and assistant coach to hold a broomstick 12 inches off the floor. They're standing in the front of the room. Before the meeting begins, I get the name of the most gifted and talented football player on the whole roster who can actually jump 38 inches high. And as the meeting begins, I call out this prima donna superstar who's obviously sitting on the back row. And his reaction is always the same. Why did you wake me up? Don't you read my newspaper clippings? What are you doing? Why are you bothering me? So we clap him to the front of the room. Sure enough, it takes him 22 and a half minutes to saunter up to the front of the room like he sat on something hot. Now he's standing in front of the captain, assistant coach, holding a broomstick 12 inches off the floor, and I engage him. Hey, do you think you can jump over that 12-inch high broomstick? His reaction is always the same. Why are you bothering me? Are you stupid? So I changed the question. Will you jump over that 12-inch high broomstick? And now his response is always the same. He pacifies me, skips over the bar, stares me down, so I stare back. And here's where the teaching begins. Why did you only jump 12 inches high when you and your teammates know you can jump 38 inches high? And his answer is always the same. Because that's all you asked me to do. Whoa. How high is your bar? Everyone with whom you live, everyone with whom you work, everyone with whom you recreate and perhaps worship knows how high your bar is right now because they see it every day, but only you know how high it should be. Only you know if you're pushing yourself to your ultimate capacity and potential as a human being. Which brings up my promise to talk about complacency just for a second. As I see Michael jump on the split screen, I feel like I'm bringing my junior prime date home late and your dad flashing the light on the porch like you've been out there way too long. You kissed my daughter one more time, I'm going to freaking go to prison.
You can go for the rest of the day, by the way, Dan. I think they'll all love to see you for the rest of the day. So keep going, keep going.
Thanks. So complacency. Why do we take ourselves for granted? Why do we say, well, the first 3 quarters this year were brilliant? I've made enough money. No, you haven't, or you can't give away as much as you possibly can with charity. Mariano Rivera, he could easily just sit at home. He could go back to Panama and kick back, but his mission is to continuously make a difference. Brandon Steiner is the most amazing business professional you'll ever meet, but he's the most generous soul you'll ever meet. He's one of the greatest people. So there's no secret of why they were attracted to one another, to lift one another up. For whatever it's worth, during COVID, so many people got complacent. Nobody's got belly to belly time. So everybody's playing golf. I'm just going to go play golf. I don't have to do it. No one else is doing it. No, don't waste a good recession. Complacency. I was the state Golden Gloves boxing champion when I was in high school. I was the Great White Hope. I had the Ollie Shuffle, I had quick hands. My hero was Muhammad Ali. I dressed like him. I had tassels on my boots, the whole thing. 1988, many years later, I'm speaking in Berrien Springs, Michigan. I'm speaking at Andrews University to all the student body. And I'm in the Union Building after my speech doing a book signing, and these 2 lads walked by talking about the Muhammad Ali had been on campus that day, and I stopped in my tracks. Oh my gosh, where is he? They said, no big deal. He lives here. He comes on campus every single day. I finished my book signing. I asked the student body president, do you know where Muhammad Ali lives? He goes, yeah, on the outskirts of town. I said, you own a camera? He says, why? Do you want to go to his house? I'm like, yeah. He invites two of his buddies. We pull up to his house, big, huge gate, colonial mansion with the pillars. His gate is open and it doesn't say no trespassing. It says, welcome. I said, you guys coming? They're like, no. I walk up his circular driveway and I knock on the door. His wife answers. She says, may I help you? I said, yeah, is Mohammed here? Is Mohammed? And she goes, yeah. May I tell him who's calling? I said, yeah, Dan. She goes and gets him. He comes back, he 6'3", 225 pounds. He fills that door casing larger than life. My hero, my heart's pounding. I'm like, oh my gosh. He goes, want to come in? I'm like, yeah. I'm here with 3 other guys. Can I invite them in? He goes, yeah. They're like, no way. They're diving over the bushes, slide into his front entranceway, 1988, before Parkinson set in. For the next 5 hours, as Muhammad Ali's house guests, we watch his greatest fights on his big screen TV. He feeds us, he does magic. And as we're leaving, he puts his big old arm around me. He goes, Danny, you have any questions? I said, yeah. You're 3-time world champion, which means you've been defeated twice by inferior opponents. Why? He said, I got complacent. Let me interrupt. Apply this to being a realtor. Apply this to what Andy illuminated earlier. Just because you were someone's realtor 5 years ago doesn't mean you still have their loyalty now. Visibility, 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 service before self, service before self. What can I do right now? I can't be complacent and just kick back in the fourth quarter. Are you serious? People will realize that you're just kicking back and they'll lose trust and confidence in you because you're not that go-getter at all times in all places. And that doesn't mean you're intense and out of control and ADD. It means you're actively living your life every single day because you don't want to die with your music still in you. Muhammad Ali said, I got complacent. I said, what do you mean, champ? He said, once the fight started, I no longer held the title and I forgot that. He said, once the fight started, I put the title up for grabs and I had to become brilliant at the basics and fight as hard as I did the first time that I won it to win it back. May we just remind ourselves of the significance of our ability to refine our thinking, to up-level our behavior, to get into that righteous routine. I loved what Mariano said. He doesn't have habits, he has routines. So do I, and I challenge everyone to have routine. Every morning I wake up at 5 o'clock and I go to the gym. Why? I live in the mountains of Utah. And especially when it snows or it's a cold day, I don't want any excuses. And I definitely don't want to hop in a car and drive to Planet Fitness to compete with those cute little French guys in the fuchsia spandex trying to get my time on the Precor, to feel like a hamster on the treadmill. I want to go to my own gym and push my own self and create my own discomfort and keep that mindset. I need to create discomfort during the day to push myself to my ultimate capacity and potential as a human being. I put a recording studio in my house. Why? So that when I have creative juices hit, I don't have to get in a car, take myself away from my family and spouse time, my charitable organizations, feeling selfish. I don't have to get in a car and drive to a studio and pay $150 an hour, 3 hours minimum with a sound engineer. I have it in my home. And what does that have to do with anything about refinement and everything? Because I've done some crazy things. You know, I've won at Nürburgring and at Daytona, and I love the idea. What have you done lately, Clark? Because I commit that my resume is not the same this year as it was last year at the same time. And if yours is, I challenge you to do something about it. Shame on all of us. We've got to do something. So yes, I have family time. No other success compensates for failure in the home. And not I have spouse time. We need some action. Come on, let's just talk and be transparent. We fell in love for a reason, not just because I can't sing or because she was a babe. We've got to have that spouse time to remind her, for her to remind me or whatever, that yeah, I was the guy that she married. I'm progressing, I'm growing, I'm trying to be better than I've ever been, putting her on a pedestal and treating her like a queen. Once I fulfill my spousal responsibilities, or for you in a significant other, whatever the case may be in a personal relationship, I have children responsibilities. One of my most famous songs was called Special Man. It wrote about my dad, lyrical hook. Any male can be a father, but it takes a special man to be a dad. So I loved reading stories to my children before they went to bed, and we had the family prayers, and I had to do that. once I got my spouse to sleep, once I got my children to sleep, my time. Remember, competitive advantage is not created by doing more than your competition. Competitive advantage is created only and always by doing what your competition is not willing to do. Too many people, they flatter me, Clark, how do you do all this stuff? I'm like, really? That's not a question. The question is, why do you feel so overwhelmed? I have too much on my plate. You don't understand. Wake up before anybody else does. Wake up before your phone starts to ring. Wake up and get involved in me stuff, becoming the best version of myself before the work life kicks in at all. And then stay up after everybody goes to sleep when the phones don't ring. When you're not compelled to answer or read your emails. My time, writing songs, exercising, reading a book, listening to a podcast while I exercise so I can teach myself French. Bonjour, comment ça va? Je suis très content d'être ici. Je ne parle pas le français, je suis américain. I learned how to speak French during COVID. Why not? What are you willing to do to make yourself more compelling to be around, more fascinating to talk to, more inspirational to listen to? Because 85% of our deals are closed between the 5th and the 12th sales call. It starts to make sense now, and I'm tying a little bow around our time together by now transforming our conversation into the TART, transformation. If I can help any of you with your presentation skills, danclark.com is my website. As Amanda encouraged everybody to follow her two guests and herself on social media, please follow me on Instagram, Dan Clark Speak, on Facebook, Dan Clark Speak. I publish and post at least all 5 days a week, but at least 5 very, very high content, entertaining messages. Master of the Morning, Own the Day every Monday. And I challenge you to not just follow me, but listen to the simple messages where we laugh and cry and think and feel, because I really believe that that's my mission, my contribution. So that you click off my social media saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. So transformation. And it's only one illustration long, which makes Michael happy. I'm sure he's not on screen right now. But at this point, 15 minutes after the hour, I guarantee, knowing Mike, he hasn't just stopped. He's not just stopped looking at his watch. He's taken it off like, did it stop? What's Clark doing? Oh, no watch. I love you already. No time, baby. So here, I promise, is my last story, void of my simple little vignette conclusion. Remember, transformation in my mind is simply posing and answering the question, who are you really? What is your true nature? Are you willing to change your stripes or just be true to who you really are? What are you about? Who are you really? Can I trust you? Definition of sales, the transference of trust. Definition of leadership management, transfer of trust. Definition of coaching, of teaching, of educating, transference of trust. And how do we do that? Service before self, my friends. I have hundreds and hundreds of stories. You can go to my website, danclark.com. In fact, I think Emily has a link where you can get your copy of Art of Significance and access to any of my storybooks, because I want to make a difference. We'll figure out how to get it to you. I really am serious about you taking a piece of me home if you think I can keep you focused. But what I want to talk about is just a significant transformational experience that I had that changed my stars. When Michael shared his mother's journey selecting real estate, which changed his family's stars. And Michael teaches me some of his most important and quotable quotes, that the reason we build a big business is to build a big life. May I throw onto that, successful people have large television sets, significant individuals have huge libraries. At some point, we need to celebrate how you share your profits with your agents based on service before self mentality, which is the trickle down drip campaign that inspires the agents to follow suit. How they're being traded at Keller Williams will determine and dictate how they treat others in their circle of influence. So my story. My dad's my hero. October 12th was the anniversary of his passing. And I wanted to be by his bedside when he took his last breath. That didn't happen for me. He battled cancer for 6.5 years. And when I snuggled up next to him, the guest bedroom at his home with my mom, and I knew I was flying out and he was so sick, I at that moment realized that that could be the last time I ever heard my dad's voice. So I questioned him, Dad, what do I need to know to be a better man, to be a real man? What do I need to know to be a better spouse, a better friend, a better neighbor, a better professional? And he gave me some great wisdom that I won't repeat here, but I just want to ask you, what would your last lecture be? If you had 1 hour to live, what would you say to somebody? And do you treat every single prospect as a potential customer by treating them in a way where they leave you saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. Oh no, by the way, what do you do for a living? Oh, you're a realtor. Wow, I want you. You transferred the trust. I want you. I choose you. So I'm out of town. I leave my dad's bedside and I go to Seattle, Washington. I'm in town for 2 days to speak to 2 large trade associations downtown at the convention center. I'm staying out of town at the Seattle Airport Marriott Hotel. It's Friday morning, October 12th. I've showered, I've shaved, I put on my coat, I put on my tie, I'm ready for the day. Phone rings. I think it's my ride downtown to the convention center. So I pick up the phone and I almost flippantly say, I'll be right there. But for some odd reason, I just stood there. 15 seconds of silence later, my younger brother's voice pierces the quietness of the call. Danny? I said, what's up, Paul? He said, Dad died this morning at 7 a.m. I said, whoa. And I sat down on the edge of my bed and the tears just started to fall. Let me interrupt. I have regrets. And I don't wish regrets on anybody. I'd give anything to have my dad back one more day. It's too late. As an author, my favorite thing is to interview elderly people, elderly meaning someone older than me. And they will always tell us and remind us they do not have regrets for things they did do. They only have regrets for things they did not do. Fourth quarter, fire up, not because it's the money, but it's because of the difference you can make with your money. And visibility, the transference of trust, which will spill over into 2022 and give you the competitive advantage over everyone within Keller Williams. So people choose you, not just somebody who does what you do. It makes sense to me. I hope I'm tying a bow around our time. I said to my brother, Paul, how's mom? He said, she's all right. I said, give her a big hug and a kiss for me, will you please? And then he asked me the gajillion-dollar question. What are you going to do? I've already amended that question. Let me repeat it one more time. What are you willing to do, my friends, that no one else is willing to do? I said, Paul, mom and dad have spent an entire lifetime teaching us to keep our promises, teaching us to keep our commitments. I said, I can't imagine what it would be like to be a meeting planner with a 90-minute slot to fill 3,500 people in the audience and not have the speaker show. I said, I need to go speak. That's what dad would want me to do. I would keep his reputation, his good name intact. And then I'm going to spend the night and I'm going to keep my commitment and promise and speak on Saturday morning. Then I'm going to hustle home. God knows I need your support. Hopefully I can give you some of mine. I hung up the phone with my brother and I sat there and openly wept like a wee child. This is my dad, my hero, gone. 15 minutes later, the phone rings again. This time it is my ride. I tell him I'll be right down. I go into the washroom. I splash some water on my face, try to freshen up to the best of my ability. I leave my hotel room and I get on the elevator. And as the elevator doors start to close, the corner of the bellman's cart nudges its way through the opening and they bing back open. And on the elevator comes this way overzealous psycho bellman. I'll never forget him as long as I live. He's pushing this runaway cart onto the elevator. Woohoo! He forces me back to the right rear corner of the elevator, and I assume the elevator position. Doors close, and we start going down. Spellman's relentless. Woo! Did you see the beautiful sunshine? He said, I've lived up here in Seattle, Washington, 15 years, rained every single day. You must have brought the good weather with you. How you doing? I said, I'm fine. You know, when someone's been staring at you for a while and you don't even have to get eye contact, you can just kind of feel it, kind of sense it. All of a sudden he says, hey, mister, you're not fine. You've been crying. I said, yeah. I said, I just found out my dad died this morning and I'm really sad. He said, whoa. Elevator comes to the lobby, doors open. He goes his way. I meet my ride. He drives me downtown to the convention center. I'm introduced and I make my speech. I had to dig deeper than I'd ever dug in my whole entire life to make that speech. But hopefully my bottom line message is you can if you think you can, if your why is bigger than your why not. I'm introduced, made my speech. I got to the end of my speech and I said to the audience, I'd like to conclude with a little song from one of my albums. And I said, the reason why I want to sing this little song is because my dad died. And it's the first time he's ever heard me sing it in public. And again, I dug deeper than I never dug and maybe sang the song better than I'd ever sung it. I concluded my speech and I had the driver take me to the Seattle Aquarium. Am I now a hypocrite? Did I not honor the mindset and courage of our military men and women who run towards the sound of the guns? Am I now a hypocrite? I can't handle it. Give me a cocktail. No. I had the driver take me to the Seattle Aquarium to create a meeting. You see why I'm so grateful that Michael would choose me, not just somebody who does what I do, to participate today. Why I honor you for investing in yourself to tune into this Zoom call from home or from an office as a group, wherever you are tuned in from. You see, this meeting allows us to avoid the distractions of family and the deadlines of work, to gather together and ask better questions so we can get better answers. May I remind us, my friends, you never sell past the close. All the information about your property, all the information about anything is a joke, unless we remember that. Why? Knowledge is power, but knowledge has no heart. We don't learn to know, we learn to do. All the information in the world is going to make a person successful. It's like the guy who has 3 PhDs, one in philosophy, one in psychology, one in sociology. He doesn't have a job, but at least he can explain why. Bottom line, reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. Fourth quarter shouldn't be looked at as fourth quarter. It should be looked at as another day to make a difference, to rise to the occasion and be everything I was born to be. So I'm never complacent and everybody leaves me saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. I'm at the Seattle Aquarium, getting in touch with my mortality, refining what my mission is on life. Why am I here? Am I supposed to just make a living or am I supposed to design a life? As Michael would say, am I supposed to build a big business so I can live a big life? Absolutely, and invite everybody else around me to do the same. So I'm at the aquarium watching the fish swim, watching the otters float on their backs. They remind me of some of the offensive linemen I used to play ball with. And that's when I coined phrases like pain is a signal to grow, not to suffer. And once you learn the lesson the pain is teaching you, the pain goes away in life. There's no mistakes, only lessons. You never lose, you always learn. We can go on and on. We won't. I had the driver take me back to the Seattle Aquarium, from the Seattle Aquarium back to the Seattle Airport Marriott Hotel. And here's where you come into my stories. Here's where you come into my remarks, my speech today. Here's where you allow me to be bold enough to say that I really wanted to be the closer today. It's an honor to follow Mariano as the real closer today, to tie a bow around our entire experience. See if you agree. I walk into my hotel room and there on the dresser of drawers is a basket of fruit. And it's not your basic basket of fruit that's been delivered from the hotel gift shop. We've all seen these little color cellophane, little bow, little sterile stamp card. They never get our names right. Thanks for staying with us, Ralphie. This was the greatest gift I'd ever received. It was a broken, smushed basket. One side was completely caved in. Looked like it was someone's second thought, maybe after hours, no resources available, but they still wanted to make a difference. Can any of you relate? I can see this hotel employee walking through the lobby. They look in the garbage bin. They're like, oh, whoa, that's too good to throw away. Michael will be really proud of us. Do more with less. They retrieved it and took it to my hotel room. Obviously, whoever delivered it was into presentation because they turned the broken smush part of the basket towards the wall. Obviously, whoever delivered it had walked past the big fake tree in the lobby, yanked off one of those fine rubberized leaves, stuck that in front of the broken smush part of the basket. In my basket of fruit, there was a tomato and a big giant carrot and a handwritten card that said, "Mr. Clark, I'm sure sorry your dad died. I'm supposed to get off work at 5 o'clock. I've asked to stay over and put in this. I've asked to stay open so I can be here just for you. I've asked to stay here and work so I can be here just for you. Room service closes at 10 o'clock. The kitchen has agreed to stay open all night long so they can be here just for you. If you need anything, just call me and ask for James." Signed, James, the bellman in the elevator. He's not the only guy who signed my little card. Every single hotel employee that night at the Seattle Airport Marriott Hotel signed my little card. I still have it matted and framed, hanging on my office wall today. Let me debrief and conclude. Here we have the youngest person in the entire employee payroll that seemingly gets it. Gets what? Age has nothing to do with transforming your life from successful to significance. Here we have the lowest paid person in the entire employee payroll who seemingly gets it. Gets what? Money and commissions are not a motivator. Service before self must be. And then the money takes care of itself. And the last thing I learned from this young 18-year-old man, loyalty, referrals, loyalty. Every single time I speak, I'm staying here at the Gaylord Hotel here at National Harbor in Washington, D.C. I flew in yesterday. I had 2 speeches today before I jumped on this Zoom call. Posh hotel. Most of the time we have meetings, they're in posh hotels. Towels in my room are so fluffy, I'm having a hard time getting my suitcase closed. Any of you experience that on the road? I know Michael does. But every single time I speak in Seattle, Washington, I always stay at the Seattle Airport Marriott Hotel. Even if I have to rent a car and drive an hour and a half out of my own way at my own expense. Why? To stay loyal to a brand, Keller Williams. You are the message. You are the brand. To stay loyal to the marketing mantra, service before self. Bill Marriott has been a dear family friend forever. He was best friends with my dad. My uncle performed Bill Marriott's marriage. Bill Marriott's famous for saying, you take care of the employee and the employee will take care of the customer. Sounds like Keller Williams culture to me. Sounds like Michael, the leader, the fearless leader, the stud muffin hunk of burning love. That's such an honor to be here because it makes so much sense to me. And based on that note, I promise 30-second close as the closer. What I've tried to illuminate today is support. Mariano Rivera came on because you have supported his foundation. He came on not as a keynote speaker like me, but as a guest being interviewed by his trusted friend and colleague, Brandon Steiner. Everything I've witnessed, Amanda supporting Yadlin and Andy, and everything else that's preceded those individuals this afternoon on this full day Zoom training. It really is all about support. What can I do for you? How may I serve you? Not a sales pitch, but a serve pitch. And the conclusion is a story, obviously, so you remember it. A mother encourages her daughter to come home as soon as school is over. The time comes, the time goes. 30 minutes later, daughter walks in through the front door of her home and her mother scolds her. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. She says, oh, mommy, I walked my friend Sally home from school. She dropped her doll on the sidewalk. It broke all to pieces. It was awful. Her mother said, so you're late because you stayed to help your friend pick up the pieces of the doll and put it back together again? She said, oh no, mommy, I didn't know how to fix the doll. I just stayed to help her cry. If you want customers for life, if you want loyalty from everyone whom you've already served as their realtor, if you've already transferred your trust to all kinds of folks in every industry, in every area, socioeconomic condition, every race, every gender, every part of our existence. If you have already done so, I challenge you to never allow complacency to come in. We only have one life to live. I cherish every day because of my battle to just stay alive one day at a time, reminding all of us that the reason why I'm here today and will be for the next 50 years fighting for every single day I can is because of individual commitment to one-on-one connection, which is the secret sauce to being the chosen realtor, not just in the industry, but within your tribe called Keller Williams. So you stand out among the champions, inspiring all of us to be better than we've ever been before, and clearly leave this Zoom, clearly excited about gathering together again, live, belly to belly, heart to heart, spirit to spirit. Why? Because Michael, as our leader, epitomizes what I've been saying is a lyrical tune. He makes us feel, and hopefully all of us make us feel better than we were when we got together originally, and leave saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. God bless Keller Williams. God bless you, Mike. I'm turning the microphone back to you. And may I challenge all of us to do your part to heal America. It's the greatest country on our planet. God bless us all.
Dan, God bless you. You know, you said in the middle of that early on, tears, I saw laughter. I saw, can you say that okay? I saw people praising you. I saw people thanking you. I asked you last week to come in and be our keynote to inspire and motivate us to get through the rest of this year. And I got to tell you, Dan, you did more than I ever possibly imagined you could do. I look forward to you being a friend of our Keller Williams family. I look forward to you coming out and visiting at our next physical event. How about you guys in the chat? Are you okay if I bring Dan out here live and in person? Would you be okay with that? And I promise you, Dan, when you do, we'll get dinner with Brandon and Mariano together. So you get a chance to meet him face to face and say hello, because we'd love to have you visit us in our local New York area and spend time with you, breaking bread, hearing stories, and sharing time together.
And I don't have any balls or jerseys to sign, but I can bring some of these stolen towels that I have all over.
And you know, Dan, I can actually tell you with proof how you inspired people today. We've all been on a lot of Zoom calls the last year and a half, and we had over 1,036 people on this Zoom call throughout today. And here's the interesting thing. Our Zoom call was till 3:00. Normally at 3:00, the numbers plummet in participants and they just disappear. Since 3:00, we've had a net loss of 3. A net loss of 3, which I would see someone leave and I would see 2 more people come on. Someone leave, 2 more people come on. So the fact that we've had as many people stay past 3:00 to hear you and to feel what you are sharing is inspiring. And the fact that I kept seeing people come back on tells me the people on this call were texting and calling their friends and saying, if you got off, get back on. Don't miss this. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. And we're going to repost everything in the chat. We're going to repost your book link. We're going to repost your website, your Instagram, and we look forward to following you. We look forward to seeing you very, very soon, Dan.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you, Michael. I honor you, bro. Thanks.
Look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you, Dan. Now, for everybody else, a lot of you folks were asking about this video. You want to listen to it again. You want to hear it. You want to take more notes because you're going to keep up. Emily's going to post my YouTube channel. We did get permission to share this with you folks. So we are going to give us about 2 days. We will have this segment on my YouTube channel, and on Monday. On Monday, it'll be there. So feel free to go there and check it out. And there'll be actually copies of all the videos of today. So feel free to go there, visit, check it out, and like them. And share this. You know what? I can tell you, I'm going to take this video from today and I'm going to sit down with my kids and watch Dan Clark. I'm going to send it to my parents. I'm going to share it with my siblings, because I think what he talked about today is so important for us to not just rejuvenate ourselves, but to share it with others, because there's lots of people that need this message. And I take it as a personal responsibility that it's up to us to share it. Stephen Gendel, you look like you have something profound to say.
That was just mind blowing. I don't even know what else to say. It's been a long year for a lot of people. That was perfect timing.
Yep. Now, would you agree with me? Share that with your friends, share that with your family. I think Dan Clark is a message you want to get out there.
Definitely.
Definitely. Let's end this year strong, guys. Let's not end the year strong. He's taught a valuable message there. Let's go and finish today strong. Let's go hit tomorrow strong. It's not about one moment, one quarter, 1 year. It's about every single moment, leading every single moment with fulfillment to its fullest, leading it with significance. And I hope you enjoyed the message we gave you today. I hope you enjoyed the content we gave you today. If you could just do us a quick favor. I'd love to see your feedback. A scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely amazing. How would you rate Dan Clark? I'm sorry, I don't have an 11 on here, and I know a lot of you probably want to say to 11. We just love to have you rate him. And I see the 12s and 10s coming in the chat box. So, guys, thank you. Good luck with the rest of your October. Good luck with the rest of your year. Look forward to seeing you face to face as soon as possible. And God bless you. God bless your families. And rock on, Keller Williams. We're in this together. We'll get through it together, and we'll succeed together. Have a good one.